Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us deep into the heart of ancient Celtic legends, a collection of tales bound by themes of destiny, love, and the unyielding connection between the mortal realm and the other world. In these stories, we witness the courage of heroes as they face impossible challenges, the trials of love tested by fate, and the delicate dance of alliances between humans and forces beyond their understanding. From quests of honor and self-discovery to journeys shaped by prophecy and the pursuit of unity, these timeless legends weave together a rich tapestry of bravery, wisdom, and the eternal mysteries of life and fate. Before we begin, my friend, like and subscribe, so you'll always be ready for your next sleepy quest. It helps my tales reach more wanderers who seek a touch of magic in their dreams. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myths and legends. The Lady of the Fountain. King Arthur was at Caerleon upon Usk, and one day he sat in his chamber, and with him were Owain the son of Urien, and Kynon the son of Clydno, and Kai the son of Kyna, and Gwenwyva and her handmaidens at needlework by the window. And if it should be said that there was a porter at Arthur's palace, there was none. Glurid Gavelva was there, acting as porter, to welcome guests and strangers, and to receive them with honor, and to inform them of the manners and customs of the court, and to direct those who came to the hall or to the presence chamber, and those who came to take up their lodging. In the center of the chamber, King Arthur sat upon a seat of green rushes, over which was spread a covering of flame-colored satin, and a cushion of red satin was under his elbow. Then Arthur spoke. "If I thought you would not disparage me," said he, "I would sleep while I wait for my repast, and you can entertain one another with relating tales, and can obtain a flagon of mead and some meat from Kai." And the king went to sleep, and Kynon the son of Clydno asked Kai for that which Arthur had promised them. "I too will have the good tale which he promised to me," said Kai. "Nay," answered Kynon, "fairer will it be for thee to fulfill Arthur's behest in the first place, and then we will tell thee the best tale that we know." So Kai went to the kitchen and to the mead cellar, and returned bearing a flagon of mead and a golden goblet, and a handful of skewers, upon which were broiled collops of meat. Then they ate the collops and began to drink the mead. "Now," said Kai, "it is time for you to give me my story." "Kynon," said Owain, "do thou pay to Kai the tale that is his due." "Truly," said Kynon, "thou art older, and art a better teller of tales, and hast seen more marvelous things than I. Do thou therefore pay Kai his tale." "Begin thyself," quoth Owain, "with the best that thou knowest." "I will do so," answered Kynon. "I was the only son of my mother and father, and I was exceedingly aspiring, and my daring was very great. I thought there was no enterprise in the world too mighty for me, and after I had achieved all the adventures that were in my own country, I equipped myself and set forth to journey through deserts and distant regions. And at length it chanced that I came to the fairest valley in the world, wherein were trees of equal growth, and a river ran through the valley, and a path was by the side of the river. And I followed the path until midday, and continued my journey along the remainder of the valley until the evening. And at the extremity of a plain I came to a large and lustrous castle, at the foot of which was a torrent. And I approached the castle, and there I beheld two youths with yellow curling hair, each with a frontlet of gold upon his head, and clad in a garment of yellow satin, and they had gold clasps upon their insteps. In the hand of each of them was an ivory bow, strung with the sinews of the stag, and their arrows had shafts of the bone of the whale, and were winged with peacock's feathers. The shafts also had golden heads, and they had daggers with blades of gold, and with hilts of the bone of the whale, and they were shooting their daggers. And a little way from them I saw a man in the prime of life, with his beard newly shorn, clad in a robe and a mantle of yellow satin, and round the top of his mantle was a band of gold lace. On his feet were shoes of variegated leather, fastened by 2 bosses of gold. When I saw him, I went towards him and saluted him, and such was his courtesy that he no sooner received my greeting than he returned it, and he went with me towards the castle. Now there were no dwellers in the castle except those who were in one hall, and there I saw 24 damsels embroidering satin at a window. And this I tell thee, Kai, that the least fair of them was fairer than the fairest maid thou hast ever beheld in the island of Britain, and the least lovely of them was more lovely than Gwenwyvar, the wife of Arthur, when she has appeared loveliest at the offering, on the day of the Nativity, or at the feast of Easter. They rose up at my coming, and 6 of them took my horse, and divested me of my armour, and 6 others took my arms, and washed them in a vessel, until they were perfectly bright. And the third 6 spread cloths upon the tables and prepared meat, and the 4th 6 took off my soiled garments, and placed others upon me, namely an undervest, and a doublet of fine linen, and a robe, and a surcoat, and a mantle of yellow satin with a broad gold band upon the mantle. And they placed cushions both beneath and around me, with coverings of red linen, and I sat down. Now the 6 maidens who had taken my horse unharnessed him, as well as if they had been the best squires in the island of Britain. Then behold, they brought bowls of silver, wherein was water to wash, and towels of linen, some green and some white, and I washed. And in a little while the man sat down to the table, and I sat next to him, and below me sat all the maidens, except those who waited on us. And the table was of silver, and the cloths upon the table were of linen, and no vessel was served upon the table that was not either of gold or of silver or of buffalo horn. And our meat was brought to us. And verily, Kai, I saw there every sort of meat and every sort of liquor that I have ever seen elsewhere. But the meat and the liquor were better served there than I have ever seen them in any other place. Until the repast was half over, neither the man nor any one of the damsels spoke a single word to me. But when the man perceived that it would be more agreeable to me to converse than to eat any more, he began to inquire of me who I was. I said I was glad to find that there was someone who would discourse with me, and that it was not considered so great a crime at that court for people to hold converse together. "Chieftain," said the man, "we would have talked to thee sooner, but we feared to disturb thee during thy repast. Now, however, we will discourse." Then I told the man who I was, and what was the cause of my journey, and said that I was seeking whether anyone was superior to me, or whether I could gain the mastery over all. The man looked upon me, and he smiled and said, "If I did not fear to distress thee too much, I would show thee that which thou seekest." Upon this I became anxious and sorrowful, and when the man perceived it, he said, "If thou wouldest rather that I should show thee thy disadvantage than thine advantage, I will do so. Sleep here tonight, and in the morning arise early, and take the road upwards through the valley, until thou reachest the wood through which thou camest hither. A little way within the wood thou wilt meet with a road branching off to the right, by which thou must proceed, until thou comest to a large sheltered glade with a mound in the centre, and thou wilt see a black man of great stature on the top of the mound. He is not smaller in size than 2 of the men of this world. He has but 1 foot, and one eye in the middle of his forehead, and he has a club of iron, and it is certain that there are no two men in the world who would not find their burden in that club, and he is not a comely man, but on the contrary, he is exceedingly ill-favoured, and he is the woodward of that wood, and thou wilt see 1,000 wild animals grazing around him. Inquire of him the way out of the glade, and he will reply to thee briefly, and will point out the road by which thou shalt find that which thou art in quest of. And long seemed that night to me. And the next morning I arose and equipped myself, and mounted my horse, and proceeded straight through the valley to the wood. And I followed the crossroad which the man had pointed out to me, till at length I arrived at the glade. And there was I 3 times more astonished at the number of wild animals that I beheld than the man had said I should be. And the black man was there, sitting upon the top of the mound. Huge of stature as the man had told me that he was, I found him to exceed by far the description he had given me of him. As for the iron club, which the man had told me was a burden for 2 men, I am certain, Kai, that it would be a heavy weight for 4 warriors to lift, and this was in the black man's hand, and he only spoke to me in answer to my questions. Then I asked him what power he held over those animals. I will show thee, little man, said he, and he took his club in his hand, and with it he struck a stag a great blow, so that he brayed vehemently, and at his braying the animals came together, as numerous as the stars in the sky, so that it was difficult for me to find room in the glade to stand among them. There were serpents and dragons and divers sorts of animals, and he looked at them and bade them go and feed, and they bowed their heads and did him homage as vassals to their lord. Then the black man said to me, Seest thou now, little man, what power I hold over these animals? Then I inquired of him the way, and he became very rough in his manner to me. However, he asked me whither I would go, and when I told him who I was and what I sought, he directed me. Take, said he, that path that leads towards the head of the glade, and ascend the wooded steep until thou comest to its summit, and there thou wilt find an open space like to a large valley, and in the midst of it a tall tree, whose branches are greener than the greenest pine trees. Under this tree is a fountain, and by the side of the fountain a marble slab, and on the marble slab a silver bowl, attached by a chain of silver, so that it may not be carried away. Take the bowl and throw a bowlful of water upon the slab, and thou wilt hear a mighty peal of thunder, so that thou wilt think that heaven and earth are trembling with its fury. With the thunder there will come a shower so severe that it will be scarce possible for thee to endure it and live. And the shower will be of hailstones. And after the shower, the weather will become fair, but every leaf that was upon the tree will have been carried away by the shower. Then a flight of birds will come and alight upon the tree, and in thine own country thou didst never hear a strain so sweet as that which they will sing. And at the moment thou art most delighted with the song of the birds, thou wilt hear a murmuring and complaining coming towards thee along the valley. And thou wilt see a knight upon a coal-black horse, clothed in black velvet, and with a pennon of black linen upon his lance. And he will ride unto thee to encounter thee with the utmost speed. If thou fleest from him, he will overtake thee, and if thou abidest there, as sure as thou art a mounted knight, he will leave thee on foot. And if thou dost not find trouble in that adventure, thou needest not seek it during the rest of thy life. So I journeyed on, until I reached the summit of the steep, and there I found everything as the black man had described it to me. And I went up to the tree, and beneath it I saw the fountain, and by its side the marble slab, and the silver bowl fastened by the chain. Then I took the bowl, and cast a bowlful of water upon the slab, and thereupon, behold, the thunder came, much more violent than the black man had led me to expect. And after the thunder came the shower. And of a truth I tell thee, Kai, that there is neither man nor beast that can endure that shower and live. For not one of those hailstones would be stopped, either by the flesh or by the skin, until it had reached the bone. I turned my horse's flank towards the shower, and placed the beak of my shield over his head and neck, while I held the upper part of it over my own head. And thus I withstood the shower. When I looked on the tree, there was not a single leaf upon it, and then the sky became clear, and with that, behold, the birds lighted upon the tree, and sang. And truly, Kai, I never heard any melody equal to that, either before or since. And when I was most charmed with listening to the birds, lo, a murmuring voice was heard through the valley, approaching me and saying, O knight, what has brought thee hither? What evil have I done to thee, that thou shouldst act towards me and my possessions as thou hast this day? Dost thou not know that the shower today has left in my dominions neither man nor beast alive that was exposed to it? And thereupon, behold, a knight on a black horse appeared, clothed in jet black velvet, and with a tabard of black linen about him. And we charged each other, and as the onset was furious, it was not long before I was overthrown. Then the knight passed the shaft of his lance through the bridle rein of my horse, and rode off with the two horses, leaving me where I was. And he did not even bestow so much notice upon me as to imprison me, nor did he despoil me of my arms. So I returned along the road by which I had come, and when I reached the glade where the black man was, I confess to thee, Kai, it is a marvel that I did not melt down into a liquid pool through the shame that I felt at the black man's derision. And that night I came to the same castle where I had spent the night preceding, and I was more agreeably entertained that night than I had been the night before, and I was better feasted, and I conversed freely with the inmates of the castle, and none of them alluded to my expedition to the fountain, neither did I mention it to any, and I remained there that night. When I arose on the morrow, I found, ready saddled, a dark bay palfrey, with nostrils as red as scarlet, and after putting on my armour and leaving there my blessing, I returned to my own court, and that horse I still possess, and he is in the stable yonder. And I declare that I would not part with him for the best palfrey in the island of Britain. Now, of a truth, Kai, no man ever before confessed to an adventure so much to his own discredit, and verily it seems strange to me that neither before nor since have I heard of any person besides myself who knew of this adventure, and that the subject of it should exist within King Arthur's dominions, without any other person lighting upon it. Now, quoth Oain, would it not be well to go and endeavour to discover that place? By the hand of my friend, said Kai, often dost thou utter that with thy tongue, which thou wouldst not make good with thy deeds. In very truth, said Gwenwyvar, it were better thou wert hanged, Kai, than to use such uncourteous speech towards a man like Owain. By the hand of my friend, good lady, said Kai, thy praise of Owain is not greater than mine. With that Arthur awoke, and asked if he had not been sleeping a little. Yes, lord, answered Owain, thou hast slept a while. Is it time for us to go to meat? It is, lord, said Owain. Then the horn for washing was sounded, and the king and all his household sat down to eat. And when the meal was ended, Owain withdrew to his lodging, and made ready his horse and his arms. On the morrow, with the dawn of day, he put on his armour, and mounted his charger, and travelled through distant lands and over desert mountains. And at length he arrived at the valley which Kynon had described to him, and he was certain that it was the same that he sought. and journeying along the valley by the side of the river, he followed its course till he came to the plain and within sight of the castle. When he approached the castle, he saw the youths shooting their daggers in the place where Cynon had seen them, and the yellow man, to whom the castle belonged, standing hard by. And no sooner had Owain saluted the yellow man than he was saluted by him in return. And he went forward towards the castle, and there he saw the chamber. And when he had entered the chamber, he beheld the maidens working at satin embroidery in chairs of gold, and their beauty and their comeliness seemed to Owain far greater than Cynon had represented to him. And they rose to wait upon Owain, as they had done to Cynon, and the meal which they set before him gave more satisfaction to Owain than it had done to Cynon. About the middle of the repast, the yellow man asked Owain the object of his journey, and Owain made it known to him, and said, "I am in quest of the knight who guards the fountain." Upon this, the yellow man smiled, and said that he was as loth to point out that adventure to Owain as he had been to Cynon. However, he described the whole to Owain, and they retired to rest. The next morning, Owain found his horse made ready for him by the damsels, and he set forward and came to the glade where the black man was. And the stature of the black man seemed more wonderful to Owain than it had done to Cynon. And Owain asked of him his road, and he showed it to him. And Owain followed the road, as Cynon had done, till he came to the green tree, and he beheld the fountain, and the slab beside the fountain, with the bowl upon it. And Owain took the bowl, and threw a bowlful of water upon the slab. And lo, the thunder was heard, and after the thunder came the shower, much more violent than Cynon had described. And after the shower, the sky became bright. And when Owain looked at the tree, there was not one leaf upon it. And immediately the birds came, and settled upon the tree, and sang. And when their song was most pleasing to Owain, he beheld a knight coming towards him through the valley, and he prepared to receive him, and encountered him violently. Having broken both their lances, they drew their swords, and fought blade to blade. Then Owain struck the knight a blow through his helmet, headpiece and visor, and through the skin, and the flesh, and the bone, until it wounded the very brain. Then the Black Knight felt that he had received a mortal wound, upon which he turned his horse's head, and fled. And Owain pursued him, and followed close upon him, although he was not near enough to strike him with his sword. Thereupon Owain descried a vast and resplendent castle, and they came to the castle gate, and the Black Knight was allowed to enter, and the portcullis was let fall upon Owain, and it struck his horse behind the saddle, and cut him in two, and carried away the rules of the spurs that were upon Owain's heels. And the portcullis descended to the floor, and the rowels of the spurs and part of the horse were without, and Owain, with the other part of the horse, remained between the two gates, and the inner gate was closed, so that Owain could not go thence. And Owain was in a perplexing situation. And while he was in this state, he could see through an aperture in the gate a street facing him, with a row of houses on each side. And he beheld a maiden, with yellow curling hair, and a frontlet of gold upon her head, and she was clad in a dress of yellow satin, and on her feet were shoes of variegated leather. And she approached the gate, and desired that it should be opened. "Heaven knows, lady," said Owain, "it is no more possible for me to open to thee from hence than it is for thee to set me free." "Truly," said the damsel, "it is very sad that thou canst not be released, and every woman ought to succour thee, for I never saw one more faithful in the service of ladies than thou. As a friend thou art the most sincere, and as a lover the most devoted. Therefore," quoth she, Whatever is in my power to do for thy release, I will do it. Take this ring and put it on thy finger, with the stone inside thy hand, and close thy hand upon the stone, and as long as thou concealest it, it will conceal thee. When they have consulted together, they will come forth to fetch thee, in order to put thee to death, and they will be much grieved that they cannot find thee. And I will await thee on the horse block yonder, and thou wilt be able to see me, though I cannot see thee. Therefore come and place thy hand upon my shoulder, that I may know that thou art near me, and by the way that I go hence, do thou accompany me. Then she went away from Oain, and he did all that the maiden had told him. And the people of the castle came to seek Oain, to put him to death, and when they found nothing but the half of his horse, they were sorely grieved. And Oain vanished from among them, and went to the maiden, and placed his hand upon her shoulder. Whereupon she set off, and Oain followed her, until they came to the door of a large and beautiful chamber. And the maiden opened it, and they went in, and closed the door. And Owain looked around the chamber, and behold, there was not even a single nail in it that was not painted with gorgeous colours, and there was not a single panel that had not sundry images in gold portrayed upon it. The maiden kindled a fire, and took water in a silver bowl, and put a towel of white linen on her shoulder, and gave Owain water to wash. Then she placed before him a silver table, inlaid with gold, upon which was a cloth of yellow linen, and she brought him food. And of a truth, Owain had never seen any kind of meat that was not there in abundance, but it was better cooked there than he had ever found it in any other place. Nor did he ever see so excellent a display of meat and drink as there. And there was not one vessel from which he was served that was not of gold or of silver. And Owain ate and drank until late in the afternoon, when lo, they heard a mighty clamour in the castle. And Owain asked the maiden what that outcry was. "They are administering extreme unction," said she, "to the nobleman who owns the castle." And Owain went to sleep. The couch which the maiden had prepared for him was meet for Arthur himself. It was of scarlet and fur and satin and sendal and fine linen. In the middle of the night they heard a woeful outcry. "What outcry again is this?" said Owain. "The nobleman who owned the castle is now dead," said the maiden. And a little after daybreak they heard an exceeding loud clamour and wailing. And Owain asked the maiden what was the cause of it. "They are bearing to the church the body of the nobleman who owned the castle." And Owain rose up and clothed himself, and opened a window of the chamber, and looked towards the castle. And he could see neither the bounds nor the extent of the host that filled the streets. And they were fully armed, and a vast number of women were with them, both on horseback and on foot, and all the ecclesiastics in the city singing. And it seemed to Owain that the sky resounded with the vehemence of their cries, and with the noise of the trumpets, and with the singing of the ecclesiastics. In the midst of the throng he beheld the bier, over which was a veil of white linen, and wax tapers were burning beside and around it, and none that supported the bier was lower in rank than a powerful baron. Never did Owain see an assemblage so gorgeous with satin and silk and sendal. And following the train, he beheld a lady with yellow hair falling over her shoulders and stained with blood, and about her a dress of yellow satin, which was torn. Upon her feet were shoes of variegated leather, and it was a marvel that the ends of her fingers were not bruised from the violence with which she smote her hands together. Truly, she would have been the fairest lady Owain ever saw, had she been in her usual guise, and her cry was louder than the shout of the men, or the clamour of the trumpets. No sooner had he beheld the lady, then he became inflamed with her love, so that it took entire possession of him. Then he inquired of the maiden who the lady was. "Heaven knows," replied the maiden. "She may be said to be the fairest and the most chaste and the most liberal and the wisest and the most noble of women. And she is my mistress, and she is called the Countess of the Fountain, the wife of him whom thou didst slay yesterday." "Verily," said Oain, "she is the woman that I love best." "Verily," said the maiden, "she shall also love thee not a little." And with that the maid arose and kindled a fire and filled a pot with water and placed it to warm. And she brought a towel of white linen and placed it around Owain's neck. And she took a goblet of ivory and a silver basin and filled them with warm water, wherewith she washed Owain's head. Then she opened a wooden casket and drew forth a razor, whose haft was of ivory, and upon which were 2 rivets of gold. And she shaved his beard, and she dried his head and his throat with the towel. Then she rose up from before Owain and brought him to eat. And truly Owain had never so good a meal, nor was he ever so well served. When he had finished his repast, the maiden arranged his couch. "Come here," said she, "and sleep, and I will go and woo for thee." And Owain went to sleep, and the maiden shut the door of the chamber after her and went towards the castle. When she came there, she found nothing but mourning and sorrow, and the Countess in her chamber could not bear the sight of anyone through grief. Lund came and saluted her, but the Countess answered her not. And the maiden bent down towards her and said, "What aileth thee, that thou answerest no one today?" "Lund," said the Countess, "what change hath befallen thee, that thou hast not come to visit me in my grief? It was wrong in thee, and I having made thee rich, it was wrong in thee that thou didst not come to see me in my distress. That was wrong in thee." "Truly," said Lund, "I thought thy good sense was greater than I find it to be. Is it well for thee to mourn after that good man, or for anything else that thou canst not have?" "I declare to heaven," said the Countess, "that in the whole world there is not a man equal to him." "Not so," said Lund, "for an ugly man would be as good as or better than he." "I declare to heaven," said the Countess, "that were it not repugnant to me to cause to be put to death one whom I have brought up, I would have thee executed for making such a comparison to me. As it is, I will banish thee." "I am glad," said Lund, "that thou hast no other cause to do so, than that I would have been of service to thee, where thou didst not know what was to thine advantage. And henceforth evil betide whichever of us shall make the first advance towards reconciliation to the other, whether I should seek an invitation from thee, or thou of thine own accord should send to invite me." With that Lund went forth, and the Countess arose and followed her to the door of the chamber, and began coughing loudly. And when Lund looked back, the Countess beckoned to her, and she returned to the Countess. "In truth," said the Countess, "evil is thy disposition, but if thou knowest what is to my advantage, declare it to me." "I will do so," quoth she. "Thou knowest that except by warfare and arms, it is impossible for thee to preserve thy possessions. Delay not, therefore, to seek someone who can defend them." "And how can I do that?" said the Countess. "I will tell thee," said Lund. "Unless thou canst defend the fountain, thou canst not maintain thy dominions, and no one can defend the fountain, except it be a knight of Arthur's household. And I will go to Arthur's court, and ill betide me, if I return thence without a warrior who can guard the fountain as well as, or even better than, he who defended it formerly." "That will be hard to perform," said the Countess. "Go, however, and make proof of that which thou hast promised." Lune set out, under the pretense of going to Arthur's court, but she went back to the chamber where she had left Oain, and she tarried there with him as long as it might have taken her to have travelled to the court of King Arthur. And at the end of that time, she apparelled herself and went to visit the Countess. And the Countess was much rejoiced when she saw her, and inquired what news she brought from the court. "I bring thee the best of news," said Lund, "for I have compassed the object of my mission. When wilt thou that I should present to thee the chieftain who has come with me hither?" "Bring him here to visit me tomorrow at midday," said the Countess, "and I will cause the town to be assembled by that time." And Lund returned home, and the next day at noon Owain arrayed himself in a coat and a surcoat and a mantle of yellow satin, upon which was a broad band of gold lace, and on his feet were high shoes of variegated leather, which were fastened by golden clasps in the form of lions. And they proceeded to the chamber of the Countess. Right glad was the Countess of their coming, and she gazed steadfastly upon Owain, and said, "Lund, this knight has not the look of a traveller." "What harm is there in that, lady?" said Lund. "I am certain," said the Countess, "that no other man than this chased the soul from the body of my lord." "So much the better for thee, lady," said Lund, "for had he not been stronger than thy lord, he could not have deprived him of life. There is no remedy for that which is past, be it as it may." "Go back to thine abode," said the Countess, "and I will take counsel." The next day the Countess caused all her subjects to assemble, and showed them that her earldom was left defenceless, and that it could not be protected but with horse and arms, and military skill. "Therefore," said she, "this is what I offer for your choice. Either let one of you take me, or give your consent for me to take a husband from elsewhere to defend my dominions." So they came to the determination that it was better that she should have permission to marry someone from elsewhere. And thereupon she sent for the bishops and archbishops to celebrate her nuptials with Owain. And the men of the earldom did Owain homage. And Owain defended the fountain with lance and sword. And this is the manner in which he defended it. Whensoever a knight came there, he overthrew him, and sold him for his full worth. And what he thus gained, he divided among his barons and his knights. And no man in the whole world could be more beloved than he was by his subjects. And it was thus for the space of 3 years. It befell that as Gwalchmai went forth one day with King Arthur, he perceived him to be very sad and sorrowful. And Gwalchmai was much grieved to see Arthur in this state, and he questioned him, saying, "O my lord, what has befallen thee?" "In sooth, Gwalchmai," said Arthur, "I am grieved concerning Owain, whom I have lost these 3 years, and I shall certainly die if the 4th year passes without my seeing him. Now I am sure that it is through the tale which Kynon, the son of Clydno, related, that I have lost Owain." "There is no need for thee," said Gwalchmai, "to summon to arms thy whole dominions on this account, for thou thyself and the men of thy household will be able to avenge Owain if he be slain, or to set him free if he be in prison, and if alive, to bring him back with thee." And it was settled according to what Gwalchmai had said. Then Arthur and the men of his household prepared to go and seek Owain, and their number was 3,000, besides their attendants. And Kynon, the son of Clydno, acted as their guide. And Arthur came to the castle where Kynon had been before. And when he came there, the youths were shooting in the same place, and the yellow man was standing hard by. When the yellow man saw Arthur, he greeted him and invited him to the castle. And Arthur accepted his invitation, and they entered the castle together. And great as was the number of his retinue, their presence was scarcely observed in the castle, so vast was its extent, and the maidens rose up to wait on them. And the service of the maidens appeared to them all to excel any attendants they had ever met with. And even the pages who had charge of the horses were no worse served that night than Arthur himself would have been in his own palace. The next morning, Arthur set out thence, with Kynon for his guide, and came to the place where the black man was. And the stature of the black man was more surprising to Arthur than it had been represented to him. And they came to the top of the wooded steep, and traversed the valley till they reached the green tree, where they saw the fountain, and the bowl, and the slab. And upon that, Kai came to Arthur and spoke to him. "My lord," said he, "I know the meaning of all this, and my request is that thou wilt permit me to throw the water on the slab, and to receive the first adventure that may befall." And Arthur gave him leave. Then Kai threw a bowlful of water upon the slab, and immediately there came the thunder, and after the thunder the shower. And such a thunderstorm they had never known before, and many of the attendants who were in Arthur's train were killed by the shower. After the shower had ceased, the sky became clear, and on looking at the tree they beheld it completely leafless. Then the birds descended upon the tree, and the song of the birds was far sweeter than any strain they had ever heard before. Then they beheld a knight on a coal-black horse, clothed in black satin, coming rapidly towards them. And Kai met him and encountered him, and it was not long before Kai was overthrown. And the knight withdrew, and Arthur and his host encamped for the night. And when they arose in the morning, they perceived the signal of combat upon the lance of the knight. And Kai came to Arthur and spoke to him. "My lord," said he, "though I was overthrown yesterday, if it seem good to thee, I would gladly meet the knight again today." "Thou mayst do so," said Arthur. And Kai went towards the knight, and on the spot he overthrew Kai, and struck him with the head of his lance in the forehead, so that it broke his helmet and the headpiece, and pierced the skin and the flesh, the breadth of the spearhead, even to the bone. And Kai returned to his companions. After this, all the household of Arthur went forth, one after the other, to combat the knight, until there was not one that was not overthrown by him, except Arthur and Gwalchmai. And Arthur armed himself to encounter the knight. "O my lord," said Gwalchmai, "permit me to fight with him first." And Arthur permitted him, and he went forth to meet the knight, having over himself and his horse a satin robe of honour, which had been sent him by the daughter of the Earl of Rangiu. And in this dress he was not known by any of the host. And they charged each other, and fought all that day until the evening, and neither of them was able to unhorse the other. The next day they fought with strong lances, and neither of them could obtain the mastery. And the third day they fought with exceeding strong lances, and they were incensed with rage, and fought furiously, even until noon. And they gave each other such a shock that the girths of their horses were broken, so that they fell over their horses' cruppers to the ground. And they rose up speedily, and drew their swords, and resumed the combat. And the multitude that witnessed their encounter felt assured that they had never before seen two men so valiant or so powerful. And had it been midnight, it would have been light from the fire that flashed from their weapons. And the knight gave Gwalchmai a blow that turned his helmet from off his face, so that the knight knew that it was Gwalchmai. Then Oain said, "My lord Gwalchmai, I did not know thee for my cousin, owing to the robe of honour that enveloped thee. Take my sword and my arms." Said Gwalchmai, "Thou, Oain, art the victor. Take thou my sword." And with that, Arthur saw that they were conversing, and advanced towards them. "My lord Arthur," said Gwalchmai, "here is Oain, who has vanquished me, and will not take my arms." "My lord," said Oain, "it is he that has vanquished me, and he will not take my sword." "Give me your swords," said Arthur, "and then neither of you has vanquished the other." Then Owain put his arms around Arthur's neck, and they embraced, and all the host hurried forward to see Owain and to embrace him, and there was nigh being a loss of life, so great was the press. And they retired that night, and the next day Arthur prepared to depart. "My lord," said Owain, "this is not well of thee, for I have been absent from thee these 3 years, and during all that time, up to this very day, I have been preparing a banquet for thee, knowing that thou wouldst come to seek me. Tarry with me, therefore, until thou and thy attendants have recovered the fatigues of the journey and have been anointed." And they all proceeded to the castle of the Countess of the Fountain, and the banquet, which had been 3 years preparing, was consumed in 3 months. Never had they a more delicious or agreeable banquet. And Arthur prepared to depart. Then he sent an embassy to the Countess to beseech her to permit Owain to go with him for the space of 3 months, that he might show him to the nobles and the fair dames of the island of Britain. And the Countess gave her consent, although it was very painful to her. So Owain came with Arthur to the island of Britain, and when he was once more amongst his kindred and friends, he remained 3 years, instead of 3 months, with them. And as Owain one day sat at meat in the city of Caerleon upon Usk, behold, a damsel entered upon a bay horse, with a curling mane and covered with foam, and the bridle, and so much as was seen of the saddle, were of gold. And the damsel was arrayed in a dress of yellow satin. And she came up to Owain, and took the ring from off his hand. "Thus," said she, "shall be treated the deceiver, the traitor, the faithless, the disgraced, and the beardless." And she turned her horse's head and departed. Then his adventure came to Owain's remembrance, and he was sorrowful. And having finished eating, he went to his own abode, and made preparations that night. And the next day he arose, but did not go to the court, but wandered to the distant parts of the earth and to uncultivated mountains. And he remained there until all his apparel was worn out, and his body was wasted away, and his hair was grown long. And he went about with the wild beasts and fed with them, until they became familiar with him. But at length he grew so weak that he could no longer bear them company. Then he descended from the mountains to the valley, and came to a park that was the fairest in the world, and belonged to a widowed countess. One day the countess and her maidens went forth to walk by a lake that was in the middle of the park, and they saw the form of a man, and they were terrified. Nevertheless they went near him, and touched him, and looked at him, and they saw that there was life in him, though he was exhausted by the heat of the sun. And the countess returned to the castle, and took a flask full of precious ointment, and gave it to one of her maidens. "Go with this," said she, "and take with thee yonder horse and clothing, and place them near the man we saw just now, and anoint him with this balsam near his heart, and if there is life in him, he will arise through the efficacy of this balsam. Then watch what he will do." And the maiden departed from her, and poured the whole of the balsam upon Owain, and left the horse and the garments hard by, and went a little way off, and hid herself to watch him. In a short time she saw him begin to move his arms, and he rose up and looked at his person, and became ashamed of the unseemliness of his appearance. Then he perceived the horse and the garments that were near him, and he crept forward till he was able to draw the garments to him from off the saddle. And he clothed himself, and with difficulty mounted the horse. Then the damsel discovered herself to him, and saluted him. And he was rejoiced when he saw her, and inquired of her what land and what territory that was. Truly, said the maiden. "A widowed countess owns yonder castle. At the death of her husband, he left her 2 earldoms, but at this day she has but this one dwelling that has not been wrested from her by a young earl, who is her neighbour, because she refused to become his wife." "That is pity," said Oain. And he and the maiden proceeded to the castle, and he alighted there, and the maiden conducted him to a pleasant chamber, and kindled a fire, and left him. And the maiden came to the Countess, and gave the flask into her hand. "Ha, maiden," said the Countess, "where is all the balsam?" "Have I not used it all?" said she. "O maiden," said the Countess, "I cannot easily forgive thee this. It is sad for me to have wasted 70 pounds worth of precious ointment upon a stranger whom I know not. However, maiden, wait thou upon him until he is quite recovered." And the maiden did so, and furnished him with meat and drink and fire and lodging and medicaments until he was well again. And in 3 months he was restored to his former guise, and became even more comely than he had ever been before. One day Owain heard a great tumult, and a sound of arms in the castle, and he inquired of the maiden the cause thereof. "The earl," said she, "whom I mentioned to thee, has come before the castle with a numerous army to subdue the Countess." And Owain inquired of her whether the Countess had a horse and arms in her possession. "She has the best in the world," said the maiden. "Wilt thou go and request the loan of a horse and arms for me," said Owain, "that I may go and look at this army?" "I will," said the maiden. And she came to the Countess, and told her what Owain had said. And the Countess laughed. "Truly," said she, "I will even give him a horse and arms forever. Such a horse and such arms had he never yet, and I am glad that they should be taken by him today, lest my enemies should have them against my will tomorrow. Yet I know not what he would do with them." The Countess bade them bring out a beautiful black steed, upon which was a beechen saddle and a suit of armour for man and horse. And Owain armed himself and mounted the horse, and went forth, attended by 2 pages completely equipped with horses and arms. And when they came near to the earl's army, they could see neither its extent nor its extremity. And Owain asked the pages in which troop the earl was. "In yonder troop," said they, "in which are 4 yellow standards. 2 of them are before and 2 behind him." "Now," said Owain, "do you return and await me near the portal of the castle." So they returned, and Owain pressed forward until he met the earl. And Owain drew him completely out of his saddle, and turned his horse's head towards the castle, and though it was with difficulty, he brought the earl to the portal, where the pages awaited him. And in they came. And Owain presented the earl as a gift to the Countess, and said to her, "Behold a requital to thee for thy blessed balsam." The army encamped around the castle, and the earl restored to the Countess the 2 earldoms he had taken from her as a ransom for his life, and for his freedom he gave her the half of his own dominions, and all his gold, and his silver, and his jewels, besides hostages. And Owain took his departure, and the Countess and all her subjects besought him to remain. But Owain chose rather to wander through distant lands and deserts. And as he journeyed, he heard a loud yelling in a wood, and it was repeated a second and a third time. And Owain went towards the spot, and beheld a huge craggy mound in the middle of the wood, on the side of which was a grey rock. And there was a cleft in the rock, and a serpent was within the cleft. And near the rock stood a black lion, and every time the lion sought to go thence, the serpent darted towards him to attack him. And Owain unsheathed his sword, and drew near to the rock, and as the serpent sprang out, he struck him with his sword, and cut him in 2. And he dried his sword, and went on his way as before. But behold, the lion followed him and played about him, as though it had been a greyhound that he had reared. They proceeded thus throughout the day until the evening, and when it was time for Oain to take his rest, he dismounted and turned his horse loose in a flat and wooded meadow. And he struck fire, and when the fire was kindled, the lion brought him fuel enough to last for 3 nights, and the lion disappeared. And presently the lion returned, bearing a fine large roebuck, and he threw it down before Oain, who went towards the fire with it. And Oain took the roebuck and skinned it, and placed collops of its flesh upon skewers around the fire. The rest of the buck he gave to the lion to devour. While he was doing this, he heard a deep sigh near him, and a second, and a third. And Oain called out to know whether the sigh he heard proceeded from a mortal, and he received answer that it did. "Who art thou?" said Oain. "Truly," said the voice, "I am Lund, the handmaiden of the Countess of the Fountain." "And what dost thou here?" said Oain. "I am imprisoned," said she, "on account of the knight who came from Arthur's court and married the Countess. And he stayed a short time with her, but he afterwards departed for the court of Arthur, and has not returned since. And he was the friend I loved best in the world. And 2 of the pages in the Countess's chamber traduced him, and called him a deceiver. And I told them that they too were not a match for him alone. So they imprisoned me in the stone vault, and said that I should be put to death, unless he came himself to deliver me by a certain day, and that is no further off than the day after tomorrow. And I have no one to send to seek him for me, and his name is Oain, the son of Urien. And art thou certain that if that knight knew all this, he would come to thy rescue?" "I am most certain of it," said she. When the collops were cooked, Owain divided them into 2 parts, between himself and the maiden. And after they had eaten, they talked together until the day dawned. And the next morning, Owain inquired of the damsel if there was any place where he could get food and entertainment for that night. "There is, lord," said she. "Cross over yonder and go along the side of the river, and in a short time thou wilt see a great castle, in which are many towers, and the earl who owns that castle is the most hospitable man in the world. There thou mayest spend the night." Never did sentinel keep stricter watch over his lord than the lion that night over Owain. And Owain accoutred his horse, and passed across by the ford, and came in sight of the castle. And he entered it, and was honourably received, and his horse was well cared for, and plenty of fodder was placed before him. Then the lion went and lay down in the horse's manger, so that none of the people of the castle dared to approach him. The treatment which Owain met with there was such as he had never known elsewhere, for everyone was as sorrowful as though death had been upon him. And they went to meat, and the earl sat upon one side of Owain, and on the other side his only daughter, and Owain had never seen any more lovely than she. Then the lion came and placed himself between Owain's feet, and he fed him with every kind of food that he took himself, and he never saw anything equal to the sadness of the people. In the middle of the repast, the earl began to bid Owain welcome. "Then," said Owain, "behold, it is time for thee to be cheerful." "Heaven knows," said the earl, "that it is not thy coming that makes us sorrowful, but we have cause enough for sadness and care." "What is that?" said Owain. "I have 2 sons," replied the earl, "and yesterday they went to the mountains to hunt. Now there is on the mountain a monster who kills men and devours them, and he seized my sons. And tomorrow is the time he has fixed to be here, and he threatens that he will then slay my sons before my eyes. unless I will deliver into his hands this my daughter. He has the form of a man, but in stature he is no less than a giant." "Truly," said Owain, "that is lamentable. And which wilt thou do?" "Heaven knows," said the Earl. "It will be better that my sons should be slain against my will, than that I should voluntarily give up my daughter to him to ill-treat and destroy." Then they talked about other things, and Owain stayed there that night. The next morning they heard an exceeding great clamour, which was caused by the coming of the giant with the two youths. And the Earl was anxious both to protect his castle and to release his two sons. Then Owain put on his armour and went forth to encounter the giant, and the lion followed him. And when the giant saw that Owain was armed, he rushed towards him and attacked him. And the lion fought with the giant much more fiercely than Owain did. "Truly," said the giant, "I should find no difficulty in fighting with thee, were it not for the animal that is with thee." Upon that, Owain took the lion back to the castle and shut the gate upon him, and then he returned to fight the giant as before. And the lion roared very loud, for he heard that it went hard with Owain. And he climbed up till he reached the top of the Earl's hall, and thence he got to the top of the castle, and he sprang down from the walls and went and joined Owain. And the lion gave the giant a stroke with his paw, which tore him from his shoulder to his hip, and his heart was laid bare, and the giant fell down dead. Then Owain restored the two youths to their father. The Earl besought Owain to remain with him, and he would not, but set forward towards the meadow where Lund was. And when he came there, he saw a great fire kindled, and two youths, with beautiful curling auburn hair, were leading the maiden to cast her into the fire. And Owain asked them what charge they had against her, and they told him of the compact that was between them, as the maiden had done the night before. "And," said they, "Owain has failed her. Therefore we are taking her to be burned." "Truly," said Owain, "he is a good knight, and if he knew that the maiden was in such peril, I marvel that he came not to her rescue. But if you will accept me in his stead, I will do battle with you." "We will," said the youths, "by him who made us." And they attacked Owain, and he was hard beset by them. And with that the lion came to Owain's assistance, and they too got the better of the young men. And they said to him, "Chieftain, it was not agreed that we should fight save with thyself alone, and it is harder for us to contend with yonder animal than with thee." And Owain put the lion in the place where the maiden had been imprisoned, and blocked up the door with stones, and he went to fight with the young men as before. But Owain had not his usual strength, and the two youths pressed hard upon him. And the lion roared incessantly at seeing Owain in trouble, and he burst through the wall until he found a way out, and rushed upon the young men, and instantly slew them. So Lund was saved from being burned. Then Owain returned with Lund to the dominions of the Countess of the Fountain. And when he went thence, he took the Countess with him to Arthur's court, and she was his wife as long as she lived. And then he took the road that led to the court of the savage black man, and Owain fought with him, and the lion did not quit Owain until he had vanquished him. And when he reached the court of the savage black man, he entered the hall, and beheld 24 ladies, the fairest that could be seen. And the garments which they had on were not worth 24 pence, and they were as sorrowful as death. And Owain asked them the cause of their sadness, and they said, "We are the daughters of earls, and we all came here with our husbands, whom we dearly loved, and we were received with honour and rejoicing, and we were thrown into a state of stupor. And while we were thus, the demon who owns this castle slew all our husbands, and took from us our horses, and our raiment, and our gold, and our silver, and the corpses of our husbands are still in this house, and many others with them. And this, chieftain, is the cause of our grief, and we are sorry that thou art come hither, lest harm should befall thee. And Oain was grieved when he heard this, and he went forth from the castle, and he beheld a knight approaching him, who saluted him in a friendly and cheerful manner, as if he had been a brother. And this was the savage black man. In very sooth, said Oain, it is not to seek thy friendship that I am here. In sooth, said he, thou shalt not find it then. And with that they charged each other and fought furiously. And Oain overcame him and bound his hands behind his back. Then the black savage besought Oain to spare his life and spoke thus. My lord Oain, said he, it was foretold that thou shouldst come hither and vanquish me, and thou hast done so. I was a robber here, and my house was a house of spoil. But grant me my life, and I will become the keeper of an hospice, and I will maintain this house as an hospice for weak and for strong, as long as I live, for the good of thy soul. And Owain accepted this proposal of him, and remained there that night. And the next day he took the 24 ladies, and their horses, and their raiment, and what they possessed of goods and jewels, and proceeded with them to Arthur's court. And if Arthur was rejoiced when he saw him, after he had lost him the first time, his joy was now much greater. And of those ladies, such as wished to remain in Arthur's court remained there, and such as wished to depart departed. And thenceforward Owain dwelt at Arthur's court greatly beloved, as the head of his household, until he went away with his followers. And those were the army of 300 ravens, which Kenverchin had left him. And wherever Owain went with these, he was victorious. And this is the tale of the Lady of the Fountain. Peredur the son of Evrog. Earl Evrog owned the earldom of the north, and he had 7 sons. And Evrog maintained himself not so much by his own possessions as by attending tournaments and wars and combats. And, as it often befalls those who join in encounters and wars, he was slain, and 6 of his sons likewise. Now the name of his 7th son was Peredur, and he was the youngest of them, and he was not of an age to go to wars and encounters. Otherwise he might have been slain as well as his father and brothers. His mother was a scheming and thoughtful woman, and she was very solicitous concerning this her only son and his possessions. So she took counsel with herself to leave the inhabited country, and to flee to the deserts and unfrequented wildernesses. And she permitted none to bear her company thither but women and boys and spiritless men, who were both unaccustomed and unequal to war and fighting. And none dared to bring either horses or arms where her son was, lest he should set his mind upon them. And the youth went daily to divert himself in the forest, by flinging sticks and staves. And one day he saw his mother's flock of goats, and near the goats 2 hinds were standing. And he marveled greatly that these 2 should be without horns, while the others had them. And he thought they had long run wild, and on that account they had lost their horns. And by activity and swiftness of foot, he drove the hinds and the goats together into the house, which there was for the goats at the extremity of the forest. Then Peredur returned to his mother. Ah, mother, said he, a marvellous thing have I seen in the wood. 2 of thy goats have run wild and lost their horns through their having been so long missing in the wood, and no man had ever more trouble than I had to drive them in. Then they all arose and went to see, and when they beheld the hinds, they were greatly astonished. And one day they saw 3 knights coming along the horse road on the borders of the forest. And the 3 knights were Gwalchmai, the son of Gwer, and Genergwistil, and Owain, the son of Urien. And Owain kept on the track of the knight who had divided the apples in Arthur's court, whom they were in pursuit of. "Mother," said Peredur, "what are those yonder?" "They are angels, my son," said she. "By my faith," said Peredur, "I will go and become an angel with them." And Peredur went to the road and met them. "Tell me, good soul," said Oain, "sawest thou a knight pass this way, either today or yesterday?" "I know not," answered he, "what a knight is." "Such an one as I am," said Oain. "If thou wilt tell me what I ask thee, I will tell thee that which thou askest me." "Gladly will I do so," replied Oain. "What is this?" demanded Peredur concerning the saddle. "It is a saddle," said Oain. Then he asked about all the accoutrements which he saw upon the men, and the horses, and the arms, and what they were for, and how they were used. And Owain showed him all these things fully, and told him what use was made of them. "Go forward," said Peredur, "for I saw such an one as thou inquirest for, and I will follow thee." Then Peredur returned to his mother and her company, and he said to her, "Mother, those were not angels, but honourable knights." Then his mother swooned away, and Peredur went to the place where they kept the horses that carried firewood, and that brought meat and drink from the inhabited country to the desert. And he took a bony piebald horse, which seemed to him the strongest of them, and he pressed a pack into the form of a saddle, and with twisted twigs he imitated the trappings which he had seen upon the horses. And when Peredur came again to his mother, the Countess had recovered from her swoon. "My son," said she, "desirest thou to ride forth?" "Yes, with thy leave," said he. "Wait then, that I may counsel thee before thou goest." "Willingly," he answered. "Speak quickly." "Go forward then," she said, "to the court of Arthur, where there are the best and the boldest and the most bountiful of men. And wherever thou seest a church, repeat there thy paternoster unto it. And if thou see meat and drink, and have need of them, and none have the kindness or the courtesy to give them to thee, take them thyself. If thou hear an outcry, proceed towards it, especially if it be the outcry of a woman. If thou see a fair jewel, possess thyself of it, and give it to another, for thus thou shalt obtain praise. If thou see a fair woman, pay thy court to her, whether she will or no, for thus thou wilt render thyself a better and more esteemed man than thou wast before." After this discourse, Peredur mounted the horse, and taking a handful of sharp-pointed forks in his hand, he rode forth. And he journeyed 2 days and 2 nights in the woody wildernesses, and in desert places, without food and without drink. And then he came to a vast wild wood, and far within the wood he saw a fair even glade, and in the glade he saw a tent, and the tent seeming to him to be a church, he repeated his paternoster to it. And he went towards it, and the door of the tent was open, and a golden chair was near the door, and on the chair sat a lovely auburn-haired maiden, with a golden frontlet on her forehead, and sparkling stones in the frontlet, and with a large gold ring on her hand. And Peredur dismounted, and entered the tent, and the maiden was glad at his coming, and bade him welcome. At the entrance of the tent he saw food, and 2 flasks full of wine, and 2 loaves of fine wheaten flour, and collops of the flesh of the wild boar. "My mother told me," said Peredur, "wheresoever I saw meat and drink, to take it." "Take the meat and welcome, chieftain," said she. So Peredur took half of the meat and of the liquor himself, and left the rest to the maiden. And when Peredur had finished eating, he bent upon his knee before the maiden. "My mother," said he, "told me, wheresoever I saw a fair jewel, to take it." "Do so, my soul," said she. So Peredur took the ring, and he mounted his horse, and proceeded on his journey. After this, behold, the knight came to whom the tent belonged, and he was the lord of the glade. And he saw the track of the horse, and he said to the maiden, "Tell me who has been here since I departed." "A man," said she, "of wonderful demeanour." And she described to him what Peredur's appearance and conduct had been. "Tell me," said he, "did he offer thee any wrong?" "No," answered the maiden. "By my faith, he harmed me not." "By my faith, I do not believe thee, and until I can meet with him and revenge the insult he has done me, and wreak my vengeance upon him, thou shalt not remain 2 nights in the same house." And the knight arose and set forth to seek Peredur. Meanwhile, Peredur journeyed on towards Arthur's court, and before he reached it, another knight had been there, who gave a ring of thick gold at the door of the gate for holding his horse, and went into the hall where Arthur and his household and Gwenwyver and her maidens were assembled. And the page of the chamber was serving Gwenwyver with a golden goblet. Then the knight dashed the liquor that was therein upon her face and upon her stomacher, and gave her a violent blow on the face, and said, "If any have the boldness to dispute this goblet with me, and to revenge the insult to Gwenwyver, let him follow me to the meadow, and there I will await him." So the knight took his horse and rode to the meadow, and all the household hung down their heads, lest any of them should be requested to go and avenge the insult to Gwenwyver. For it seemed to them that no one would have ventured on so daring an outrage unless he possessed such powers through magic or charms that none could be able to take vengeance upon him. Then, behold, Peredur entered the hall, upon the bony piebald horse with the uncouth trappings upon it, and in this way he traversed the whole length of the hall. In the centre of the hall stood Kai. "Tell me, tall man," said Peredur, "is that Arthur yonder?" "What wouldest thou with Arthur?" asked Kai. "My mother told me to go to Arthur and receive the honour of knighthood." "By my faith," said he, "thou art all too meanly equipped with horse and with arms." Thereupon he was perceived by all the household, and they threw sticks at him. Then, behold, a dwarf came forward. He had already been a year at Arthur's court, both he and a female dwarf. They had craved harbourage of Arthur and had obtained it, and during the whole year neither of them had spoken a single word to anyone. When the dwarf beheld Peredur, "Ha ha ha," said he, "the welcome of heaven be unto thee, goodly Peredur, son of Evrog, the chief of warriors and flower of knighthood." "Truly," said Kai, "thou art ill taught to remain a year mute at Arthur's court, with choice of society, and now, before the face of Arthur and all his household, to call out and declare such a man as this the chief of warriors and the flower of knighthood." And he gave him such a box on the ear that he fell senseless to the ground. Then exclaimed the female dwarf, "Ha ha ha, goodly Peredur, son of Evrog, the welcome of heaven be unto thee, flower of knights and light of chivalry." "Of a truth, maiden," said Kai, "thou art ill-bred to remain mute for a year at the court of Arthur, and then to speak as thou dost of such a man as this." And Kai kicked her with his foot, so that she fell to the ground senseless. "Tall man," said Peredur, "show me which is Arthur." "Hold thy peace," said Kai, "and go after the knight who went hence to the meadow, and take from him the goblet, and overthrow him, and possess thyself of his horse and arms, and then thou shalt receive the order of knighthood." "I will do so, tall man," said Peredur. So he turned his horse's head towards the meadow, and when he came there, the knight was riding up and down, proud of his strength and valour and noble mien. "Tell me," said the knight, "didst thou see anyone coming after me from the court?" "The tall man that was there," said he. desired me to come and overthrow thee, and to take from thee the goblet, and thy horse and thy armour for myself. Silence, said the knight. Go back to the court, and tell Arthur from me, either to come himself, or to send some other to fight with me, and unless he do so quickly, I will not wait for him. By my faith, said Peredur, choose thou whether it shall be willingly or unwillingly, but I will have the horse and the arms and the goblet. And upon this the knight ran at him furiously, and struck him a violent blow with the shaft of his spear between the neck and the shoulder. Ha ha ha, lad, said Peredur, my mother's servants were not used to play with me in this wise, therefore thus will I play with thee. And thereupon he struck him with a sharp-pointed fork, and it hit him in the eye, and came out at the back of his neck, so that he instantly fell down lifeless. Verily, said Oain the son of Gereint and Enid, thou wert ill-advised when thou didst send that madman after the knight. For one of two things must befall him. He must either be overthrown or slain. If he is overthrown by the knight, he will be counted by him to be an honourable person of the court, and an eternal disgrace will it be to Arthur and his warriors. And if he is slain, the disgrace will be the same, and moreover, his sin will be upon him. Therefore will I go to see what has befallen him. So Owain went to the meadow, and he found Peredur dragging the man about. What art thou doing thus? Said Owain. This iron coat, said Peredur, will never come from off him, not by my efforts at any rate. And Owain unfastened his armour and his clothes. Here, my good soul, said he, is a horse and armour better than thine. Take them joyfully, and come with me to Arthur, to receive the order of knighthood, for thou dost merit it. May I never show my face again if I go, said Peredur, but take thou the goblet to Gwenweaver, and tell Arthur that wherever I am, I will be his vassal, and will do him what profit and service I am able, and say that I will not come to his court until I have encountered the tall man that is there, to revenge the injury he did to the dwarf and dwarfess. And Owain went back to the court, and related all these things to Arthur and Gwenweaver, and to all the household. And Peredur rode forward, and as he proceeded, behold, a knight met him. Whence comest thou? Said the knight. I come from Arthur's court, said Peredur. Art thou one of his men? Asked he. Yes, by my faith, he answered. A good service truly is that of Arthur. Wherefore sayest thou so? Said Peredur. I will tell thee, said he. I have always been Arthur's enemy, and all such of his men as I have ever encountered I have slain. And without further parlance they fought, and it was not long before Peredur brought him to the ground, over his horse's crupper. Then the knight besought his mercy. Mercy thou shalt have, said Peredur, if thou wilt make oath to me that thou wilt go to Arthur's court, and tell him that it was I that overthrew thee, for the honour of his service, and say that I will never come to the court until I have avenged the insult offered to the dwarf and dwarfess. The knight pledged him his faith of this, and proceeded to the court of Arthur, and said as he had promised, and conveyed the threat to Kai. And Peredur rode forward, and within that week he encountered 16 knights, and overthrew them all shamefully. And they all went to Arthur's court, taking with them the same message which the first knight had conveyed from Peredur, and the same threat which he had sent to Kai. And thereupon Kai was reproved by Arthur, and Kai was greatly grieved thereat. And Peredur rode forward, and he came to a vast and desert wood, on the confines of which was a lake, and on the other side was a fair castle. And on the border of the lake he saw a venerable, hoary-headed man, sitting upon a velvet cushion, and having a garment of velvet upon him, and his attendants were fishing in the lake. When the hoary-headed man beheld Peredur approaching, he arose and went towards the castle, and the old man was lame. Peredur rode to the palace, and the door was open, and he entered the hall. And there was the hoary-headed man sitting on a cushion, and a large blazing fire burning before him. And the household and the company arose to meet Peredur, and disarrayed him. And the man asked the youth to sit on the cushion, and they sat down and conversed together. When it was time, the tables were laid, and they went to meat. And when they had finished their meal, the man inquired of Peredur if he knew well how to fight with the sword. "I know not," said Peredur, "but were I to be taught, doubtless I should. Whoever can play well with the cudgel and shield will also be able to fight with a sword." And the man had 2 sons. The one had yellow hair, and the other auburn. "Arise, youths," said he, "and play with the cudgel and the shield." And so did they. "Tell me, my soul," said the man, "which of the youths thinkest thou plays best?" "I think," said Peredur, "that the yellow-haired youth could draw blood from the other, if he chose." "Arise thou, my life, and take the cudgel and the shield from the hand of the youth with the auburn hair, and draw blood from the yellow-haired youth if thou canst." So Peredur arose, and went to play with the yellow-haired youth, and he lifted up his arm, and struck him such a mighty blow, that his brow fell over his eye, and the blood flowed forth. "Ah, my life," said the man, "come now, and sit down, for thou wilt become the best fighter with the sword of any in this island, and I am thy uncle, thy mother's brother, and with me shalt thou remain a space, in order to learn the manners and customs of different countries, and courtesy, and gentleness, and noble bearing. Leave then the habits and the discourse of thy mother, and I will be thy teacher, and I will raise thee to the rank of knight from this time forward. And thus do thou. If thou seest aught to cause thee wonder, ask not the meaning of it. If no one has the courtesy to inform thee, the reproach will not fall upon thee, but upon me that am thy teacher." And they had abundance of honor and service, and when it was time, they went to sleep. At the break of day, Peredur arose, and took his horse, and with his uncle's permission he rode forth. And he came to a vast desert wood, and at the further end of the wood was a meadow, and on the other side of the meadow he saw a large castle. And thitherward Peredur bent his way, and he found the gate open, and he proceeded to the hall. And he beheld a stately hoary-headed man sitting on one side of the hall, and many pages around him, who arose to receive and to honor Peredur. And they placed him by the side of the owner of the palace. Then they discoursed together, and when it was time to eat, they caused Peredur to sit beside the nobleman during the repast. And when they had eaten and drunk as much as they desired, the nobleman asked Peredur whether he could fight with a sword. "Were I to receive instruction," said Peredur, "I think I could." Now there was on the floor of the hall a huge staple, as large as a warrior could grasp. "Take yonder sword," said the man to Peredur, "and strike the iron staple." So Peredur arose and struck the staple, so that he cut it in 2, and the sword broke into 2 parts also. "Place the 2 parts together and reunite them." And Peredur placed them together, and they became entire as they were before. And a second time he struck upon the staple, so that both it and the sword broke in 2, and as before they reunited. And the third time he gave a like blow, and placed the broken parts together, and neither the staple nor the sword would unite as before. "Youth," said the nobleman, "come now and sit down, and my blessing be upon thee. Thou fightest best with the sword of any man in the kingdom. Thou hast arrived at 2/3 of thy strength, and the other third thou hast not yet obtained. and when thou attainest to thy full power, none will be able to contend with thee. I am thy uncle, thy mother's brother, and I am brother to the man in whose house thou wast last night." Then Peredur and his uncle discoursed together, and he beheld two youths enter the hall and proceed up to the chamber, bearing a spear of mighty size, with 3 streams of blood flowing from the point to the ground. And when all the company saw this, they began wailing and lamenting. But for all that, the man did not break off his discourse with Peredur. And as he did not tell Peredur the meaning of what he saw, he forbore to ask him concerning it. And when the clamour had a little subsided, behold, 2 maidens entered, with a large salver between them, in which was a man's head, surrounded by a profusion of blood. And thereupon the company of the court made so great an outcry that it was irksome to be in the same hall with them. But at length they were silent, and when time was that they should sleep, Peredur was brought into a fair chamber. And the next day, with his uncle's permission, he rode forth, and he came to a wood, and far within the wood he heard a loud cry, and he saw a beautiful woman with auburn hair, and a horse with a saddle upon it, standing near her, and a corpse by her side. And as she strove to place the corpse upon the horse, it fell to the ground, and thereupon she made a great lamentation. "Tell me, sister," said Peredur, "wherefore art thou bewailing?" "Oh, accursed Peredur, little pity has my ill fortune ever met with from thee." "Wherefore," said Peredur, "am I accursed?" "Because thou wast the cause of thy mother's death. For when thou didst ride forth against her will, anguish seized upon her heart, so that she died, and therefore art thou accursed. And the dwarf and the dwarfs that thou sawest at Arthur's court were the dwarfs of thy father and mother, and I am thy foster sister, and this was my wedded husband, and he was slain by the knight that is in the glade in the wood. And do not thou go near him, lest thou shouldest be slain by him likewise. My sister, thou dost reproach me wrongfully. Through my having so long remained amongst you, I shall scarcely vanquish him, and had I continued longer, it would indeed be difficult for me to succeed. Cease therefore thy lamenting, for it is of no avail, and I will bury the body, and then I will go in quest of the knight, and see if I can do vengeance upon him." And when he had buried the body, they went to the place where the knight was, and found him riding proudly along the glade. And he inquired of Peredur whence he came. "I come from Arthur's court. And art thou one of Arthur's men?" "Yes, by my faith." "A profitable alliance truly is that of Arthur." And without further parlance, they encountered one another, and immediately Peredur overthrew the knight, and he besought mercy of Peredur. "Mercy shalt thou have," said he, "upon these terms, that thou take this woman in marriage, and do her all the honour and reverence in thy power, seeing thou hast without cause slain her wedded husband, and that thou go to Arthur's court, and show him that it was I that overthrew thee, to do him honour and service, and that thou tell him that I will never come to his court again, until I have met with the tall man that is there, to take vengeance upon him for his insult to the dwarf and dwarfess." And he took the knight's assurance that he would perform all this. Then the knight provided the lady with a horse and garments that were suitable for her, and took her with him to Arthur's court. And he told Arthur all that had occurred, and gave the defiance to Kai. And Arthur and all his household reproved Kai for having driven such a youth as Peredur from his court. Said Oain the son of Urien, "This youth will never come into the court until Kai has gone forth from it." "By my faith," said Arthur, "I will search all the deserts in the island of Britain until I find Peredur, and then let him and his adversary do their utmost to each other." Then Peredur rode forward, and he came to a desert wood, where he saw not the track either of men or animals, and where there was nothing but bushes and weeds. And at the upper end of the wood he saw a vast castle, wherein were many strong towers. And when he came near the gate, he found the weeds taller than he had seen them elsewhere. And he struck the gate with the shaft of his lance, and thereupon behold, a lean, auburn-haired youth came to an opening in the battlements. "Choose thou, chieftain," said he, "whether shall I open the gate unto thee, or shall I announce unto those that are chief, that thou art at the gateway?" "Say that I am here," said Peredur, "and if it is desired that I should enter, I will go in." And the youth came back and opened the gate for Peredur. And when he went into the hall, he beheld 18 youths, lean and red-headed, of the same height, and of the same aspect, and of the same dress, and of the same age as the one who had opened the gate for him. And they were well skilled in courtesy and in service, and they disarrayed him. Then they sat down to discourse. Thereupon, behold, 5 maidens came from the chamber into the hall, and Peredur was certain that he had never seen another of so fair an aspect as the chief of the maidens. And she had an old garment of satin upon her, which had once been handsome, but was then so tattered that her skin could be seen through it, and whiter was her skin than the bloom of crystal, and her hair and her 2 eyebrows were blacker than jet, and on her cheeks were 2 red spots, redder than whatever is reddest. And the maiden welcomed Peredur, and put her arms about his neck, and made him sit down beside her. Not long after this he saw 2 nuns enter, and a flask full of wine was borne by one, and 6 loaves of white bread by the other. "Lady," said they, "heaven is witness that there is not so much of food and liquor as this left in yonder convent this night." Then they went to meat, and Peredur observed that the maiden wished to give more of the food and of the liquor to him than to any of the others. "My sister," said Peredur, "I will share out the food and the liquor." "Not so, my soul," said she, "by my faith, but I will." So Peredur took the bread, and he gave an equal portion of it to each alike, as well as a cup full of the liquor. And when it was time for them to sleep, a chamber was prepared for Peredur, and he went to rest. "Behold, sister," said the youths to the fairest and most exalted of the maidens, "we have counsel for thee." "What may it be?" she inquired. "Go to the youth that is in the upper chamber, and offer to become his wife, or the lady of his love, if it seem well to him." "That were indeed unfitting," said she. "Hitherto I have not been the lady love of any knight, and to make him such an offer before I am wooed by him, that truly can I not do. By our confession to heaven, unless thou actest thus, we will leave thee here to thy enemies, to do as they will with thee." And through fear of this, the maiden went forth, and shedding tears, she proceeded to the chamber. And with the noise of the door opening, Peredur awoke, and the maiden was weeping and lamenting. "Tell me, my sister," said Peredur, "wherefore dost thou weep?" "I will tell thee, lord," said she. "My father possessed these dominions as their chief, and this palace was his, and with it he held the best earldom in the kingdom. Then the son of another earl sought me of my father, and I was not willing to be given unto him, and my father would not give me against my will, either to him or any earl in the world. And my father had no child except myself. And after my father's death, these dominions came into my own hands, and then was I less willing to accept him than before. So he made war upon me, and conquered all my possessions, except this one house. And through the valor of the men whom thou hast seen, who are my foster brothers, and the strength of the house, It can never be taken while food and drink remain. And now our provisions are exhausted. But, as thou hast seen, we have been fed by the nuns, to whom the country is free. And at length they also are without supply of food or liquor. And at no later date than tomorrow, the Earl will come against this place with all his forces. And if I fall into his power, my fate will be no better than to be given over to the grooms of his horses. Therefore, Lord, I am come to offer to place myself in thy hands, that thou mayest succour me, either by taking me hence, or by defending me here, whichever may seem best unto thee. Go, my sister, said he, and sleep, nor will I depart from thee until I do that which thou requirest, or prove whether I can assist thee or not. The maiden went again to rest, and the next morning she came to Peredur and saluted him. Heaven prosper thee, my soul, and what tidings dost thou bring? None other than that the Earl and all his forces have alighted at the gate, and I never beheld any place so covered with tents and thronged with knights challenging others to the combat. Truly, said Peredur, let my horse be made ready. So his horse was accoutred, and he arose and sallied forth to the meadow. And there was a knight riding proudly along the meadow, having raised the signal for battle. And they encountered, and Peredur threw the knight over his horse's crupper to the ground. And at the close of the day, one of the chief knights came to fight with him, and he overthrew him also, so that he besought his mercy. Who art thou? Said Peredur. Verily, said he, I am master of the household to the Earl. And how much of the Countess's possessions is there in thy power? The third part, verily, answered he. Then, said Peredur, restore to her the third of her possessions in full, and all the profit thou hast made by them, and bring meat and drink for 100 men, with their horses and arms, to her court this night, and thou shalt remain her captive, unless she wish to take thy life. And this he did forthwith. And that night the maiden was right joyful, and they fared plenteously. And the next day Peredur rode forth to the meadow, and that day he vanquished a multitude of the host. And at the close of the day there came a proud and stately knight, and Peredur overthrew him, and he besought his mercy. Who art thou? Said Peredur. I am steward of the palace, said he. And how much of the maiden's possessions are under thy control? 1/3 part, answered he. Verily, said Peredur, thou shalt fully restore to the maiden her possessions, and moreover, thou shalt give her meat and drink for 200 men, and their horses and their arms, and for thyself thou shalt be her captive. And immediately it was so done. And the third day Peredur rode forth to the meadow, and he vanquished more that day than on either of the preceding. And at the close of the day an earl came to encounter him, and he overthrew him, and he besought his mercy. Who art thou? Said Peredur. I am the earl, said he. I will not conceal it from thee. Verily, said Peredur, thou shalt restore the whole of the maiden's earldom, and shalt give her thine own earldom in addition thereto, and meat and drink for 300 men, and their horses and arms, and thou thyself shalt remain in her power. And thus it was fulfilled. And Peredur tarried 3 weeks in the country, causing tribute and obedience to be paid to the maiden, and the government to be placed in her hands. With thy leave, said Peredur, I will go hence. Verily, my brother, desirest thou this? Yes, by my faith. And had it not been for love of thee, I should not have been here thus long. My soul, said she, who art thou? I am Peredur the son of Evrog from the north, and if ever thou art in trouble or in danger, acquaint me therewith, and if I can, I will protect thee. So Peredur rode forth, And far thence there met him a lady, mounted on a horse that was lean and covered with sweat, and she saluted the youth. "Whence comest thou, my sister?" Then she told him the cause of her journey. Now she was the wife of the lord of the glade. "Behold," said he, "I am the knight through whom thou art in trouble, and he shall repent it, who has treated thee thus." Thereupon, behold, a knight rode up, and he inquired of Peredur if he had seen a knight such as he was seeking. "Hold thy peace," said Peredur. "I am he whom thou seekest, and by my faith thou deservest ill of thy household for thy treatment of the maiden, for she is innocent concerning me." So they encountered, and they were not long in combat ere Peredur overthrew the knight, and he besought his mercy. "Mercy thou shalt have," said Peredur, "so thou wilt return by the way thou camest, and declare that thou holdest the maiden innocent, and so that thou wilt acknowledge unto her the reverse thou hast sustained at my hands." And the knight plighted him his faith thereto. Then Peredur rode forward, and above him he beheld a castle, and thitherward he went, and he struck upon the gate with his lance. And then, behold, a comely auburn-haired youth opened the gate, and he had the stature of a warrior and the years of a boy. And when Peredur came into the hall, there was a tall and stately lady sitting in a chair, and many handmaidens around her, and the lady rejoiced at his coming. And when it was time, they went to meat. And after their repast was finished, "It were well for thee, chieftain," said she, "to go elsewhere to sleep." "Wherefore can I not sleep here?" said Peredur. "9 sorceresses are here, my soul, of the sorceresses of Gloucester, and their father and their mother are with them. And unless we can make our escape before daybreak, we shall be slain. And already they have conquered and laid waste all the country, except this one dwelling." "Behold," said Peredur, "I will remain here tonight, and if you are in trouble, I will do you what service I can, but harm shall you not receive from me." So they went to rest, and with the break of day, Peredur heard a dreadful outcry, and he hastily arose, and went forth in his vest and his doublet, with his sword about his neck, and he saw a sorceress overtake one of the watch, who cried out violently. Peredur attacked the sorceress, and struck her upon the head with his sword, so that he flattened her helmet and her headpiece like a dish upon her head. "Thy mercy, goodly Peredur, son of Evrog, and the mercy of heaven. How knowest thou, hag, that I am Peredur? By destiny, and the foreknowledge that I should suffer harm from thee, and thou shalt take a horse and armour of me, and with me thou shalt go to learn chivalry and the use of thy arms." Said Peredur, "Thou shalt have mercy. If thou pledge thy faith, thou wilt never more injure the dominions of the Countess." And Peredur took surety of this, and with permission of the Countess, he set forth with the sorceress to the palace of the sorceresses, and there he remained for 3 weeks, and then he made choice of a horse and arms, and went his way. And in the evening he entered a valley, and at the head of the valley he came to a hermit's cell, and the hermit welcomed him gladly, and there he spent the night. And in the morning he arose, and when he went forth, behold, a shower of snow had fallen the night before, and a hawk had killed a wild fowl in front of the cell. And the noise of the horse scared the hawk away, and a raven alighted upon the bird. And Peredur stood, and compared the blackness of the raven, and the whiteness of the snow, and the redness of the blood, to the hair of the lady that best he loved, which was blacker than jet, and to her skin, which was whiter than the snow, and to the 2 red spots upon her cheeks, which were redder than the blood upon the snow appeared to be. Now Arthur and his household were in search of Peredur. "Know ye," said Arthur, "who is the knight with the long spear that stands by the brook up yonder?" "Lord," said one of them, I will go and learn who he is." So the youth came to the place where Peredur was, and asked him what he did thus, and who he was. And from the intensity with which he thought upon the lady whom best he loved, he gave him no answer. Then the youth thrust at Peredur with his lance, and Peredur turned upon him, and struck him over his horse's crupper to the ground. And after this, 24 youths came to him, and he did not answer one more than another, but gave the same reception to all, bringing them with one single thrust to the ground. And then came Kai, and spoke to Peredur rudely and angrily, and Peredur took him with his lance under the jaw, and cast him from him with a thrust, so that he broke his arm and his shoulder blade, and he rode over him 21 times. And while he lay thus, stunned with the violence of the pain that he had suffered, his horse returned back at a wild and prancing pace. And when the household saw the horse come back without his rider, they rode forth in haste to the place where the encounter had been. And when they first came there, they thought that Kai was slain, but they found that if he had a skillful physician, he yet might live. And Peredur moved not from his meditation on seeing the concourse that was around Kai. And Kai was brought to Arthur's tent, and Arthur caused skillful physicians to come to him. And Arthur was grieved that Kai had met with this reverse, for he loved him greatly. "Then," said Gwalchmai, "it is not fitting that any should disturb an honourable knight from his thought unadvisedly. For either he is pondering some damage that he has sustained, or he is thinking of the lady whom best he loves. And through such ill-advised proceeding, perchance this misadventure has befallen him who last met with him. And if it seem well to thee, Lord, I will go and see if this knight hath changed from his thought, and if he has, I will ask him courteously to come and visit thee." Then Kai was wroth, and he spoke angry and spiteful words. "Gwalchmai," said he, "I know that thou wilt bring him because he is fatigued. Little praise and honour, nevertheless, wilt thou have from vanquishing a weary knight who is tired with fighting. Yet thus hast thou gained the advantage over many. And while thy speech and thy soft words last, a coat of thin linen were armour sufficient for thee, and thou wilt not need to break either lance or sword in fighting with the knight in the state he is in." Then said Gwalchmai to Kai, "Thou mightest use more pleasant words, wert thou so minded, and it behoves thee not upon me to wreak thy wrath and thy displeasure. Methinks I shall bring the knight hither with me, without breaking either my arm or my shoulder." Then said Arthur to Gwalchmai, "Thou speakest like a wise and prudent man. Go, and take enough of armour about thee, and choose thy horse." And Gwalchmai accoutred himself, and rode forward hastily to the place where Peredur was. And Peredur was resting on the shaft of his spear, pondering the same thought. And Gwalchmai came to him without any signs of hostility, and said to him, "If I thought that it would be as agreeable to thee as it would be to me, I would converse with thee. I have also a message from Arthur unto thee, to pray thee to come and visit him, and 2 men have been before on this errand." "That is true," said Peredur, "and uncourteously they came. They attacked me, and I was annoyed thereat, for it was not pleasing to me to be drawn from the thought that I was in. For I was thinking of the lady whom best I love, and thus was she brought to my mind. I was looking upon the snow, and upon the raven, and upon the drops of the blood of the bird that the hawk had killed upon the snow. And I bethought me that her whiteness was like that of the snow, and that the blackness of her hair and her eyebrows like that of the raven, and that the 2 red spots upon her cheeks were like the 2 drops of blood." Said Gwalchmai, "This was not an ungentle thought, and I should marvel if it were pleasant to thee to be drawn from it." "Tell me," said Peredur, "is Kai in Arthur's court?" "He is," said he, and behold, he is the knight that fought with thee last, and it would have been better for him had he not come, for his arm and his shoulder blade were broken with the fall which he had from thy spear." "Verily," said Peredur, "I am not sorry to have thus begun to avenge the insult to the dwarf and dwarfess." Then Gwalchmai marvelled to hear him speak of the dwarf and the dwarfess, and he approached him and threw his arms around his neck and asked him what was his name. "Peredur the son of Evrog am I called," said he, "and thou, who art thou?" "I am called Gwalchmai," he replied. "I am right glad to meet with thee," said Peredur, "for in every country where I have been, I have heard of thy fame for prowess and uprightness, and I solicit thy fellowship. Thou shalt have it by my faith, and grant me thine," said he. "Gladly will I do so," answered Peredur. So they rode forth together joyfully towards the place where Arthur was, and when Kai saw them coming, he said, "I knew that Gwalchmai needed not to fight the knight, and it is no wonder that he should gain fame. More can he do by his fair words than I by the strength of my arm." And Peredur went with Gwalchmai to his tent, and they took off their armour. And Peredur put on garments like those that Gwalchmai wore, and they went together unto Arthur and saluted him. "Behold, Lord," said Gwalchmai, "him whom thou hast sought so long." "Welcome unto thee, chieftain," said Arthur. "With me thou shalt remain, and had I known thy valour had been such, thou shouldst not have left me as thou didst. Nevertheless, this was predicted of thee by the dwarf and the dwarfess, whom Kai ill-treated, and whom thou hast avenged." And hereupon, behold, there came the queen and her handmaidens, and Peredur saluted them. And they were rejoiced to see him, and bade him welcome. And Arthur did him great honour and respect, and they returned towards Caerleon. And the first night Peredur came to Caerleon to Arthur's court, and as he walked in the city after his repast, behold, there met him Angharad Law Evrog. "By my faith, sister," said Peredur, "thou art a beauteous and lovely maiden, and were it pleasing to thee, I could love thee above all women." "I pledge my faith," said she, "that I do not love thee, nor will I ever do so." "I also pledge my faith," said Peredur, "that I will never speak a word to any Christian again, until thou come to love me above all men." The next day Peredur went forth by the high road, along a mountain ridge, and he saw a valley of a circular form, the confines of which were rocky and wooded, and the flat part of the valley was in meadows, and there were fields betwixt the meadows and the wood. And in the bosom of the wood he saw large black houses of uncouth workmanship. And he dismounted, and led his horse towards the wood. And a little way within the wood he saw a rocky ledge, along which the road lay. And upon the ledge was a lion bound by a chain, and sleeping. And beneath the lion he saw a deep pit of immense size, full of the bones of men and animals. And Peredur drew his sword and struck the lion, so that he fell into the mouth of the pit, and hung there by the chain. And with a second blow he struck the chain and broke it, and the lion fell into the pit. And Peredur led his horse over the rocky ledge, until he came into the valley. And in the centre of the valley he saw a fair castle, and he went towards it. And in the meadow by the castle he beheld a huge grey man sitting, who was larger than any man he had ever before seen. And 2 young pages were shooting the hilt of their daggers of the bone of the seahorse. And one of the pages had red hair, and the other auburn. And they went before him to the place where the grey man was, and Peredur saluted him. And the grey man said, "Disgrace to the beard of my porter." Then Peredur understood that the porter was the lion, and the grey man and the pages went together into the castle, and Peredur accompanied them. and he found it a fair and noble place. And they proceeded to the hall, and the tables were already laid, and upon them was abundance of food and liquor. And thereupon he saw an aged woman and a young woman come from the chamber, and they were the most stately women he had ever seen. Then they washed and went to meat, and the grey man sat in the upper seat at the head of the table, and the aged woman next to him. And Peredur and the maiden were placed together, and the 2 young pages served them. And the maiden gazed sorrowfully upon Peredur, and Peredur asked the maiden wherefore she was sad. For thee, my soul, for from when I first beheld thee, I have loved thee above all men, and it pains me to know that so gentle a youth as thou should have such a doom as awaits thee tomorrow. Sawest thou the numerous black houses in the bosom of the wood? All these belong to the vassals of the grey man yonder, who is my father, and they are all giants. And tomorrow they will rise up against thee, and will slay thee, and the round valley is this valley called. Listen, fair maiden, wilt thou contrive that my horse and arms be in the same lodging with me tonight? Gladly will I cause it so to be, by heaven, if I can. And when it was time for them to sleep rather than to carouse, they went to rest. And the maiden caused Peredur's horse and arms to be in the same lodging with him. And the next morning, Peredur heard a great tumult of men and horses around the castle. And Peredur arose and armed himself and his horse and went to the meadow. Then the aged woman and the maiden came to the grey man. Lord, said they, take the word of the youth, that he will never disclose what he has seen in this place, and we will be his sureties that he keep it. I will not do so by my faith, said the grey man. So Peredur fought with the host, and towards evening he had slain 1/3 of them without receiving any hurt himself. Then said the aged woman, Behold, many of thy host have been slain by the youth. Do thou, therefore, grant him mercy. I will not grant it by my faith, said he. And the aged woman and the fair maiden were upon the battlements of the castle, looking forth. And at that juncture Peredur encountered the yellow-haired youth and slew him. Lord, said the maiden, grant the young man mercy. That will I not do by heaven, he replied. And thereupon Peredur attacked the auburn-haired youth, and slew him likewise. It were better that thou hadst accorded mercy to the youth before he had slain thy 2 sons, for now scarcely wilt thou thyself escape from him. Go, maiden, and beseech the youth to grant mercy unto us, for we yield ourselves into his hands. So the maiden came to the place where Peredur was, and besought mercy for her father, and for all such of his vassals as had escaped alive. Thou shalt have it, on condition that thy father and all that are under him go and render homage to Arthur, and tell him that it was his vassal Peredur that did him this service. This will we do willingly by heaven, and you shall also receive baptism, and I will send to Arthur and beseech him to bestow this valley upon thee and upon thy heirs after thee for ever. Then they went in, and the grey man and the tall woman saluted Peredur. And the grey man said unto him, Since I have possessed this valley, I have not seen any Christian depart with his life, save thyself, and we will go to do homage to Arthur, and to embrace the faith and be baptized. Then said Peredur, To heaven I render thanks that I have not broken my vow to the lady that best I love, which was, that I would not speak one word unto any Christian. That night they tarried there, and the next day, in the morning, the grey man, with his company, set forth to Arthur's court, and they did homage unto Arthur, and he caused them to be baptized. And the grey man told Arthur that it was Peredur that had vanquished them, and Arthur gave the valley to the grey man and his company, to hold it of him as Peredur had besought. And with Arthur's permission, the grey man went back to the round valley. Peredur rode forward next day, and he traversed a vast tract of desert in which no dwellings were. And at length he came to a habitation, mean and small. And there he heard that there was a serpent that lay upon a gold ring, and suffered none to inhabit the country for 7 miles around. And Peredur came to the place where he heard the serpent was, and angrily, furiously, and desperately fought he with the serpent. And at last he killed it, and took away the ring. And thus he was for a long time without speaking a word to any Christian. And therefrom he lost his colour and his aspect, through extreme longing after the court of Arthur, and the society of the lady whom best he loved, and of his companions. Then he proceeded forward to Arthur's court, and on the road there met him Arthur's household going on a particular errand, with Kai at their head. And Peredur knew them all, but none of the household recognized him. "Whence comest thou, chieftain?" said Kai. And this he asked him twice and 3 times, and he answered him not. And Kai thrust him through the thigh with his lance. And lest he should be compelled to speak, and to break his vow, he went on without stopping. "Then," said Gwalchmai, "I declare to heaven, Kai, that thou hast acted ill in committing such an outrage on a youth like this, who cannot speak." And Gwalchmai returned back to Arthur's court. "Lady," said he to Gwenwyver, "seest thou how wicked an outrage Kai has committed upon this youth who cannot speak? For heaven's sake, and for mine, cause him to have medical care before I come back, and I will repay thee the charge." And before the men returned from their errand, a knight came to the meadow beside Arthur's palace, to dare someone to the encounter. And his challenge was accepted, and Peredur fought with him and overthrew him. And for a week he overthrew one knight every day. And one day Arthur and his household were going to church, and they beheld a knight who had raised the signal for combat. "Verily," said Arthur, "by the valour of men, I will not go hence until I have my horse and my arms to overthrow yonder boar." Then went the attendants to fetch Arthur's horse and arms. And Peredur met the attendants as they were going back, and he took the horse and arms from them, and proceeded to the meadow. And all those who saw him arise and go to do battle with the knight went upon the tops of the houses and the mounds and the high places to behold the combat. And Peredur beckoned with his hand to the knight to commence the fight, and the knight thrust at him, but he was not thereby moved from where he stood. And Peredur spurred his horse and ran at him wrathfully, furiously, fiercely, desperately, and with mighty rage. And he gave him a thrust, deadly wounding, severe, furious, adroit, and strong under his jaw, and raised him out of his saddle, and cast him a long way from him. And Peredur went back, and left the horse and the arms with the attendant as before, and he went on foot to the palace. Then Peredur went by the name of the dumb youth, and behold, Angharad Law Evrog met him. "I declare to heaven, chieftain," said she, "woeful is it that thou canst not speak. For couldst thou speak, I would love thee best of all men, and by my faith, although thou canst not, I do love thee above all." "Heaven reward thee, my sister," said Peredur. "By my faith I also do love thee." Thereupon it was known that he was Peredur, and then he held fellowship with Gwalchmai, and Oain the son of Urien, and all the household, and he remained in Arthur's court. Arthur was in Caerleon upon Usk, and he went to hunt, and Peredur went with him. And Peredur let loose his dog upon a hart, and the dog killed the hart in a desert place. And a short space from him he saw signs of a dwelling, and towards the dwelling he went, and he beheld a hall, and at the door of the hall he found bald, swarthy youths playing at chess. And when he entered, he beheld 3 maidens sitting on a bench, and they were all clothed alike, as became persons of high rank. And he came and sat by them upon the bench, and one of the maidens looked steadfastly upon Peredur, and wept. And Peredur asked her wherefore she was weeping. Through grief, that I should see so fair a youth as thou art slain. Who will slay me? Inquired Peredur. If thou art so daring as to remain here tonight, I will tell thee. How great soever my danger may be from remaining here, I will listen unto thee. This palace is owned by him who is my father, said the maiden, and he slays everyone who comes hither without his leave. What sort of a man is thy father, that he is able to slay everyone thus? A man who does violence and wrong unto his neighbours, and who renders justice unto none. And hereupon he saw the youths arise and clear the chessmen from the board. And he heard a great tumult, and after the tumult there came in a huge black one-eyed man, and the maidens arose to meet him, and they disarrayed him, and he went and sat down. And after he had rested and pondered a while, he looked at Peredur, and asked who the knight was. Lord, said one of the maidens, he is the fairest and gentlest youth that ever thou didst see, and for the sake of heaven and of thine own dignity, have patience with him. For thy sake I will have patience, and I will grant him his life this night. Then Peredur came towards them to the fire, and partook of food and liquor, and entered into discourse with the ladies. And being elated with the liquor, he said to the black man, It is a marvel to me, so mighty as thou sayest thou art, who could have put out thine eye. It is one of my habits, said the black man, that whosoever puts to me the question which thou hast asked shall not escape with his life, either as a free gift or for a price. Lord, said the maiden, whatsoever he may say to thee in jest, and through the excitement of liquor, make good that which thou saidst and didst promise me just now. I will do so gladly for thy sake, said he. Willingly will I grant him his life this night. And that night thus they remained. And the next day the black man got up and put on his armour, and said to Peredur, Arise, man, and suffer death. And Peredur said unto him, Do one of two things, black man. If thou wilt fight with me, either throw off thy own armour, or give arms to me, that I may encounter thee. Ha, man, said he, couldst thou fight, if thou hadst arms? Take then what arms thou dost choose. And thereupon the maiden came to Peredur with such arms as pleased him, and he fought with the black man, and forced him to crave his mercy. Black man, thou shalt have mercy, provided thou tell me who thou art, and who put out thine eye. Lord, I will tell thee. I lost it in fighting with the black serpent of the Khan. There is a mound which is called the Mound of Mourning, and on the mound there is a Khan, and in the Khan there is a serpent, and on the tail of the serpent there is a stone, and the virtues of the stone are such that whosoever should hold it in one hand, in the other he will have as much gold as he may desire. And in fighting with this serpent was it that I lost my eye, and the black oppressor am I called, and for this reason I am called the black oppressor, that there is not a single man around me whom I have not oppressed, and justice have I done unto none. Tell me, said Peredur, how far is it hence? The same day that thou settest forth, thou wilt come to the palace of the sons of the king of the tortures. Wherefore are they called thus? The adunk of the lake slays them once every day. When thou goest thence, thou wilt come to the court of the Countess of the achievements. What achievements are there? Asked Peredur. 300 men there are in her household, and unto every stranger that comes to the court, the achievements of her household are related. And this is the manner of it. The 300 men of the household sit next unto the lady, and that not through disrespect unto the guests, but that they may relate the achievements of the household. And the day that thou goest thence, thou wilt reach the mound of mourning, and round about the mound there are the owners of 300 tents guarding the serpent. Since thou hast indeed been an oppressor so long, said Peredur, I will cause that thou continue so no longer. So he slew him. Then the maiden spoke, and began to converse with him. If thou wast poor when thou camest here, henceforth thou wilt be rich through the treasure of the black man, whom thou hast slain. Thou seest the many lovely maidens that there are in this court. Thou shalt have her whom thou best likest for the lady of thy love. Lady, I came not hither from my country to woo, but match yourselves as it liketh you with the comely youths I see here, and none of your goods do I desire, for I need them not. Then Peredur rode forward, and he came to the palace of the sons of the king of the tortures. And when he entered the palace, he saw none but women, and they rose up and were joyful at his coming. And as they began to discourse with him, he beheld a charger arrive, with a saddle upon it, and a corpse in the saddle. And one of the women arose, and took the corpse from the saddle, and anointed it in a vessel of warm water, which was below the door, and placed precious balsam upon it. And the man rose up alive, and came to the place where Peredur was, and greeted him, and was joyful to see him. And 2 other men came in upon their saddles, and the maiden treated these 2 in the same manner as she had done the first. Then Peredur asked the chieftain wherefore it was thus, and they told him that there was an addanc in a cave, which slew them once every day, and thus they remained that night. And next morning the youths arose to sally forth, and Peredur besought them, for the sake of the ladies of their love, to permit him to go with them. But they refused him, saying, If thou shouldst be slain there, thou hast none to bring thee back to life again. And they rode forward, and Peredur followed after them. And after they had disappeared out of his sight, he came to a mound, whereon sat the fairest lady he had ever beheld. I know thy quest, said she. Thou art going to encounter the addanc, and he will slay thee, and that not by courage, but by craft. He has a cave, and at the entrance of the cave there is a stone pillar, and he sees everyone that enters, and none see him. And from behind the pillar he slays everyone with a poisonous dart. And if thou wouldst pledge me thy faith to love me above all women, I would give thee a stone, by which thou shouldst see him when thou goest in, and he should not see thee. I will, by my troth, said Peredur, for when first I beheld thee, I loved thee, and where shall I seek thee? When thou seekest me, seek towards India. And the maiden vanished, after placing the stone in Peredur's hand. And he came towards a valley, through which ran a river, and the borders of the valley were wooded, and on each side of the river were level meadows. And on one side of the river he saw a flock of white sheep, and on the other a flock of black sheep. And whenever one of the white sheep bleated, one of the black sheep would cross over and become white. And when one of the black sheep bleated, one of the white sheep would cross over and become black. And he saw a tall tree by the side of the river, one half of which was in flames from the root to the top, and the other half was green and in full leaf. And nigh thereto he saw a youth sitting upon a mound, and 2 greyhounds, white-breasted and spotted, in leashes, lying by his side. And certain was he that he had never seen a youth of so royal a bearing as he. And in the wood opposite he heard hounds raising a herd of deer. And Peredur saluted the youth, and the youth greeted him in return. And there were 3 roads leading from the mound. 2 of them were wide roads, and the third was more narrow. And Peredur inquired where the 3 roads went. One of them goes to my palace, said the youth, and one of two things I counsel thee to do, either to proceed to my palace, which is before thee, and where thou wilt find my wife, or else to remain here to see the hounds chasing the roused deer from the wood to the plain. And thou shalt see the best greyhounds thou didst ever behold, and the boldest in the chase. Kill them by the water beside us. And when it is time to go to meat, my page will come with my horse to meet me, and thou shalt rest in my palace tonight. Heaven reward thee, but I cannot tarry, for onward must I go. The other road leads to the town, which is near here, and wherein food and liquor may be bought, and the road which is narrower than the others goes towards the cave of the Adonc. With thy permission, young man, I will go that way. And Peredur went towards the cave, and he took the stone in his left hand, and his lance in his right. And as he went in, he perceived the Adonc, and he pierced him through with his lance, and cut off his head. And as he came from the cave, behold, the three companions were at the entrance, and they saluted Peredur, and told him that there was a prediction that he should slay that monster. And Peredur gave the head to the young men, and they offered him in marriage whichever of the three sisters he might choose, and half their kingdom with her. I came not hither to woo, said Peredur, but if peradventure I took a wife, I should prefer your sister to all others. And Peredur rode forward, and he heard a noise behind him. And he looked back, and saw a man upon a red horse, with red armor upon him. And the man rode up by his side, and saluted him, and wished him the favour of heaven and of man. And Peredur greeted the youth kindly. Lord, I come to make a request unto thee. What wouldest thou? That thou shouldest take me as thine attendant. Whom then should I take as my attendant if I did so? I will not conceal from thee what kindred I am of. Etlim Culhwch am I called, an earl from the east country. I marvel that thou shouldest offer to become attendant to a man whose possessions are no greater than thine own. For I have but an earldom like thyself. But since thou desirest to be my attendant, I will take thee joyfully. And they went forward to the court of the Countess, and all they of the court were glad at their coming. And they were told it was not through disrespect they were placed below the household, but that such was the usage of the court. For whoever should overthrow the 300 men of her household would sit next the Countess, and she would love him above all men. And Peredur, having overthrown the 300 men of her household, sat down beside her, and the Countess said, I thank heaven that I have a youth so fair and so valiant as thou, since I have not obtained the man whom best I love. Who is he whom best thou lovest? By my faith, Etlim Culhwch is the man whom I love best, and I have never seen him. Of a truth, Etlim is my companion, and behold, here he is, and for his sake did I come to joust with thy household, and he could have done so better than I, had it pleased him, and I do give thee unto him. Heaven reward thee, fair youth, and I will take the man whom I love above all others. And the Countess became Etlim's bride from that moment. And the next day Peredur set forth towards the mound of mourning. By thy hand, Lord, but I will go with thee, said Etlim. Then they went forwards, till they came in sight of the mound and the tents. Go unto yonder men, said Peredur to Etlim, and desire them to come and do me homage. So Etlim went unto them, and said unto them thus, Come and do homage to my lord. Who is thy lord? Said they. Peredur with the long lance is my lord, said Etlim. Were it permitted to slay a messenger, thou shouldest not go back to thy lord alive, for making unto kings and earls and barons so arrogant a demand as to go and do him homage. Peredur desired him to go back to them, and to give them their choice, either to do him homage or to do battle with him. And they chose rather to do battle. And that day Peredur overthrew the owners of 100 tents, and the next day he overthrew the owners of 100 more. And the third day the remaining 100 took counsel to do homage to Peredur. And Peredur inquired of them wherefore they were there, and they told him they were guarding the serpent until he should die. For then should we fight for the stone among ourselves, and whoever should be conqueror among us would have the stone. Await here, said Peredur, and I will go to encounter the serpent. Not so, Lord, said they. We will go all together to encounter the serpent. Verily, said Peredur, that will I not permit, for if the serpent be slain, I shall derive no more fame therefrom than one of you. Then he went to the place where the serpent was, and slew it, and came back to them, and said, Reckon up what you have spent since you have been here, and I will repay you to the full. And he paid to each what he said was his claim, and he required of them only that they should acknowledge themselves his vassals. And he said to Etlim, Go back unto her whom thou lovest best, and I will go forwards, and I will reward thee for having been my attendant. And he gave Etlim the stone. Heaven repay thee and prosper thee, said Etlim. And Peredur rode thence, and he came to the fairest valley he had ever seen, through which ran a river. And there he beheld many tents of various colours. And he marvelled still more at the number of watermills and of windmills that he saw. And there rode up with him a tall auburn-haired man in workman's garb, and Peredur inquired of him who he was. I am the chief miller, said he, of all the mills yonder. Wilt thou give me lodging? Said Peredur. I will, gladly, he answered. And Peredur came to the miller's house, and the miller had a fair and pleasant dwelling. And Peredur asked money as a loan from the miller, that he might buy meat and liquor for himself and for the household, and he promised that he would pay him again ere he went thence. And he inquired of the miller, wherefore such a multitude was there assembled. Said the miller to Peredur, One thing is certain, either thou art a man from afar, or thou art beside thyself. The Empress of Christinabil the Great is here, and she will have no one but the man who is most valiant, for riches does she not require. And it was impossible to bring food for so many thousands as are here, therefore were all these mills constructed. And that night they took their rest. And the next day Peredur arose, and he equipped himself and his horse for the tournament. And among the other tents he beheld one, which was the fairest he had ever seen. And he saw a beauteous maiden leaning her head out of a window of the tent, and he had never seen a maiden more lovely than she. And upon her was a garment of satin. And he gazed fixedly on the maiden, and began to love her greatly. And he remained there, gazing upon the maiden from morning until midday, and from midday until evening. And then the tournament was ended, and he went to his lodging and drew off his armour. Then he asked money of the miller as a loan, and the miller's wife was wroth with Peredur. Nevertheless, the miller lent him the money, and the next day he did in like manner as he had done the day before. And at night he came to his lodging, and took money as a loan from the miller. And the third day, as he was in the same place, gazing upon the maiden, he felt a hard blow between the neck and the shoulder from the edge of an axe. And when he looked behind him, he saw that it was the miller. And the miller said to him, Do one of two things. Either turn thy head from hence, or go to the tournament. And Peredur smiled on the miller, and went to the tournament. And all that encountered him that day he overthrew. And as many as he vanquished, he sent as a gift to the Empress, and their horses and arms he sent as a gift to the wife of the miller, in payment of the borrowed money. Peredur attended the tournament until all were overthrown, and he sent all the men to the prison of the Empress, and the horses and arms to the wife of the miller, in payment of the borrowed money. And the Empress sent to the knight of the mill, to ask him to come and visit her. And Peredur went not for the first, nor for the second message. And the third time she sent 100 knights to bring him against his will, and they went to him and told him their mission from the Empress. And Peredur fought well with them, and caused them to be bound like stags, and thrown into the mill dike. And the Empress sought advice of a wise man, who was in her council, and he said to her, "With thy permission, I will go to him myself." So he came to Peredur, and saluted him, and besought him, for the sake of the lady of his love, to come and visit the Empress. And they went, together with the miller. And Peredur went and sat down in the outer chamber of the tent, and she came and placed herself by his side. And there was but little discourse between them. And Peredur took his leave, and went to his lodging. And the next day he came to visit her, and when he came into the tent, there was no one chamber less decorated than the others, and they knew not where he would sit. And Peredur went and sat beside the Empress, and discoursed with her courteously. And while they were thus, they beheld a black man enter with a goblet full of wine in his hand. And he dropped upon his knee before the Empress, and besought her to give it to no one who would not fight with him for it. And she looked upon Peredur. "Lady," said he, "bestow on me the goblet." And Peredur drank the wine, and gave the goblet to the miller's wife. And while they were thus, behold, there entered a black man of larger stature than the other, with a wild beast claw in his hand, wrought into the form of a goblet and filled with wine. And he presented it to the Empress, and besought her to give it to no one but the man who would fight with him. "Lady," said Peredur, "bestow it on me." And she gave it to him. And Peredur drank the wine, and sent the goblet to the wife of the miller. And while they were thus, behold, a rough-looking, crisp-haired man, taller than either of the others, came in with a bowl in his hand full of wine. And he bent upon his knee, and gave it into the hands of the Empress, and he besought her to give it to none but him who would fight with him for it. And she gave it to Peredur, and he sent it to the miller's wife. And that night Peredur returned to his lodging, and the next day he accoutred himself and his horse, and went to the meadow and slew the 3 men. Then Peredur proceeded to the tent, and the Empress said to him, "Goodly Peredur, remember the faith thou didst pledge me when I gave thee the stone, and thou didst kill the Adants." "Lady," answered he, "thou sayest truth, I do remember it." And Peredur was entertained by the Empress 14 years, as the story relates. Arthur was at Caerleon upon Usk, his principal palace, and in the centre of the floor of the hall were 4 men sitting on a carpet of velvet: Oain, the son of Urien, and Gwalchmai, the son of Gwer, and Howl, the son of Emer Lidor, and Peredur of the long lance. And thereupon they saw a black curly-headed maiden enter, riding upon a yellow mule, with jagged thongs in her hand to urge it on, and having a rough and hideous aspect. Blacker were her face and her 2 hands than the blackest iron covered with pitch, and her hue was not more frightful than her form. High cheeks had she, and a face lengthened downwards, and a short nose with distended nostrils, and one eye was of a piercing mottled grey, and the other was as black as jet, deep sunk in her head, and her teeth were long and yellow, more yellow were they than the flower of the broom, and her stomach rose from the breastbone, higher than her chin, and her back was in the shape of a crook, and her legs were large and bony, and her figure was very thin and spare, except her feet and her legs, which were of huge size. and she greeted Arthur and all his household except Peredur. And to Peredur she spoke harsh and angry words. Peredur, I greet thee not, seeing that thou dost not merit it. Blind was fate in giving thee fame and favour, when thou wast in the court of the lame king, and did see there the youth bearing the streaming spear, from the points of which were drops of blood flowing in streams, even to the hand of the youth, and many other wonders likewise. Thou didst not inquire their meaning nor their cause. Hadst thou done so, the king would have been restored to health, and his dominions to peace, whereas from henceforth he will have to endure battles and conflicts, and his knights will perish, and wives will be widowed, and maidens will be left portionless, and all this is because of thee. Then said she unto Arthur, May it please thee, Lord, my dwelling is far hence, in the stately castle of which thou hast heard, and therein are 566 knights of the order of chivalry, and the lady whom best he loves with each, and whoever would acquire fame in arms, and encounters and conflicts, he will gain it there, if he deserve it. And whoso would reach the summit of fame and of honour, I know where he may find it. There is a castle on a lofty mountain, and there is a maiden therein, and she is detained a prisoner there, and whoever shall set her free will attain the summit of the fame of the world. And thereupon she rode away. Said Gwalchmai, By my faith, I will not rest tranquilly until I have proved if I can release the maiden. And many of Arthur's household joined themselves with him. Then, likewise, said Peredur, By my faith, I will not rest tranquilly until I know the story and the meaning of the lance whereof the black maiden spoke. And while they were equipping themselves, behold, a knight came to the gate, and he had the size and the strength of a warrior, and was equipped with arms and habiliments. And he went forward, and saluted Arthur and all his household, except Gwalchmai. And the knight had upon his shoulder a shield, ingrained with gold, with a fess of azure blue upon it, and his whole armour was of the same hue. And he said to Gwalchmai, Thou didst slay my lord by thy treachery and deceit, and that will I prove upon thee. Then Gwalchmai rose up. Behold, said he, here is my gage against thee, to maintain, either in this place or wherever else thou wilt, that I am not a traitor or deceiver. Before the king whom I obey, will I that my encounter with thee take place, said the knight. Willingly, said Gwalchmai, go forward, and I will follow thee. So the knight went forth, and Gwalchmai accoutred himself, and there was offered unto him abundance of armour, but he would take none but his own. And when Gwalchmai and Peredur were equipped, they set forth to follow him, by reason of their fellowship and of the great friendship that was between them. And they did not go after him in company together, but each went his own way. At the dawn of day, Gwalchmai came to a valley, and in the valley he saw a fortress, and within the fortress a vast palace and lofty towers around it. And he beheld a knight coming out to hunt from the other side, mounted on a spirited black snorting palfrey that advanced at a prancing pace, proudly stepping and nimbly bounding, and sure of foot. And this was the man to whom the palace belonged. And Gwalchmai saluted him. Heaven prosper thee, chieftain, said he. And whence comest thou? I come, answered Gwalchmai, from the court of Arthur. And art thou Arthur's vassal? Yes, by my faith, said Gwalchmai. I will give thee good counsel, said the knight. I see that thou art tired and weary. Go unto my palace, if it may please thee, and tarry there tonight. Willingly, Lord, said he, and heaven reward thee. Take this ring as a token to the porter, and go forward to yonder tower, and therein thou wilt find my sister. And Gwalchmai went to the gate, and showed the ring, and proceeded to the tower. and on entering he beheld a large blazing fire, burning without smoke and with a bright and lofty flame. And a beauteous and stately maiden was sitting on a chair by the fire. And the maiden was glad at his coming, and welcomed him, and advanced to meet him. And he went and sat beside the maiden, and they took their repast. And when their repast was over, they discoursed pleasantly together. And while they were thus, behold, there entered a venerable, hoary-headed man. "Ah, base girl," said he, "if thou didst think it was right for thee to entertain and to sit by yonder man, thou wouldest not do so." And he withdrew his head and went forth. "Ah, chieftain," said the maiden, "if thou wilt do as I counsel thee, thou wilt shut the door, lest the man should have a plot against thee." Upon that Gwalchmai arose, and when he came near unto the door, the man, with 60 others, fully armed, were ascending the tower. And Gwalchmai defended the door with a chessboard, that none might enter until the man should return from the chase. And thereupon, behold, the earl arrived. "What is all this?" asked he. "It is a sad thing," said the hoary-headed man. "The young girl yonder has been sitting and eating with him who slew your father. He is Gwalchmai, the son of Gwyr." "Hold thy peace then," said the earl. "I will go in." And the earl was joyful concerning Gwalchmai. "Ha, chieftain," said he, "it was wrong of thee to come to my court, when thou knewest that thou didst slay my father. And though we cannot avenge him, heaven will avenge him upon thee." "My soul," said Gwalchmai, "thus it is. I came not here either to acknowledge or to deny having slain thy father, but I am on a message from Arthur, and therefore do I crave the space of a year until I shall return from my embassy, and then, upon my faith, I will come back unto this palace, and do one of two things, either acknowledge it or deny it." And the time was granted him willingly, and he remained there that night, and the next morning he rode forth. And the story relates nothing further of Gwalchmai respecting this adventure. And Peredur rode forward, and he wandered over the whole island, seeking tidings of the Black Maiden, and he could meet with none. And he came to an unknown land, in the centre of a valley, watered by a river. And as he traversed the valley, he beheld a horseman coming towards him, and wearing the garments of a priest, and he besought his blessing. "Wretched man," said he, "thou meritest no blessing, and thou wouldest not be profited by one, seeing that thou art clad in armour on such a day as this." "And what day is today?" said Peredur. "Today is Good Friday," he answered. "Chide me not that I knew not this, seeing that it is a year today since I journeyed forth from my country." Then he dismounted, and led his horse in his hand, and he had not proceeded far along the high road before he came to a crossroad, and the crossroad traversed a wood. And on the other side of the wood he saw an unfortified castle, which appeared to be inhabited, and at the gate of the castle there met him the priest whom he had seen before, and he asked his blessing. "The blessing of heaven be unto thee," said he. "It is more fitting to travel in thy present guise than as thou wast erewhile, and this night thou shalt tarry with me." So he remained there that night. And the next day Peredur sought to go forth. "Today may no one journey. Thou shalt remain with me today and tomorrow, and the day following, and I will direct thee as best I may to the place which thou art seeking." And the fourth day Peredur sought to go forth, and he entreated the priest to tell him how he should find the Castle of Wonders. "What I know thereof I will tell thee," he replied. "Go over yonder mountain, and on the other side of the mountain thou wilt come to a river, and in the valley wherein the river runs is a king's palace, wherein the king sojourned during Easter. And if thou mayest have tidings anywhere of the Castle of Wonders, thou wilt have them there." Then Peredur rode forward, and he came to the valley in which was the river, and there met him a number of men going to hunt, and in the midst of them was a man of exalted rank, and Peredur saluted him. "Choose, chieftain," said the man, "whether thou wilt go with me to the chase, or wilt proceed to my palace, and I will dispatch one of my household to commend thee to my daughter, who is there, and who will entertain thee with food and liquor until I return from hunting. And whatever may be thine errand, such as I can obtain for thee thou shalt gladly have." And the king sent a little yellow page with him as an attendant. And when they came to the palace, the lady had arisen, and was about to wash before meat. Peredur went forward, and she saluted him joyfully, and placed him by her side. And they took their repast. And whatsoever Peredur said unto her, she laughed loudly, so that all in the palace could hear. Then spoke the yellow page to the lady. "By my faith," said he, "this youth is already thy husband, or if he be not, thy mind and thy thoughts are set upon him." And the little yellow page went unto the king, and told him that it seemed to him that the youth whom he had met with was his daughter's husband, or if he were not so already, that he would shortly become so, unless he were cautious. "What is thy counsel in this matter, youth?" said the king. "My counsel is," he replied, "that thou set strong men upon him, to seize him, until thou hast ascertained the truth respecting this." So he set strong men upon Peredur, who seized him and cast him into prison. And the maiden went before her father, and asked him wherefore he had caused the youth from Arthur's court to be imprisoned. "In truth," he answered, "he shall not be free tonight, nor tomorrow, nor the day following, and he shall not come from where he is." She replied not to what the king had said, but she went to the youth. "Is it unpleasant to thee to be here?" said she. "I should not care if I were not," he replied. "Thy couch and thy treatment shall be in no wise inferior to that of the king himself, and thou shalt have the best entertainment that the palace affords. And if it were more pleasing to thee that my couch should be here, that I might discourse with thee, it should be so, cheerfully." "This can I not refuse," said Peredur, and he remained in prison that night, and the maiden provided all that she had promised him. And the next day, Peredur heard a tumult in the town. "Tell me, fair maiden, what is that tumult?" said Peredur. "All the king's hosts and his forces have come to the town today." "And what seek they here?" he inquired. "There is an earl near this place who possesses 2 earldoms, and is as powerful as a king, and an engagement will take place between them today." "I beseech thee," said Peredur, "to cause a horse and arms to be brought, that I may view the encounter, and I promise to come back to my prison again." "Gladly," said she, "will I provide thee with horse and arms." So she gave him a horse and arms, and a bright scarlet robe of honour over his armour, and a yellow shield upon his shoulder. And he went to the combat, and as many of the earl's men as encountered him that day he overthrew, and he returned to his prison. And the maiden asked tidings of Peredur, and he answered her not a word. And she went and asked tidings of her father, and inquired who had acquitted himself best of the household. And he said that he knew not, but that it was a man with a scarlet robe of honour over his armour, and a yellow shield upon his shoulder. Then she smiled, and returned to where Peredur was, and did him great honour that night. And for 3 days did Peredur slay the earl's men. And before anyone could know who he was, he returned to his prison. And the 4th day Peredur slew the earl himself. And the maiden went unto her father, and inquired of him the news. "I have good news for thee," said the king. "The earl is slain, and I am the owner of his 2 earldoms." Knowest thou, Lord, who slew him?" "I do not know," said the king. "It was the knight with the scarlet robe of honor and the yellow shield." "Lord," said she, "I know who that is." "By heaven," he exclaimed, "who is he?" "Lord," she replied, "he is the knight whom thou hast imprisoned." Then he went unto Peredur and saluted him, and told him that he would reward the service he had done him in any way he might desire. And when they went to meat, Peredur was placed beside the king, and the maiden on the other side of Peredur. "I will give thee," said the king, "my daughter in marriage, and half my kingdom with her, and the 2 earldoms as a gift." "Heaven reward thee, Lord," said Peredur, "but I came not here to woo." "What seekest thou then, chieftain?" "I am seeking tidings of the Castle of Wonders." "Thy enterprise is greater, chieftain, than thou wilt wish to pursue," said the maiden. "Nevertheless, tidings shalt thou have of the castle, and thou shalt have a guide through my father's dominions, and a sufficiency of provisions for thy journey, for thou art, O chieftain, the man whom best I love." Then she said to him, "Go over yonder mountain, and thou wilt find a lake, and in the middle of the lake there is a castle, and that is the castle that is called the Castle of Wonders, and we know not what wonders are therein, but thus is it called." And Peredur proceeded towards the castle, and the gate of the castle was open. And when he came to the hall, the door was open, and he entered. And he beheld a chessboard in the hall, and the chessmen were playing against each other by themselves. And the side that he favoured lost the game, and thereupon the others set up a shout, as though they had been living men. And Peredur was wroth, and took the chessman in his lap, and cast the chessboard into the lake. And when he had done thus, behold, the black maiden came in, and she said to him, "The welcome of heaven be not unto thee. Thou hadst rather do evil than good." "What complaint hast thou against me, maiden?" said Peredur. "That thou hast occasioned unto the empress the loss of her chessboard, which she would not have lost for all her empire. And the way in which thou mayest recover the chessboard is to repair to the castle of Ysbydinongil, where is a black man who lays waste the dominions of the empress, and if thou canst slay him, thou wilt recover the chessboard, but if thou goest there, thou wilt not return alive." "Wilt thou direct me thither?" said Peredur. "I will show thee the way," she replied. So he went to the castle of Ysbydinongil, and he fought with the black man, and the black man besought mercy of Peredur. "Mercy will I grant thee," said he, "on condition that thou cause the chessboard to be restored to the place where it was when I entered the hall." Then the maiden came to him and said, "The malediction of heaven attend thee for thy work, since thou hast left that monster alive, who lays waste all the possessions of the empress." "I granted him his life," said Peredur, "that he might cause the chessboard to be restored. The chessboard is not in the place where thou didst find it. Go back, therefore, and slay him," answered she. So Peredur went back and slew the black man, and when he returned to the palace, he found the black maiden there. "Ah, maiden," said Peredur, "where is the empress? I declare to heaven that thou wilt not see her now, unless thou dost slay the monster that is in yonder forest." "What monster is there?" "It is a stag that is as swift as the swiftest bird, and he has one horn in his forehead, as long as the shaft of a spear, and as sharp as whatever is sharpest. And he destroys the branches of the best trees in the forest, and he kills every animal that he meets with therein. And those that he doth not slay perish of hunger. And what is worse than that, he comes every night and drinks up the fish pond, and leaves the fishes exposed, so that for the most part they die before the water returns again." "Maiden," said Peredur, "wilt thou come and show me this animal?" "Not so," said the maiden, "for he has not permitted any mortal to enter the forest for above a 12-month. Behold, here is a little dog belonging to the Empress, which will rouse the stag, and will chase him towards thee, and the stag will attack thee." Then the little dog went as a guide to Peredur, and roused the stag, and brought him towards the place where Peredur was. And the stag attacked Peredur, and he let him pass by him, and as he did so, he smote off his head with his sword. And while he was looking at the head of the stag, he saw a lady on horseback coming towards him, and she took the little dog in the lappet of her cap, and the head and the body of the stag lay before her, and around the stag's neck was a golden collar. "Ha, chieftain," said she, "uncourteously hast thou acted in slaying the fairest jewel that was in my dominions. I was entreated so to do, and is there any way by which I can obtain thy friendship?" "There is," she replied. "Go thou forward unto yonder mountain, and there thou wilt find a grove, and in the grove there is a cromlech. Do thou there challenge a man 3 times to fight, and thou shalt have my friendship." So Peredur proceeded onward, and came to the side of the grove, and challenged any man to fight. And a black man arose from beneath the cromlech, mounted upon a bony horse, and both he and his horse were clad in huge rusty armour. And they fought. And as often as Peredur cast the black man to the earth, he would jump again into his saddle. And Peredur dismounted and drew his sword, and thereupon the black man disappeared with Peredur's horse and his own, so that he could not gain sight of him a second time. And Peredur went along the mountain, and on the other side of the mountain he beheld a castle in the valley, wherein was a river. And he went to the castle, and as he entered it, he saw a hall, and the door of the hall was open, and he went in. And there he saw a lame grey-headed man sitting on one side of the hall, with Gwalchmai beside him. And Peredur beheld his horse, which the black man had taken, in the same stall with that of Gwalchmai. And they were glad concerning Peredur. And he went and seated himself on the other side of the hoary-headed man. Then, behold, a yellow-haired youth came, and bent upon the knee before Peredur, and besought his friendship. "Lord," said the youth, "it was I that came in the form of the Black Maiden to Arthur's court, and when thou didst throw down the chessboard, and when thou didst slay the black man of Isbidinongil, and when thou didst slay the stag, and when thou didst go to fight the black man of the cromlech. And I came with the bloody head in the salver, and with the lance that streamed with blood from the point to the hand, all along the shaft, and the head was thy cousin's, and he was killed by the sorceresses of Gloucester, who also lamed thine uncle, and I am thy cousin, and there is a prediction that thou art to avenge these things." Then Peredur and Gwalchmai took counsel, and sent to Arthur and his household, to beseech them to come against the sorceresses. And they began to fight with them, and one of the sorceresses slew one of Arthur's men before Peredur's face, and Peredur bade her forbear. And the sorceress slew a man before Peredur's face a second time, and a second time he forbade her. And the third time the sorceress slew a man before the face of Peredur. And then Peredur drew his sword, and smote the sorceress on the helmet, and all her head armour was split in 2 parts. And she set up a cry, and desired the other sorceresses to flee, and told them that this was Peredur, the man who had learned chivalry with them, and by whom they were destined to be slain. Then Arthur and his household fell upon the sorceresses, and slew the sorceresses of Gloucester every one. And thus is it related concerning the Castle of Wonders. Gereint, the son of Erbin. Arthur was accustomed to hold his court at Caerleon upon Usk, and there he held it 7 Easters and 5 Christmases, and once upon a time he held his court there at Whitsuntide. For Caerleon was the place most easy of access in his dominions, both by sea and by land, and there were assembled 9 crowned kings, who were his tributaries, and likewise earls and barons, for they were his invited guests at all the high festivals, unless they were prevented by any great hindrance. And when he was at Caerleon, holding his court, 13 churches were set apart for Mass, and thus were they appointed: 1 church for Arthur and his kings and his guests, and the 2nd for Gwenwyver and her ladies, and the 3rd for the steward of the household and the suitors, and the 4th for the Franks and the other officers. And the other 9 churches were for the 9 masters of the household, and chiefly for Gwalchmai. For he, from the eminence of his warlike fame, and from the nobleness of his birth, was the most exalted of the 9. And there was no other arrangement respecting the churches than that which we have mentioned above. Glulvid Gavelvor was the chief porter, but he did not himself perform the office, except at one of the 3 high festivals, for he had 7 men to serve him, and they divided the year amongst them. They were Grin, and Penpigan, and Leisemin, and Gogifulch, and Gwrdnai with cat's eyes, who could see as well by night as by day, and Drem the son of Dremhitid, and Clus the son of Clustvainid, and these were Arthur's guards. And on Whit Tuesday, as the king sat at the banquet, lo, there entered a tall, fair-headed youth, clad in a coat and a surcoat of diapered satin, and a golden-hilted sword about his neck, and low shoes of leather upon his feet. And he came and stood before Arthur. "Hail to thee, Lord," said he. "Heaven prosper thee," he answered, "and be thou welcome. Dost thou bring any new tidings?" "I do, Lord," he said. "I know thee not," said Arthur. "It is a marvel to me that thou dost not know me. I am one of thy foresters, Lord, in the forest of Dean, and my name is Madoc, the son of Turgadan." "Tell me thine errand," said Arthur. "I will do so, Lord," said he. "In the forest I saw a stag, the like of which beheld I never yet." "What is there about him," asked Arthur, "that thou never yet didst see his like?" "He is of pure white, Lord, and he does not herd with any other animal through stateliness and pride, so royal is his bearing. And I come to seek thy counsel, Lord, and to know thy will concerning him." "It seems best to me," said Arthur, "to go and hunt him tomorrow at break of day, and to cause general notice thereof to be given tonight in all quarters of the court." And Ari Furies was Arthur's chief huntsman, and Arilivri was his chief page, and all received notice, and thus it was arranged, and they sent the youth before them. Then Gwenwyver said to Arthur, "Wilt thou permit me, Lord," said she, "to go tomorrow to see and hear the hunt of the stag of which the young man spoke?" "I will gladly," said Arthur. "Then will I go," said she. And Gwalchmai said to Arthur, "Lord, if it seem well to thee, permit that into whose hunt soever the stag shall come, that one, be he a knight, or one on foot, may cut off his head, and give it to whom he pleases, whether to his own lady love, or to the lady of his friend." "I grant it gladly," said Arthur, "and let the steward of the household be chastised, if all are not ready tomorrow for the chase." And they passed the night with songs, and diversions and discourse, and ample entertainment. And when it was time for them all to go to sleep, they went. And when the next day came, they arose. And Arthur called the attendants, who guarded his couch. And these were 4 pages, whose names were Cadernurth, the son of Portor Gandwi, and Ambro, the son of Bedwar, and Amhar, the son of Arthur, and Goru, the son of Custennin. And these men came to Arthur and saluted him, and arrayed him in his garments. And Arthur wondered that Gwenhwyvar did not awake, and did not move in her bed, and the attendants wished to awaken her. "Disturb her not," said Arthur, for she had rather sleep than go to see the hunting. Then Arthur went forth, and he heard 2 horns sounding, one from near the lodging of the chief huntsman, and the other from near that of the chief page. And the whole assembly of the multitudes came to Arthur, and they took the road to the forest. And after Arthur had gone forth from the palace, Gwenhwyvar awoke, and called to her maidens, and apparelled herself. "Maidens," said she, "I had leave last night to go and see the hunt. Go one of you to the stable, and order hither a horse such as a woman may ride." And one of them went, and she found but 2 horses in the stable, and Gwenhwyvar and one of her maidens mounted them, and went through the usk, and followed the track of the men and the horses. And as they rode thus, they heard a loud and rushing sound, and they looked behind them, and beheld a knight upon a hunter foal of mighty size. And the rider was a fair-haired youth, bare-legged, and of princely mien, and a golden-hilted sword was at his side, and a robe and a surcoat of satin were upon him, and 2 low shoes of leather upon his feet, and around him was a scarf of blue-purple, at each corner of which was a golden apple. And his horse stepped stately and swift and proud, and he overtook Gwenhwyvar and saluted her. "Heaven prosper thee, Gereint," said she. "I knew thee when first I saw thee just now, and the welcome of heaven be unto thee. And why didst thou not go with thy lord to hunt?" "Because I knew not when he went," said he. "I marvel too," said she, "how he could go unknown to me." "Indeed, lady," said he, "I was asleep, and knew not when he went. But thou, O young man, art the most agreeable companion I could have in the whole kingdom. And it may be that I shall be more amused with the hunting than they, for we shall hear the horns when they sound, and we shall hear the dogs when they are let loose and begin to cry." So they went to the edge of the forest, and there they stood. "From this place," said she, "we shall hear when the dogs are let loose." And thereupon they heard a loud noise, and they looked towards the spot whence it came, and they beheld a dwarf riding upon a horse, stately and foaming and prancing and strong and spirited. And in the hand of the dwarf was a whip. And near the dwarf they saw a lady upon a beautiful white horse, of steady and stately pace, and she was clothed in a garment of gold brocade. And near her was a knight upon a war horse of large size, with heavy and bright armour both upon himself and upon his horse. And truly they never before saw a knight, or a horse, or armour of such remarkable size, and they were all near to each other. "Gereint," said Gwenhwyvar, "knowest thou the name of that tall knight yonder?" "I know him not," said he, "and the strange armour that he wears prevents my either seeing his face or his features." "Go, maiden," said Gwenhwyvar, "and ask the dwarf who that knight is." Then the maiden went up to the dwarf, and the dwarf waited for the maiden when he saw her coming towards him. And the maiden inquired of the dwarf who the knight was. "I will not tell thee," he answered. "Since thou art so churlish as not to tell me," said she, "I will ask him myself." "Thou shalt not ask him by my faith," said he. "Wherefore?" said she. "Because thou art not of honour sufficient to befit thee to speak to my lord." Then the maiden turned her horse's head towards the knight, upon which the dwarf struck her with the whip that was in his hand across the face and the eyes, until the blood flowed forth. And the maiden, through the hurt she received from the blow, returned to Gwenhwyvar, complaining of the pain. "Very rudely has the dwarf treated thee," said Gereint. "I will go myself to know who the knight is." "Go," said Gwenhwyvar. And Gereint went up to the dwarf. "Who is yonder knight?" said Gereint. "I will not tell thee," said the dwarf. "Then will I ask him himself," said he. "That wilt thou not, by my faith," said the dwarf. "Thou art not honourable enough to speak with my lord," said Gereint. "I have spoken with men of equal rank with him." And he turned his horse's head towards the knight, but the dwarf overtook him and struck him as he had done the maiden, so that the blood coloured the scarf that Gereint wore. Then Gereint put his hand upon the hilt of his sword, but he took counsel with himself, and considered that it would be no vengeance for him to slay the dwarf, and to be attacked unarmed by the armed knight, so he returned to where Gwenhwyvar was. "Thou hast acted wisely and discreetly," said she. "Lady," said he, "I will follow him yet with thy permission, and at last he will come to some inhabited place, where I may have arms either as a loan or for a pledge, so that I may encounter the knight. Go," said she, "and do not attack him until thou hast good arms, and I shall be very anxious concerning thee, until I hear tidings of thee." "If I am alive," said he, "thou shalt hear tidings of me by tomorrow afternoon." And with that he departed. And the road they took was below the palace of Caerleon, and across the ford of the Usk. And they went along a fair and even and lofty ridge of ground, until they came to a town, and at the extremity of the town they saw a fortress and a castle. And they came to the extremity of the town, and as the knight passed through it, all the people arose and saluted him and bade him welcome. And when Gereint came into the town, he looked at every house to see if he knew any of those whom he saw, but he knew none, and none knew him to do him the kindness to let him have arms either as a loan or for a pledge. And every house he saw was full of men and arms and horses, and they were polishing shields and burnishing swords and washing armour and shoeing horses. And the knight and the lady and the dwarf rode up to the castle that was in the town, and everyone was glad in the castle. And from the battlements and the gates they risked their necks, through their eagerness to greet them and to show their joy. Gereint stood there to see whether the knight would remain in the castle, and when he was certain that he would do so, he looked around him, and at a little distance from the town he saw an old palace in ruins, wherein was a hall that was falling to decay. And as he knew not anyone in the town, he went towards the old palace, and when he came near to the palace, he saw but one chamber, and a bridge of marble stone leading to it. And upon the bridge he saw sitting a hoary-headed man, upon whom were tattered garments, and Gereint gazed steadfastly upon him for a long time. Then the hoary-headed man spoke to him. "Young man," he said, "wherefore art thou thoughtful?" "I am thoughtful," said he, "because I know not where to go tonight." "Wilt thou come forward this way, chieftain?" said he, "and thou shalt have of the best that can be procured for thee." So Gereint went forward, and the hoary-headed man preceded him into the hall. And in the hall he dismounted, and he left there his horse. Then he went on to the upper chamber with the hoary-headed man. And in the chamber he beheld an old decrepit woman, sitting on a cushion, with old tattered garments of satin upon her. And it seemed to him that he had never seen a woman fairer than she must have been, when in the fullness of youth. And beside her was a maiden, upon whom were a vest and a veil that were old and beginning to be worn out. And truly, he never saw a maiden more full of comeliness and grace and beauty than she. And the hoary-headed man said to the maiden, "There is no attendant for the horse of this youth but thyself. "I will render the best service I am able," said she, "both to him and to his horse." And the maiden disarrayed the youth, and then she furnished his horse with straw and with corn. And she went to the hall as before, and then she returned to the chamber. And the hoary-headed man said to the maiden, "Go to the town," said he, "and bring hither the best that thou canst find both of food and of liquor." "I will, gladly, lord," said she. And to the town went the maiden. And they conversed together while the maiden was at the town. And behold, the maiden came back, and a youth with her, bearing on his back a costrel full of good purchased mead, and a quarter of a young bullock. And in the hands of the maiden was a quantity of white bread, and she had some manship bread in her veil, and she came into the chamber. "I could not obtain better than this," said she, "nor with better should I have been trusted." "It is good enough," said Gereint. And they caused the meat to be boiled, and when their food was ready, they sat down. And it was on this wise. Gereint sat between the hoary-headed man and his wife, and the maiden served them. And they ate and drank. And when they had finished eating, Gereint talked with the hoary-headed man, and he asked him in the first place, to whom belonged the palace that he was in. "Truly," said he, "it was I that built it, and to me also belonged the city and the castle which thou sawest." "Alas," said Gereint, "how is it that thou hast lost them now?" "I lost a great earldom as well as these," said he, "and this is how I lost them. I had a nephew, the son of my brother, and I took his possessions to myself, and when he came to his strength, he demanded of me his property, but I withheld it from him. So he made war upon me, and wrested from me all that I possessed." "Good sir," said Gereint, "wilt thou tell me wherefore came the knight and the lady and the dwarf just now into the town, and what is the preparation which I saw, and the putting of arms in order?" "I will do so," said he. "The preparations are for the game that is to be held tomorrow by the young earl, which will be on this wise. In the midst of a meadow which is here, 2 forks will be set up, and upon the 2 forks a silver rod, and upon the silver rod a sparrow-hawk, and for the sparrow-hawk there will be a tournament. And to the tournament will go all the array thou didst see in the city, of men, and of horses, and of arms. And with each man will go the lady he loves best. And no man can joust for the sparrow-hawk, except the lady he loves best be with him. And the knight that thou sawest has gained the sparrow-hawk these 2 years. And if he gains it the 3rd year, they will, from that time, send it every year to him, and he himself will come here no more, and he will be called the Knight of the Sparrow-hawk from that time forth." "Sir," said Gereint, "what is thy counsel to me concerning this knight, on account of the insult which I received from the dwarf, and that which was received by the maiden of Gwenhwyvar, the wife of Arthur?" And Gereint told the hoary-headed man what the insult was that he had received. "It is not easy to counsel thee, inasmuch as thou hast neither dame nor maiden belonging to thee, for whom thou canst joust. Yet I have arms here, which thou couldest have, and there is my horse also, if he seem to thee better than thine own." "Ah, sir," said he, "heaven reward thee, but my own horse, to which I am accustomed, together with thy arms, will suffice me. And if, when the appointed time shall come tomorrow, thou wilt permit me, sir, to challenge for yonder maiden that is thy daughter, I will engage, if I escape from the tournament, to love the maiden as long as I live, and if I do not escape, she will remain unsullied as before." "Gladly will I permit thee," said the hoary-headed man, "and since thou dost thus resolve, it is necessary that thy horse and arms should be ready tomorrow at break of day, for then the Knight of the Sparrow-hawk will make proclamation, and ask the lady he loves best to take the sparrow hawk. For, will he say to her, thou art the fairest of women, and thou didst possess it last year and the year previous, and if any deny it thee today, by force will I defend it for thee. And therefore, said the hoary-headed man, it is needful for thee to be there at daybreak, and we three will be with thee. And thus was it settled. And at night, lo, they went to sleep, and before the dawn they arose, and arrayed themselves, and by the time that it was day, they were all four in the meadow. And there was the Knight of the Sparrowhawk, making the proclamation, and asking his lady-love to fetch the sparrowhawk. Fetch it not, said Gereint, for there is here a maiden, who is fairer, and more noble, and more comely, and who has a better claim to it than thou. If thou maintainest the sparrowhawk to be due to her, come forward, and do battle with me. And Gereint went forward to the top of the meadow, having upon himself and upon his horse armour, which was heavy, and rusty, and worthless, and of uncouth shape. Then they encountered each other, and they broke a set of lances, and they broke a second set, and a third. And thus they did at every onset, and they broke as many lances as were brought to them. And when the Earl and his company saw the Knight of the Sparrowhawk gaining the mastery, there was shouting and joy and mirth amongst them. And the hoary-headed man and his wife and his daughter were sorrowful. And the hoary-headed man served Gereint lances as often as he broke them, and the dwarf served the Knight of the Sparrowhawk. Then the hoary-headed man came to Gereint. O chieftain, said he, since no other will hold with thee, behold, here is the lance which was in my hand on the day when I received the honour of knighthood, and from that time to this I never broke it, and it has an excellent point. Then Gereint took the lance, thanking the hoary-headed man. And thereupon the dwarf also brought a lance to his lord. Behold, here is a lance for thee, not less good than his, said the dwarf. And bethink thee that no knight ever withstood thee before so long as this one has done. I declare to heaven, said Gereint, that unless death takes me quickly hence, he shall fare never the better for thy service. And Gereint pricked his horse towards him from afar, and warning him, he rushed upon him, and gave him a blow so severe and furious and fierce upon the face of his shield, that he cleft it in two, and broke his armour, and burst his girths, so that both he and his saddle were borne to the ground over the horse's crupper. And Gereint dismounted quickly, and he was wroth, and he drew his sword, and rushed fiercely upon him. Then the knight also arose, and drew his sword against Gereint, and they fought on foot with their swords, until their arms struck sparks of fire like stars from one another. And thus they continued fighting until the blood and sweat obscured the light from their eyes. And when Gereint prevailed, the hoary-headed man and his wife and his daughter were glad. And when the knight prevailed, it rejoiced the Earl and his party. Then the hoary-headed man saw Gereint receive a severe stroke, and he went up to him quickly and said to him, O chieftain, remember the treatment which thou hadst from the dwarf, and wilt thou not seek vengeance for the insult to thyself, and for the insult to Guenhwyvar, the wife of Arthur? And Gereint was roused by what he said to him, and he called to him all his strength, and lifted up his sword, and struck the knight upon the crown of his head, so that he broke all his head armour, and cut through all the flesh and the skin, even to the skull, until he wounded the bone. Then the knight fell upon his knees, and cast his sword from his hand, and besought mercy of Gereint. Of a truth, said he, I relinquish my overdaring and my pride in craving thy mercy, and unless I have time to commit myself to heaven for my sins, and to talk with a priest, thy mercy will avail me little. "I will grant thee grace upon this condition," said Gereint, "that thou wilt go to Gwenwyver, the wife of Arthur, to do her satisfaction for the insult which her maiden received from thy dwarf. As to myself, for the insult which I received from thee and thy dwarf, I am content with that which I have done unto thee. Dismount not from the time thou goest hence until thou comest into the presence of Gwenwyver, to make her what atonement shall be adjudged at the court of Arthur. This will I do gladly. And who art thou? Said he. I am Gereint, the son of Erbin, and declare thou also who thou art. I am Edern, the son of Nud. Then he threw himself upon his horse and went forward to Arthur's court, and the lady he loved best went before him and the dwarf with much lamentation. And thus far this story up to that time. Then came the little earl and his host to Gereint, and saluted him, and bade him to his castle. I may not go, said Gereint, but where I was last night, there will I be tonight also. Since thou wilt none of my inviting, thou shalt have abundance of all that I can command for thee, in the place thou wast last night, and I will order ointment for thee, to recover thee from thy fatigues, and from the weariness that is upon thee. Heaven reward thee, said Gereint, and I will go to my lodging. And thus went Gereint, and Earl Iniol, and his wife, and his daughter. And when they reached the chamber, the household servants and attendants of the young earl had arrived at the court, and they arranged all the houses, dressing them with straw and with fire. And in a short time the ointment was ready, and Gereint came there, and they washed his head. Then came the young earl, with 40 honourable knights from among his attendants, and those who were bidden to the tournament. And Gereint came from the anointing. And the earl asked him to go to the hall to eat. Where is the Earl Iniol? Said Gereint, and his wife, and his daughter. They are in the chamber yonder, said the earl's chamberlain, arraying themselves in garments which the earl has caused to be brought for them. Let not the damsel array herself, said he, except in her vest and her veil, until she come to the court of Arthur, to be clad by Gwenwyver in such garments as she may choose. So the maiden did not array herself. Then they all entered the hall, and they washed, and went, and sat down to meat. And thus were they seated. On one side of Gereint sat the young earl, and Earl Iniol beyond him. And on the other side of Gereint were the maiden and her mother. And after these all sat according to their precedence in honour. And they ate, and they were served abundantly, and they received a profusion of divers kind of gifts. Then they conversed together. And the young earl invited Gereint to visit him next day. I will not, by heaven, said Gereint. To the court of Arthur will I go with this maiden tomorrow, and it is enough for me, as long as Earl Iniol is in poverty and trouble, and I go chiefly to seek to add to his maintenance. Ah, chieftain, said the young earl, it is not by my fault that Earl Iniol is without his possessions. By my faith, said Gereint, he shall not remain without them, unless death quickly takes me hence. O chieftain, said he, with regard to the disagreement between me and Iniol, I will gladly abide by thy counsel, and agree to what thou mayest judge right between us. I but ask thee, said Gereint, to restore to him what is his, and what he should have received from the time he lost his possessions, even until this day. That I will do gladly for thee, answered he. Then, said Gereint, whosoever is here who owes homage to Iniol, let him come forward and perform it on the spot. And all the men did so, and by that treaty they abided, and his castle and his town and all his possessions were restored to Iniol, and he received back all that he had lost, even to the smallest jewel. Then spoke Earl Iniol to Gereint. Chieftain, said he, Behold the maiden for whom thou didst challenge at the tournament. I bestow her upon thee. She shall go with me, said Gereint, to the court of Arthur, and Arthur and Gwenwyver, they shall dispose of her as they will. And the next day they proceeded to Arthur's court. So far concerning Gereint. Now, this is how Arthur hunted the stag. The men and the dogs were divided into hunting parties, and the dogs were let loose upon the stag. And the last dog that was let loose was the favourite dog of Arthur. Cavil was his name, and he left all the other dogs behind him, and turned the stag. And at the second turn, the stag came towards the hunting party of Arthur, and Arthur set upon him. And before he could be slain by any other, Arthur cut off his head. Then they sounded the death horn for slaying, and they all gathered round. Then came Caderith to Arthur, and spoke to him. Lord, said he, behold, yonder is Gwenwyver, and none with her save only one maiden. Command Gildas the son of Cor, and all the scholars of the court, said Arthur, to attend Gwenwyver to the palace. And they did so. Then they all set forth, holding converse together concerning the head of the stag, to whom it should be given. One wished that it should be given to the lady best beloved by him, and another to the lady whom he loved best. And all they of the household and the knights disputed sharply concerning the head, and with that they came to the palace. And when Arthur and Gwenwyver heard them disputing about the head of the stag, Gwenwyver said to Arthur, My lord, this is my counsel concerning the stag's head. Let it not be given away until Gereint the son of Erbin shall return from the errand he is upon. And Gwenwyver told Arthur what that errand was. Right gladly shall it be so, said Arthur. And thus it was settled. And the next day Gwenwyver caused a watch to be set upon the ramparts for Gereint's coming. And after midday they beheld an unshapely little man upon a horse, and after him, as they supposed, a dame or a damsel, also on horseback, and after her a knight of large stature, bowed down, and hanging his head low and sorrowfully, and clad in broken and worthless armour. And before they came near to the gate, one of the watch went to Gwenwyver, and told her what kind of people they saw, and what aspect they bore. I know not who they are, said he. But I know, said Gwenwyver, this is the knight whom Gereint pursued, and methinks that he comes not here by his own free will, but Gereint has overtaken him, and avenged the insult to the maiden to the uttermost. And thereupon, behold, a porter came to the spot where Gwenwyver was. Lady, said he, at the gate there is a knight, and I saw never a man of so pitiful an aspect to look upon as he. Miserable and broken is the armour that he wears, and the hue of blood is more conspicuous upon it than its own colour. Knowest thou his name? Said she. I do, said he. He tells me that he is Erbin the son of Nud. Then she replied, I know him not. So Gwenwyver went to the gate to meet him, and he entered. And Gwenwyver was sorry when she saw the condition he was in, even though he was accompanied by the churlish dwarf. Then Erbin saluted Gwenwyver. Heaven protect thee, said she. Lady, said he, Gereint the son of Erbin, thy best and most valiant servant, greets thee. Did he meet thee? She asked. Yes, said he, and it was not to my advantage, and that was not his fault, but mine, lady. And Gereint greets thee well, and in greeting thee he compelled me to come hither to do thy pleasure for the insult which thy maiden received from the dwarf. He forgives the insult to himself, in consideration of his having put me in peril of my life, and he imposed on me a condition manly and honourable and warrior-like, which was to do thee justice, lady. Now, where did he overtake thee? At the place where we were jousting, and contending for the Sparrow Hawk in the town which is now called Cardiff. And there were none with him save 3 persons, of a mean and tattered condition. And these were an aged, hoary-headed man, and a woman advanced in years, and a fair young maiden, clad in worn-out garments. And it was for the avouchment of the love of that maiden that Gereint jousted for the Sparrow Hawk at the tournament. For he said that that maiden was better entitled to the Sparrow Hawk than this maiden who was with me. And thereupon we encountered each other, and he left me, lady, as thou seest. Sir, said she, when thinkest thou that Gereint will be here? Tomorrow, lady, I think he will be here with the maiden. Then Arthur came to him, and he saluted Arthur. And Arthur gazed a long time upon him, and was amazed to see him thus. And thinking that he knew him, he inquired of him, Art thou Erbin the son of Nud? I am, Lord, said he, and I have met with much trouble, and received wounds unsupportable. Then he told Arthur all his adventure. Well, said Arthur, from what I hear, it behoves Gwenhwyvar to be merciful towards thee. The mercy which thou desirest, Lord, said she, will I grant to him, since it is as insulting to thee that an insult should be offered to me as to thyself. Thus will it be best to do, said Arthur. Let this man have medical care until it be known whether he may live, and if he live, he shall do such satisfaction as shall be judged best by the men of the court, and take thou sureties to that effect. And if he die, too much will be the death of such a youth as Erbin, for an insult to a maiden. This pleases me, said Gwenhwyvar. And Arthur became surety for Erbin, and Caradog the son of Lir, Gwalog the son of Linog, and Oain the son of Nud, and Gwalchmai, and many others with them. And Arthur caused Morgan Tod to be called to him. He was the chief physician. Take with thee Erbin the son of Nud, and cause a chamber to be prepared for him, and let him have the aid of medicine as thou wouldst do unto myself, if I were wounded, and let none into his chamber to molest him, but thyself and thy disciples, to administer to him remedies. I will do so gladly, Lord, said Morgantud. Then said the steward of the household, Whither is it right, Lord, to order the maiden? To Gwenhwyvar and her handmaidens, said he. And the steward of the household so ordered her. Thus far concerning them. The next day came Gereint towards the court, and there was a watch set on the ramparts by Gwenhwyvar, lest he should arrive unawares. And one of the watch came to the place where Gwenhwyvar was. Lady, said he, methinks that I see Gereint, and the maiden with him. He is on horseback, but he has his walking gear upon him, and the maiden appears to be in white, seeming to be clad in a garment of linen. Assemble all the women, said Gwenhwyvar, and come to meet Gereint, to welcome him, and wish him joy. And Gwenhwyvar went to meet Gereint and the maiden. And when Gereint came to the place where Gwenhwyvar was, he saluted her. Heaven prosper thee, said she, and welcome to thee. And thy career has been successful and fortunate, and resistless and glorious. And heaven reward thee, that thou hast so proudly caused me to have retribution. Lady, said he, I earnestly desired to obtain thee satisfaction according to thy will. And behold, here is the maiden through whom thou hadst thy revenge. Verily, said Gwenhwyvar, the welcome of heaven be unto her, and it is fitting that we should receive her joyfully. Then they went in and dismounted, and Gereint came to where Arthur was, and saluted him. Heaven protect thee, said Arthur, and the welcome of heaven be unto thee. And since Erbin the son of Nud has received his overthrow and wounds from thy hands, thou hast had a prosperous career. Not upon me be the blame, said Gereint, it was through the arrogance of Edirn, the son of Nud himself, that we were not friends. I would not quit him until I knew who he was, and until the one had vanquished the other. Now, said Arthur, where is the maiden for whom I heard thou didst give challenge? She is gone with Gwenwyvar to her chamber. Then went Arthur to see the maiden, and Arthur and all his companions and his whole court were glad concerning the maiden, and certain were they all that had her array been suitable to her beauty, they had never seen a maid fairer than she. And Arthur gave away the maiden to Gereint, and the usual bond made between two persons was made between Gereint and the maiden, and the choicest of all, Gwenwyvar's apparel, was given to the maiden. And thus arrayed, she appeared comely and graceful to all who beheld her. And that day and that night were spent in abundance of minstrelsy, and ample gifts of liquor, and a multitude of games. And when it was time for them to go to sleep, they went. And in the chamber where the couch of Arthur and Gwenwyvar was, the couch of Gereint and Enid was prepared. And from that time she became his bride. And the next day Arthur satisfied all the claimants upon Gereint with bountiful gifts. And the maiden took up her abode in the palace, and she had many companions, both men and women, and there was no maiden more esteemed than she in the island of Britain. Then spake Gwenwyvar. Rightly did I judge, said she, concerning the head of the stag, that it should not be given to any until Gereint's return. And behold, here is a fit occasion for bestowing it. Let it be given to Enid, the daughter of Inual, the most illustrious maiden, and I do not believe that any will begrudge it her, for between her and everyone here there exists nothing but love and friendship. Much applauded was this by them all, and by Arthur also. And the head of the stag was given to Enid, and thereupon her fame increased, and her friends thenceforward became more in number than before. And Gereint from that time forth loved the stag, and the tournament, and hard encounters. And he came victorious from them all. And a year, and a second, and a third, he proceeded thus, until his fame had flown over the face of the kingdom. And once upon a time Arthur was holding his court at Caerleon upon Usk, at Whitsuntide. And behold, there came to him ambassadors, wise and prudent, full of knowledge, and eloquent of speech, and they saluted Arthur. Heaven prosper you, said Arthur, and the welcome of heaven be unto you. And whence do you come? We come, Lord, said they, from Cornwall, and we are ambassadors from Erbin, the son of Custennin, thy uncle, and our mission is unto thee. And he greets thee well, as an uncle should greet his nephew, and as a vassal should greet his lord. And he represents unto thee that he waxes heavy and feeble, and is advancing in years. And the neighbouring chiefs, knowing this, grow insolent towards him, and covet his land and possessions. And he earnestly beseeches thee, Lord, to permit Gereint his son to return to him, to protect his possessions, and to become acquainted with his boundaries. And unto him he represents that it were better for him to spend the flower of his youth and the prime of his age in preserving his own boundaries than in tournaments, which are productive of no profit, although he obtains glory in them. Well, said Arthur, go and divest yourselves of your accoutrements, and take food, and refresh yourselves after your fatigues, and before you go forth hence you shall have an answer. And they went to eat. And Arthur considered that it would go hard with him to let Gereint depart from him and from his court. Neither did he think it fair that his cousin should be restrained from going to protect his dominions and his boundaries, seeing that his father was unable to do so. No less was the grief and regret of Gwenwyvar, and all her women and all her damsels, through fear that the maiden would leave them. And that day and that night were spent in abundance of feasting. And Arthur showed Geraint the cause of the mission, and of the coming of the ambassadors to him out of Cornwall. "Truly," said Geraint, "be it to my advantage or disadvantage, Lord, I will do according to thy will concerning this embassy." "Behold," said Arthur, "though it grieves me to part with thee, it is my counsel that thou go to dwell in thine own dominions, and to defend thy boundaries, and to take with thee to accompany thee as many as thou wilt of those thou lovest best among my faithful ones, and among thy friends, and among thy companions in arms. Heaven reward thee, and this will I do," said Geraint. "What discourse," said Gwenwyver, "do I hear between you? Is it of those who are to conduct Geraint to his country?" "It is," said Arthur. "Then it is needful for me to consider," said she, "concerning companions, and a provision for the lady that is with me." "Thou wilt do well," said Arthur. And that night they went to sleep, and the next day the ambassadors were permitted to depart, and they were told that Geraint should follow them. And on the third day Geraint set forth, and many went with him: Gwalchmai the son of Gwaia, and Riogoned the son of the king of Ireland, and Ondio the son of the duke of Burgundy, Gwilym the son of the ruler of the Franks, Howell the son of Emir of Brittany, Elivry, and Norcurd, Gwyn the son of Tringad, Goru the son of Custenin, Gwer Gridvar, Garanor the son of Golithma, Peredur the son of Evrog, Gwynlogel, Gwyr a judge in the court of Arthur, Dyfed the son of Alun of Dyfed, Gwre Gwalstawd Ieithud, Bedwyr the son of Bedrod, Hadri the son of Grian, Kai the son of Kinir, Odia the Frank, the steward of Arthur's court, and Edern the son of Nud. Said Geraint, "I think that I shall have enough of knighthood with me." "Yes," said Arthur, "but it will not be fitting for thee to take Edern with thee, although he is well, until peace shall be made between him and Gwenwyver. Gwenwyver can permit him to go with me, if he give sureties. If she please, she can let him go without sureties, for enough of pain and affliction has he suffered for the insult which the maiden received from the dwarf." "Truly," said Gwenwyver, "since it seems well to thee and to Geraint, I will do this gladly, Lord." Then she permitted Edern freely to depart, and many there were who accompanied Geraint, and they set forth, and never was there seen a fairer host journeying towards the Severn. And on the other side of the Severn were the nobles of Erbin, the son of Custenin, and his foster father at their head, to welcome Geraint with gladness. And many of the women of the court, with his mother, came to receive Enid, the daughter of Vinil, his wife. And there was great rejoicing and gladness throughout the whole court, and throughout all the country concerning Geraint, because of the greatness of their love towards him, and of the greatness of the fame which he had gained since he went from amongst them, and because he was come to take possession of his dominions and to preserve his boundaries. And they came to the court, and in the court they had ample entertainment, and a multitude of gifts, and abundance of liquor, and a sufficiency of service, and a variety of minstrelsy and of games. And to do honour to Geraint, all the chief men of the country were invited that night to visit him, and they passed that day and that night in the utmost enjoyment. And at dawn next day Erbin arose, and summoned to him Geraint, and the noble persons who had borne him company. And he said to Geraint, "I am a feeble and aged man, and whilst I was able to maintain the dominion for thee and for myself, I did so. But thou art young, and in the flower of thy vigour and of thy youth. Henceforth do thou preserve thy possessions." "Truly," said Geraint, "with my consent thou shalt not give the power over thy dominions at this time into my hands, and thou shalt not take me from Arthur's court. Into thy hands will I give them, said Erbin, "and this day also shalt thou receive the homage of thy subjects." Then said Gwalchmai, "It were better for thee to satisfy those who have boons to ask today, and tomorrow thou canst receive the homage of thy dominions." So all that had boons to ask were summoned into one place, and Cadirith came to them to know what were their requests, and everyone asked that which he desired. And the followers of Arthur began to make gifts, and immediately the men of Cornwall came, and gave also. And they were not long in giving, so eager was everyone to bestow gifts. And of those who came to ask gifts, none departed unsatisfied. And that day and that night were spent in the utmost enjoyment. And the next day, at dawn, Erbin desired Gereint to send messengers to the men, to ask them whether it was displeasing to them that he should come to receive their homage, and whether they had anything to object to him. Then Gereint sent ambassadors to the men of Cornwall to ask them this, and they all said that it would be the fullness of joy and honour to them for Gereint to come and receive their homage. So he received the homage of such as were there, and they remained with him till the third night. And the day after the followers of Arthur intended to go away. "It is too soon for you to go away yet," said he. "Stay with me until I have finished receiving the homage of my chief men, who have agreed to come to me." And they remained with him until he had done so. Then they set forth towards the court of Arthur, and Gereint went to bear them company, and Enid also, as far as Diganwy. There they parted. Then Ondiar, the son of the Duke of Burgundy, said to Gereint, "Go first of all, and visit the uppermost parts of thy dominions, and see well to the boundaries of thy territories. And if thou hast any trouble respecting them, send unto thy companions." "Heaven reward thee," said Gereint, "and this will I do." And Gereint journeyed to the uttermost part of his dominions, and experienced guides, and the chief men of his country went with him. And the furthermost point that they showed him, he kept possession of. And, as he had been used to do when he was at Arthur's court, he frequented tournaments, and he became acquainted with valiant and mighty men, until he had gained as much fame there as he had formerly done elsewhere. And he enriched his court, and his companions and his nobles, with the best horses and the best arms, and with the best and most valuable jewels, and he ceased not until his fame had flown over the face of the whole kingdom. And when he knew that it was thus, he began to love ease and pleasure, for there was no one who was worth his opposing. And he loved his wife, and liked to continue in the palace, with minstrelsy and diversions. And for a long time he abode at home. And after that he began to shut himself up in the chamber of his wife, and he took no delight in anything besides, insomuch that he gave up the friendship of his nobles, together with his hunting and his amusements, and lost the hearts of all the host in his court. And there was murmuring and scoffing concerning him among the inhabitants of the palace, on account of his relinquishing so completely their companionship for the love of his wife. And these tidings came to Erbin. And when Erbin had heard these things, he spoke unto Enid, and inquired of her whether it was she that had caused Gereint to act thus, and to forsake his people and his hosts. "Not I, by my confession unto heaven," said she. "There is nothing more hateful to me than this." And she knew not what she should do, for, although it was hard for her to own this to Gereint, yet was it not more easy for her to listen to what she heard, without warning Gereint concerning it. And she was very sorrowful. And one morning in the summer-time, they were upon their couch, and Gereint lay upon the edge of it, and Enid was without sleep in the apartment, which had windows of glass. And the sun shone upon the couch, and the clothes had slipped from off his arms and his breast, and he was asleep. Then she gazed upon the marvellous beauty of his appearance, and she said, "Alas, and am I the cause that these arms and this breast have lost their glory and the warlike fame which they once so richly enjoyed?" And as she said this, the tears dropped from her eyes, and they fell upon his breast. And the tears she shed, and the words she had spoken, awoke him. And another thing contributed to awaken him, and that was the idea that it was not in thinking of him that she spoke thus, but that it was because she loved some other man more than him, and that she wished for other society. And thereupon Gereint was troubled in his mind, and he called his squire. And when he came to him, "Go quickly," said he, "and prepare my horse and my arms, and make them ready. And do thou arise," said he to Enid, "and apparel thyself, and cause thy horse to be accoutred, and clothe thee in the worst riding dress that thou hast in thy possession. An evil betide me," said he, "if thou returnest here until thou knowest whether I have lost my strength so completely as thou didst say. And if it be so, it will then be easy for thee to seek the society thou didst wish for of him of whom thou wast thinking." So she arose, and clothed herself in her meanest garments. "I know nothing, Lord," said she, "of thy meaning." "Neither wilt thou know at this time," said he. Then Gereint went to see Erbin. "Sir," said he, "I am going upon a quest, and I am not certain when I may come back. Take heed, therefore, unto thy possessions until my return." "I will do so," said he, "but it is strange to me that thou shouldest go so suddenly. And who will proceed with thee, since thou art not strong enough to traverse the land of Logar alone? But one person only will go with me." "Heaven counsel thee, my son," said Erbin, "and may many attach themselves to thee in Logar." Then went Gereint to the place where his horse was, and it was equipped with foreign armour, heavy and shining. And he desired Enid to mount her horse, and to ride forward, and to keep a long way before him. "And whatever thou mayest see, and whatever thou mayest hear concerning me," said he, "do thou not turn back. And unless I speak unto thee, say not thou one word either." And they set forward. And he did not choose the pleasantest and most frequented road, but that which was the wildest and most beset by thieves and robbers and venomous animals. And they came to a high road, which they followed till they saw a vast forest, and they went towards it, and they saw 4 armed horsemen come forth from the forest. When the horsemen had beheld them, one of them said to the others, "Behold, here is a good occasion for us to capture 2 horses and armour, and a lady likewise. For this we shall have no difficulty in doing against yonder single knight, who hangs his head so pensively and heavily." And Enid heard this discourse, and she knew not what she should do through fear of Gereint, who had told her to be silent. "The vengeance of heaven be upon me," she said, "if I would not rather receive my death from his hand than from the hand of any other. And though he should slay me yet, will I speak to him, lest I should have the misery to witness his death." So she waited for Gereint until he came near to her. "Lord," said she, "didst thou hear the words of those men concerning thee?" Then he lifted up his eyes and looked at her angrily. "Thou hadst only," said he, "to hold thy peace as I bade thee. I wish but for silence, and not for warning. And though thou shouldest desire to see my defeat and my death by the hands of those men, yet do I feel no dread." Then the foremost of them couched his lance, and rushed upon Gereint, and he received him, and that not feebly. But he let the thrust go by him, while he struck the horseman upon the centre of his shield in such a manner that his shield was split, and his armour broken, and so that a cubit's length of the shaft of Gereint's lance passed through his body, and sent him to the earth, the length of the lance over his horse's crupper. Then the second horseman attacked him furiously, being wroth at the death of his companion. But with one thrust Gereint overthrew him also, and killed him as he had done the other. Then the third set upon him, and he killed him in like manner. And thus also he slew the fourth. Sad and sorrowful was the maiden as she saw all this. Gereint dismounted from his horse, and took the arms of the men he had slain, and placed them upon their saddles, and tied together the reins of their horses, and he mounted his horse again. "Behold what thou must do," said he. "Take the 4 horses, and drive them before thee, and proceed forward, as I bade thee just now, and say not one word unto me, unless I speak first unto thee. And I declare unto heaven," said he, "if thou doest not thus, it will be to thy cost." "I will do as far as I can, Lord," said she, "according to thy desire." Then they went forward through the forest, and when they left the forest, they came to a vast plain, in the centre of which was a group of thickly tangled copsewood, and from out thereof they beheld 3 horsemen coming towards them, well equipped with armour, both they and their horses. Then the maiden looked steadfastly upon them, and when they had come near, she heard them say one to another, "Behold, here is a good arrival for us. Here are coming for us 4 horses and 4 suits of armour. We shall easily obtain them spite of yonder dolorous knight, and the maiden also will fall into our power." "This is but too true," said she to herself, "for my husband is tired with his former combat. The vengeance of heaven will be upon me, unless I warn him of this." So the maiden waited until Gereint came up to her. "Lord," said she, "dost thou not hear the discourse of yonder men concerning thee?" "What was it?" asked he. "They say to one another that they will easily obtain all this spoil." "I declare to heaven," he answered, "that their words are less grievous to me than that thou wilt not be silent, and abide by my counsel." "My lord," said she, "I feared lest they should surprise thee unawares." "Hold thy peace then," said he. "Do not I desire silence?" And thereupon one of the horsemen couched his lance and attacked Gereint, and he made a thrust at him, which he thought would be very effective. But Gereint received it carelessly and struck it aside, and then he rushed upon him and aimed at the centre of his person, and from the shock of man and horse, the quantity of his armour did not avail him, and the head of the lance and part of the shaft passed through him, so that he was carried to the ground an arm and a spear's length over the crupper of his horse. And both the other horsemen came forward in their turn, but their onset was not more successful than that of their companion. And the maiden stood by, looking at all this, and on the one hand she was in trouble lest Gereint should be wounded in his encounter with the men, and on the other hand she was joyful to see him victorious. Then Gereint dismounted, and bound the 3 suits of armour upon the 3 saddles, and he fastened the reins of all the horses together, so that he had 7 horses with him. And he mounted his own horse, and commanded the maiden to drive forward the others. "It is no more use for me to speak to thee than to refrain, for thou wilt not attend to my advice." "I will do so, as far as I am able, Lord," said she. "But I cannot conceal from thee the fierce and threatening words which I may hear against thee, Lord, from such strange people as those that haunt this wilderness." "I declare to heaven," said he, "that I desire naught but silence. Therefore hold thy peace." "I will, Lord, while I can." And the maiden went on with the horses before her, and she pursued her way straight onwards. And from the copsewood already mentioned, they journeyed over a vast and dreary open plain. And at a great distance from them they beheld a wood, and they could see neither end nor boundary to the wood, except on that side that was nearest to them, and they went towards it. Then there came from out the wood 5 horsemen, eager and bold and mighty and strong, mounted upon chargers that were powerful and large of bone and high-mettled and proudly snorting, and both the men and the horses were well equipped with arms. And when they drew near to them, Enid heard them say, "Behold, here is a fine booty coming to us, which we shall obtain easily and without labour, for we shall have no trouble in taking all those horses and arms, and the lady also, from yonder single night, so doleful and sad." Sorely grieved was the maiden upon hearing this discourse, so that she knew not in the world what she should do. At last, however, she determined to warn Gereint, so she turned her horse's head towards him. "Lord," said she, "if thou hadst heard as I did what yonder horseman said concerning thee, thy heaviness would be greater than it is." Angrily and bitterly did Gereint smile upon her, and he said, "Thee do I hear doing everything that I forbade thee, but it may be that thou will repent this yet." And immediately, behold, the men met them, and victoriously and gallantly did Gereint overcome them all five. And he placed the 5 suits of armour upon the 5 saddles, and tied together the reins of the 12 horses, and gave them in charge to Enid. "I know not," said he, "what good it is for me to order thee, but this time I charge thee in an especial manner." So the maiden went forward towards the wood, keeping in advance of Gereint, as he had desired her. And it grieved him as much as his wrath would permit, to see a maiden so illustrious as she having so much trouble with the care of the horses. Then they reached the wood, and it was both deep and vast, and in the wood night overtook them. "Ah, maiden," said he, "it is vain to attempt proceeding forward." "Well, lord," said she, "whatsoever thou wishest we will do." "It will be best for us," he answered, "to turn out of the wood, and to rest, and wait for the day, in order to pursue our journey." "That will we, gladly," said she. And they did so. Having dismounted himself, he took her down from her horse. "I cannot by any means refrain from sleep through weariness," said he. "Do thou therefore watch the horses, and sleep not." "I will, lord," said she. Then he went to sleep in his armour, and thus passed the night, which was not long at that season. And when she saw the dawn of day appear, she looked around her to see if he were waking, and thereupon he woke. "My lord," she said, "I have desired to awake thee for some time." But he spake nothing to her about fatigue, as he had desired her to be silent. Then he arose and said unto her, "Take the horses, and ride on, and keep straight on before thee, as thou didst yesterday." And early in the day they left the wood, and they came to an open country with meadows on one hand, and mowers mowing the meadows. And there was a river before them, and the horses bent down and drank the water. And they went up out of the river by a lofty steep. And there they met a slender stripling with a satchel about his neck, and they saw that there was something in the satchel, but they knew not what it was. And he had a small blue pitcher in his hand, and a bowl on the mouth of the pitcher. And the youth saluted Gereint. "Heaven prosper thee," said Gereint, "and whence dost thou come?" "I come," said he, "from the city that lies before thee." "My lord," he added, "will it be displeasing to thee if I ask whence thou comest also?" "By no means. Through yonder wood did I come." "Thou camest not through the wood today?" "No," he replied. "We were in the wood last night." "I warrant," said the youth, "that thy condition there last night was not the most pleasant, and that thou hadst neither meat nor drink." "No, by my faith," said he. "Wilt thou follow my counsel," said the youth, "and take thy meal from me?" "What sort of meal?" he inquired. "The breakfast which is sent for yonder mowers, nothing less than bread and meat and wine. And if thou wilt, sir, they shall have none of it." "I will," said he, and heaven reward thee for it." So Gereint alighted, and the youth took the maiden from off her horse. Then they washed and took their repast, and the youth cut the bread in slices and gave them drink, and served them withal. And when they had finished, the youth arose and said to Gereint, "My lord, with thy permission, I will now go and fetch some food for the mowers." "Go first to the town," said Gereint, "and take a lodging for me in the best place that thou knowest, and the most commodious one for the horses, and take thou whichever horse and arms thou choosest in payment for thy service and thy gift." "Heaven reward thee, lord," said the youth, "and this would be ample to repay services much greater than those I have rendered unto thee." And to the town went the youth, and he took the best and the most pleasant lodgings that he knew. And after that he went to the palace, having the horse and armour with him, and proceeded to the place where the earl was, and told him all his adventure. "I go now, lord," said he, "to meet the young man, and to conduct him to his lodging." "Go gladly," said the earl, "and right joyfully shall he be received here, if he so come." And the youth went to meet Gereint, and told him that he would be received gladly by the earl in his own palace, but he would go only to his lodgings. And he had a goodly chamber, in which was plenty of straw and drapery, and a spacious and commodious place he had for the horses. And the youth prepared for them plenty of provender. And after they had disarrayed themselves, Gereint spoke thus to Enid. "Go," said he, "to the other side of the chamber, and come not to this side of the house, and thou mayest call to thee the woman of the house, if thou wilt." "I will do, lord," said she, "as thou sayest." And thereupon the man of the house came to Gereint and welcomed him. "O chieftain," he said, "hast thou taken thy meal?" "I have," said he. Then the youth spoke to him, and inquired if he would not drink something before he met the earl. "Truly I will," said he. So the youth went into the town and brought them drink, and they drank. "I must needs sleep," said Gereint. "Well," said the youth, "and whilst thou sleepest, I will go to see the earl." "Go gladly," he said, "and come here again when I require thee." And Gereint went to sleep, and so did Enid also. And the youth came to the place where the earl was, and the earl asked him where the lodgings of the knight were, and he told him. "I must go," said the youth, "to wait on him in the evening." "Go," answered the earl, "and greet him well from me, and tell him that in the evening I will go to see him." "This will I do," said the youth. So he came when it was time for them to awake, and they arose and went forth, and when it was time for them to take their food, they took it, and the youth served them. And Gereint inquired of the man of the house whether there were any of his companions that he wished to invite to him, and he said that there were. "Bring them hither, and entertain them at my cost, with the best thou canst buy in the town." And the man of the house brought there those whom he chose, and feasted them at Gereint's expense. Thereupon, behold, the earl came to visit Gereint, and his 12 honourable knights with him. And Gereint rose up and welcomed him. "Heaven preserve thee," said the earl. Then they all sat down according to their precedence in honour. And the earl conversed with Gereint, and inquired of him the object of his journey. "I have none," he replied, "but to seek adventures, and to follow my own inclination." Then the earl cast his eye upon Enid, and he looked at her steadfastly, and he thought he had never seen a maiden fairer or more comely than she, and he set all his thoughts and his affections upon her. Then he asked of Gereint, "Have I thy permission to go and converse with yonder maiden? For I see that she is apart from thee." "Thou hast it gladly," said he. So the earl went to the place where the maiden was, and spake with her, "Ah, maiden," said he, "it cannot be pleasant to thee to journey thus with yonder man." "It is not unpleasant to me," said she, "to journey the same road that he journeys." "Thou hast neither youths nor maidens to serve thee," said he. "Truly," she replied, "it is more pleasant for me to follow yonder man than to be served by youths and maidens." "I will give thee good counsel," said he. "All my earldom will I place in thy possession if thou wilt dwell with me." "That will I not, by heaven," she said. "Yonder man was the first to whom my faith was ever pledged, and shall I prove inconstant to him?" "Thou art in the wrong," said the earl. "If I slay the man yonder, I can keep thee with me as long as I choose, and when thou no longer pleasest me, I can turn thee away. But if thou goest with me by thine own good will, I protest that our union shall continue eternal and undivided as long as I remain alive." Then she pondered these words of his, and she considered that it was advisable to encourage him in his request. "Behold then, chieftain, this is most expedient for thee to do to save me any needless imputation. Come here tomorrow and take me away as though I knew nothing thereof." "I will do so," said he. So he arose and took his leave and went forth with his attendants. And she told not then to Gereint any of the conversation which she had had with the earl, lest it should rouse his anger and cause him uneasiness and care. And at the usual hour they went to sleep. And at the beginning of the night Enid slept a little, and at midnight she arose and placed all Gereint's armour together, so that it might be ready to put on. And although fearful of her errand, she came to the side of Gereint's bed, and she spoke to him softly and gently, saying, "My lord, arise and clothe thyself." For these were the words of the earl to me, and his intention concerning me. So she told Gereint all that had passed. And although he was wroth with her, he took warning and clothed himself. And she lighted a candle, that he might have light to do so. "Leave there the candle," said he, "and desire the man of the house to come here." Then she went, and the man of the house came to him. "Dost thou know how much I owe thee?" asked Gereint. "I think thou owest but little. Take the 11 horses and the 11 suits of armour." "Heaven reward thee, lord," said he, "but I spent not the value of 1 suit of armour upon thee." "For that reason," said he, "thou wilt be the richer. And now wilt thou come to guide me out of the town?" "I will, gladly," said he. "And in which direction dost thou intend to go?" "I wish to leave the town by a different way from that by which I entered it." So the man of the lodgings accompanied him as far as he desired. Then he bade the maiden to go on before him, and she did so, and went straight forward, and his host returned home. And he had only just reached his house, when, behold, the greatest tumult approached that was ever heard. And when he looked out, he saw 80 knights in complete armour around the house, with the Earl de Oain at their head. "Where is the knight that was here?" said the earl. "By thy hand," said he. "He went hence some time ago." "Wherefore, villain?" said he. "Didst thou let him go without informing me?" "My lord, thou didst not command me to do so, else would I not have allowed him to depart." "What way dost thou think that he took?" "I know not, except that he went along the high road." And they turned their horses' heads that way, and seeing the tracks of the horses upon the high road, they followed. And when the maiden beheld the dawning of the day, she looked behind her and saw vast clouds of dust coming nearer and nearer to her. And thereupon she became uneasy, and she thought that it was the earl and his host coming after them. And thereupon she beheld a knight appearing through the mist. "By my faith," said she, "though he should slay me, it were better for me to receive my death at his hands than to see him killed without warning him." "My lord," she said to him, "seest thou yonder man hastening after thee? and many others with him. I do see him, said he, and in despite of all my orders, I see that thou wilt never keep silence. Then he turned upon the knight, and with the first thrust he threw him down under his horse's feet, and as long as there remained one of the 80 knights, he overthrew every one of them at the first onset, and from the weakest to the strongest, they all attacked him one after the other, except the Earl, and last of all, the Earl came against him also, and he broke his lance, and then he broke a second, but Gereint turned upon him, and struck him with his lance upon the centre of his shield, so that by that single thrust the shield was split, and all his armour broken, and he himself was brought over his horse's crupper to the ground, and was in peril of his life. And Gereint drew near to him, and at the noise of the trampling of his horse, the Earl revived. Mercy, Lord, said he to Gereint, and Gereint granted him mercy. But through the hardness of the ground where they had fallen, and the violence of the stroke which they had received, there was not a single knight amongst them that escaped without receiving a fall, mortally severe, and grievously painful, and desperately wounding, from the hand of Gereint. And Gereint journeyed along the high road that was before him, and the maiden went on first, and near them they beheld a valley, which was the fairest ever seen, and which had a large river running through it, and there was a bridge over the river, and the high road led to the bridge, and above the bridge upon the opposite side of the river they beheld a fortified town, the fairest ever seen. And as they approached the bridge, Gereint saw coming towards him from a thick copse a man mounted upon a large and lofty steed, even of pace, and spirited though tractable. Ah, knight, said Gereint, whence comest thou? I come, said he, from the valley below us. Canst thou tell me, said Gereint, who is the owner of this fair valley and yonder walled town? I will tell thee willingly, said he. Dyfed Petit, he is called by the Franks, but the Cymry call him the Little King. Can I go by yonder bridge, said Gereint, and by the lower highway that is beneath the town? Said the knight, thou canst not go by his tower on the other side of the bridge, unless thou dost intend to combat him, because it is his custom to encounter every knight that comes upon his lands. I declare to heaven, said Gereint, that I will, nevertheless, pursue my journey that way. If thou dost so, said the knight, thou wilt probably meet with shame and disgrace in reward for thy daring. Then Gereint proceeded along the road that led to the town, and the road brought him to a ground that was hard and rugged and high and ridgy. And as he journeyed thus, he beheld a knight following him upon a war horse, strong and large, and proudly stepping, and wide-hoofed and broad-chested. And he never saw a man of smaller stature than he who was upon the horse. And both he and his horse were completely armed. When he had overtaken Gereint, he said to him, Tell me, chieftain, whether it is through ignorance or through presumption that thou seekest to insult my dignity and to infringe my rules. Nay, answered Gereint, I knew not this road was forbid to any. Thou didst know it, said the other. Come with me to my court, to give me satisfaction. That will I not by my faith, said Gereint. I would not go even to thy lord's court, excepting Arthur were thy lord. By the hand of Arthur himself, said the knight, I will have satisfaction of thee, or receive my overthrow at thy hands. And immediately they charged one another, and a squire of his came to serve him with lances as he broke them. And they gave each other such hard and severe strokes that their shields lost all their colour. But it was very difficult for Gereint to fight with him on account of his small size, for he was hardly able to get a full aim at him with all the efforts he could make. And they fought thus until their horses were brought down upon their knees, and at length Gereint threw the knight headlong to the ground, and then they fought on foot, and they gave one another blows so boldly fierce, so frequent, and so severely powerful, that their helmets were pierced, and their skullcaps were broken, and their arms were shattered, and the light of their eyes was darkened by sweat and blood. At the last, Gereint became enraged, and he called to him all his strength, and boldly angry, and swiftly resolute, and furiously determined, he lifted up his sword, and struck him on the crown of his head a blow so mortally painful, so violent, so fierce, and so penetrating, that it cut through all his head armor and his skin and his flesh, until it wounded the very bone, and the sword flew out of the hand of the little king to the furthest end of the plain, and he besought Gereint that he would have mercy and compassion upon him. "Though thou hast been neither courteous nor just," said Gereint, "thou shalt have mercy, upon condition that thou wilt become my ally, and engage never to fight against me again, but to come to my assistance whenever thou hearest of my being in trouble." "This will I do gladly, Lord," said he. So he pledged him his faith thereof. "And now, Lord, come with me," said he, "to my court yonder, to recover from thy weariness and fatigue." "That will I not, by heaven," said he. Then Dyfed Petit beheld Enid where she stood, and it grieved him to see one of her noble mien appear so deeply afflicted. And he said to Gereint, "My lord, thou doest wrong not to take repose, and refresh thyself a while. For if thou meetest with any difficulty in thy present condition, it will not be easy for thee to surmount it." But Gereint would do no other than proceed on his journey, and he mounted his horse in pain, and all covered with blood. And the maiden went on first, and they proceeded towards the wood, which they saw before them. And the heat of the sun was very great, and through the blood and sweat, Gereint's armor cleaved to his flesh. And when they came into the wood, he stood under a tree to avoid the sun's heat, and his wounds pained him more than they had done at the time when he received them. And the maiden stood under another tree, and lo, they heard the sound of horns and a tumultuous noise, and the occasion of it was that Arthur and his company had come down to the wood. And while Gereint was considering which way he should go to avoid them, behold, he was espied by a foot-page, who was an attendant on the steward of the household. And he went to the steward, and told him what kind of man he had seen in the wood. Then the steward caused his horse to be saddled, and he took his lance and his shield, and went to the place where Gereint was. "Ah, knight," said he, "what dost thou here?" "I am standing under a shady tree, to avoid the heat and the rays of the sun." "Wherefore is thy journey, and who art thou?" "I seek adventures, and go where I list." "Indeed," said Kai, "then come with me to see Arthur, who is here hard by." "That will I not, by heaven," said Gereint. "Thou must needs come," said Kai. Then Gereint knew who he was, but Kai did not know Gereint, and Kai attacked Gereint as best he could. And Gereint became wroth, and he struck him with the shaft of his lance, so that he rolled headlong to the ground. But chastisement worse than this would he not inflict on him. Scared and wildly Kai arose, and he mounted his horse and went back to his lodging. And thence he proceeded to Gwalchmai's tent. "O sir," said he to Gwalchmai, "I was told by one of the attendants that he saw in the wood above a wounded knight, having on battered armor, and if thou dost right, thou wilt go and see if this be true." "I care not if I do so," said Gwalchmai. "Take then thy horse, and some of thy armor," said Kai, "for I hear that he is not over courteous to those who approach him." So Gwalchmai took his spear and his shield, and mounted his horse, and came to the spot where Gereint was. "Sir knight," said he, "wherefore is thy journey?" "I journey for my own pleasure, and to seek the adventures of the world." Wilt thou tell me who thou art, or wilt thou come and visit Arthur, who is near at hand? I will make no alliance with thee, nor will I go and visit Arthur, said he. And he knew that it was Gwalchmai, but Gwalchmai knew him not. I purpose not to leave thee, said Gwalchmai, till I know who thou art. And he charged him with his lance, and struck him on his shield, so that the shaft was shivered into splinters, and their horses were front to front. Then Gwalchmai gazed fixedly upon him, and he knew him. Ah, Gereint, said he, is it thou that art here? I am not Gereint, said he. Gereint thou art by heaven, he replied, and a wretched and insane expedition is this. Then he looked around and beheld Enid, and he welcomed her gladly. Gereint, said Gwalchmai, come thou and see Arthur. He is thy lord and thy cousin. I will not, said he, for I am not in a fit state to go and see anyone. Thereupon, behold, one of the pages came after Gwalchmai to speak to him. So he sent him to apprise Arthur that Gereint was there wounded, and that he would not go to visit him, and that it was pitiable to see the plight that he was in. And this he did without Gereint's knowledge, inasmuch as he spoke in a whisper to the page. Entreat Arthur, said he, to have his tent brought near to the road, for he will not meet him willingly, and it is not easy to compel him in the mood he is in. So the page came to Arthur and told him this, and he caused his tent to be removed unto the side of the road. And the maiden rejoiced in her heart, and Gwalchmai led Gereint onwards along the road, till they came to the place where Arthur was encamped, and the pages were pitching his tent by the roadside. Lord, said Gereint, all hail unto thee. Heaven prosper thee. And who art thou? Said Arthur. It is Gereint, said Gwalchmai, and of his own free will would he not come to meet thee. Verily, said Arthur, he is bereft of his reason. Then came Enid, and saluted Arthur. Heaven protect thee, said he. And thereupon he caused one of the pages to take her from her horse. Alas, Enid, said Arthur, what expedition is this? I know not, Lord, said she, save that it behoves me to journey by the same road that he journeys. My lord, said Gereint, with thy permission we will depart. Whither wilt thou go? Said Arthur. Thou canst not proceed now, unless it be unto thy death. He will not suffer himself to be invited by me, said Gwalchmai. But by me he will, said Arthur, and moreover, he does not go from here until he is healed. I had rather, Lord, said Gereint, that thou wouldest let me go forth. That will I not, I declare to heaven, said he. Then he caused a maiden to be sent for to conduct Enid to the tent where Gwenwyver's chamber was. And Gwenwyver and all her women were joyful at her coming, and they took off her riding dress and placed other garments upon her. Arthur also called Caderiath, and ordered him to pitch a tent for Gereint and the physicians, and he enjoined him to provide him with abundance of all that might be requisite for him. And Caderiath did as he had commanded him, and Morgan Tudd and his disciples were brought to Gereint. And Arthur and his host remained there nearly a month, whilst Gereint was being healed. And when he was fully recovered, Gereint came to Arthur and asked his permission to depart. I know not if thou art quite well. In truth I am, Lord, said Gereint. I shall not believe thee concerning that, but the physicians that were with thee. So Arthur caused the physicians to be summoned to him, and asked them if it were true. It is true, Lord, said Morgan Tudd. So the next day Arthur permitted him to go forth, and he pursued his journey. And on the same day Arthur removed thence. And Gereint desired Enid to go on, and to keep before him, as she had formerly done. And she went forward along the high road. And as they journeyed thus, they heard an exceeding loud wailing near to them. Stay thou here, said he, and I will go and see what is the cause of this wailing." "I will," said she. Then he went forward unto an open glade that was near the road, and in the glade he saw 2 horses, one having a man's saddle, and the other a woman's saddle upon it. And behold, there was a knight lying dead in his armour, and a young damsel in a riding dress standing over him lamenting. "Ah, lady," said Gereint, "what hath befallen thee?" "Behold," she answered, "I journeyed here with my beloved husband, when, lo, 3 giants came upon us, and without any cause in the world they slew him." "Which way went they hence?" said Gereint. "Yonder by the high road," she replied. So he returned to Enid. "Go," said he, "to the lady that is below yonder, and await me there till I come." She was sad when he ordered her to do thus, but nevertheless she went to the damsel, whom it was ruth to hear, and she felt certain that Gereint would never return. Meanwhile, Gereint followed the giants and overtook them, and each of them was greater of stature than 3 other men, and a huge club was on the shoulder of each. Then he rushed upon one of them, and thrust his lance through his body, and having drawn it forth again, he pierced another of them through likewise. But the third turned upon him, and struck him with his club, so that he split his shield, and crushed his shoulder, and opened his wounds anew, and all his blood began to flow from him. But Gereint drew his sword, and attacked the giant, and gave him a blow on the crown of his head so severe and fierce and violent, that his head and his neck were split down to his shoulders, and he fell dead. So Gereint left him thus, and returned to Enid, and when he saw her, he fell down lifeless from his horse. Piercing and loud and thrilling was the cry that Enid uttered, and she came and stood over him where he had fallen. And at the sound of her cries came the Earl of Limos, and the host that journeyed with him, whom her lamentations brought out of their road. And the Earl said to Enid, "Alas, lady, what hath befallen thee?" "Ah, good sir," said she, "the only man I have loved, or ever shall love, is slain." Then he said to the other, "And what is the cause of thy grief?" "They have slain my beloved husband also," said she. "And who was it that slew them?" "Some giants," she answered, "slew my best beloved, and the other night went in pursuit of them, and came back in the state thou seest, his blood flowing excessively. But it appears to me that he did not leave the giants without killing some of them, if not all. The Earl caused the knight that was dead to be buried, but he thought that there still remained some life in Gereint, and to see if he yet would live, he had him carried with him in the hollow of his shield, and upon a bier. And the 2 damsels went to the court, and when they arrived there, Gereint was placed upon a litter couch in front of the table that was in the hall. Then they all took off their travelling gear, and the Earl besought Enid to do the same, and to clothe herself in other garments. "I will not, by heaven," said she. "Ah, lady," said he, "be not so sorrowful for this matter." "It were hard to persuade me to be otherwise," said she. "I will act towards thee in such wise that thou needest not be sorrowful, whether yonder knight live or die. Behold, a good earldom, together with myself, will I bestow on thee. Be therefore happy and joyful." "I declare to heaven," said she, "that henceforth I shall never be joyful while I live." "Come then," said he, "and eat." "No, by heaven I will not," she answered. "But by heaven thou shalt," said he. So he took her with him to the table against her will, and many times desired her to eat. "I call heaven to witness," said she, "that I will not eat until the man that is upon yonder bier shall eat likewise." "Thou canst not fulfill that," said the Earl. "Yonder man is dead already." "I will prove that I can," said she. Then he offered her a goblet of liquor. Drink this goblet, he said, and it will cause thee to change thy mind. Evil betide me, she answered, if I drink aught until he drink also. Truly, said the Earl, it is of no more avail for me to be gentle with thee than ungentle. And he gave her a box on the ear. Thereupon she raised a loud and piercing shriek, and her lamentations were much greater than they had been before, for she considered in her mind that had Gereint been alive, he durst not have struck her thus. But, behold, at the sound of her cry, Gereint revived from his swoon, and he sat up on the bier, and finding his sword in the hollow of his shield, he rushed to the place where the Earl was, and struck him a fiercely wounding, severely venomous, and sternly smiting blow upon the crown of his head, so that he clove him in twain, until his sword was stayed by the table. Then all left the board, and fled away, and this was not so much through fear of the living, as through the dread they felt at seeing the dead man rise up to slay them. And Gereint looked upon Enid, and he was grieved for two causes. One was to see that Enid had lost her colour and her wonted aspect, and the other to know that she was in the right. Lady, said he, knowest thou where our horses are? I know, Lord, where thy horse is, she replied, but I know not where is the other. Thy horse is in the house yonder. So he went to the house, and brought forth his horse, and mounted him, and took up Enid from the ground, and placed her upon the horse with him. And he rode forward, and their road lay between two hedges, and the night was gaining on the day. And lo, they saw behind them the shafts of spears betwixt them and the sky, and they heard the trampling of horses, and the noise of a host approaching. I hear something following us, said he, and I will put thee on the other side of the hedge. And thus he did, and thereupon, behold, a knight pricked towards him, and couched his lance. When Enid saw this, she cried out, saying, O chieftain, whoever thou art, what renown wilt thou gain by slaying a dead man? O heaven, said he, is it Gereint? Yes, in truth, said she. And who art thou? I am the little king, he answered, coming to thy assistance, for I heard that thou wast in trouble, and if thou hadst followed my advice, none of these hardships would have befallen thee. Nothing can happen, said Gereint, without the will of heaven, though much good results from counsel. Yes, said the little king, and I know good counsel for thee now. Come with me to the court of a son-in-law of my sister, which is near here, and thou shalt have the best medical assistance in the kingdom. I will do so gladly, said Gereint. And Enid was placed upon the horse of one of the little king's squires, and they went forward to the baron's palace. And they were received there with gladness, and they met with hospitality and attention. And the next morning they went to seek physicians, and it was not long before they came, and they attended Gereint until he was perfectly well. And while Gereint was under medical care, the little king caused his armour to be repaired until it was as good as it had ever been, and they remained there a fortnight and a month. Then the little king said to Gereint, Now will we go towards my own court, to take rest and amuse ourselves. Not so, said Gereint. We will first journey for 1 day more, and return again. With all my heart, said the little king, do thou go then. And early in the day they set forth, and more gladly and more joyfully did Enid journey with them that day than she had ever done. And they came to the main road, and when they reached a place where the road divided in two, they beheld a man on foot coming towards them along one of these roads. And Dyfed asked the man whence he came. I come, said he, from an errand in the country. Tell me, said Gereint, which is the best for me to follow of these two roads? That is the best for thee to follow, answered he. For if thou goest by this one, thou wilt never return. Below us said he. "There is a hedge of mist, and within it are enchanted games, and no one who has gone there has ever returned. And the court of the Earl Oain is there, and he permits no one to go to lodge in the town, except he will go to his court." "I declare to heaven," said Gereint, "that we will take the lower road." And they went along it until they came to the town, and they took the fairest and pleasantest place in the town for their lodging. And while they were thus, behold, a young man came to them and greeted them. "Heaven be propitious to thee," said they. "Good sirs," said he, "what preparations are you making here?" "We are taking up our lodging," said they, "to pass the night." "It is not the custom with him who owns the town," he answered, "to permit any of gentle birth, unless they come to stay in his court, to abide here. Therefore come ye to the court." "We will come, gladly," said Gereint. And they went with the page, and they were joyfully received. And the Earl came to the hall to meet them, and he commanded the tables to be laid, and they washed and sat down. And this is the order in which they sat: Gereint on one side of the Earl, and Enid on the other side, and next to Enid the little king, and then the Countess next to Gereint, and all after that as became their rank. Then Gereint recollected the games, and thought that he should not go to them, and on that account he did not eat. Then the Earl looked upon Gereint, and considered, and he bethought him that his not eating was because of the games, and it grieved him that he had ever established those games, were it only on account of losing such a youth as Gereint. And if Gereint had asked him to abolish the games, he would gladly have done so. Then the Earl said to Gereint, "What thought occupies thy mind, that thou dost not eat? If thou hesitatest about going to the games, thou shalt not go, and no other of thy rank shall ever go either." "Heaven reward thee," said Gereint, "but I wish nothing better than to go to the games, and to be shown the way thither. If that is what thou dost prefer, thou shalt obtain it willingly." "I do prefer it indeed," said he. Then they ate, and they were amply served, and they had a variety of gifts, and abundance of liquor. And when they had finished eating, they arose, and Gereint called for his horse and his armour, and he accoutred both himself and his horse. And all the host went forth until they came to the side of the hedge, and the hedge was so lofty that it reached as high as they could see in the air, and upon every stake in the hedge, except two, there was the head of a man, and the number of stakes throughout the hedge was very great. Then said the little king, "May no one go in with the chieftain?" "No one may," said Earl Oain. "Which way can I enter?" inquired Gereint. "I know not," said Oain, "but enter by the way that thou wilt, and that seemeth easiest to thee." Then fearlessly and unhesitatingly, Gereint dashed forward into the mist. And on leaving the mist, he came to a large orchard, and in the orchard he saw an open space, wherein was a tent of red satin, and the door of the tent was open, and an apple tree stood in front of the door of the tent, and on a branch of the apple tree hung a huge hunting horn. Then he dismounted and went into the tent, and there was no one in the tent save one maiden sitting in a golden chair, and another chair was opposite to her, empty. And Gereint went to the empty chair and sat down therein. "Ah, chieftain," said the maiden, "I would not counsel thee to sit in that chair." "Wherefore," said Gereint, "the man to whom that chair belongs has never suffered another to sit in it." "I care not," said Gereint, "though it displease him that I sit in the chair." And thereupon they heard a mighty tumult around the tent, and Gereint looked to see what was the cause of the tumult. And he beheld without a knight mounted upon a war horse, proudly snorting, high-mettled and large of bone, and a robe of honour in 2 parts was upon him and upon his horse, and beneath it was plenty of armour. "Tell me, chieftain," said he to Gereint, "who it was that bade thee sit there?" "Myself," answered he. "It was wrong of thee to do me this shame and disgrace. Arise, and do me satisfaction for thine insolence." Then Gereint arose, and they encountered immediately, and they broke a set of lances, and a second set, and a third, and they gave each other fierce and frequent strokes. And at last Gereint became enraged, and he urged on his horse, and rushed upon him, and gave him a thrust on the centre of his shield, so that it was split, and so that the head of his lance went through his armour, and his girths were broken, and he himself was borne headlong to the ground the length of Gereint's lance and arm, over his horse's crupper. "O my lord," said he, "thy mercy, and thou shalt have what thou wilt." "I only desire," said Gereint, "that this game shall no longer exist here, nor the hedge of mist, nor magic, nor enchantment." "Thou shalt have this gladly, lord," he replied. "Cause then the mist to disappear from this place," said Gereint. "Sound yonder horn," said he, "and when thou soundest it, the mist will vanish, but it will not go hence unless the horn be blown by the knight by whom I am vanquished." And sad and sorrowful was Enid, where she remained, through anxiety concerning Gereint. Then Gereint went and sounded the horn, and at the first blast he gave, the mist vanished, and all the host came together, and they all became reconciled to each other. And the earl invited Gereint and the little king to stay with him that night, and the next morning they separated, and Gereint went towards his own dominions, and thenceforth he reigned prosperously, and his warlike fame and splendour lasted with renown and honour, both to him and to Enid from that time forth. Culhwch and Olwen. Kilydd, the son of Prince Culhwch, desired a wife as a helpmate, and the wife that he chose was Goludyd, the daughter of Prince Anlod. And after their union, the people put up prayers that they might have an heir, and they had a son through the prayers of the people. From the time of her pregnancy, Goludyd became wild and wandered about without habitation. But when her delivery was at hand, her reason came back to her. Then she went to a mountain where there was a swineherd, keeping a herd of swine. And through fear of the swine, the queen was delivered. And the swineherd took the boy and brought him to the palace, and he was christened, and they called him Culhwch, because he had been found in a swine's burrow. Nevertheless, the boy was of gentle lineage, and cousin unto Arthur, and they put him out to nurse. After this, the boy's mother, Goludyd, the daughter of Prince Anlod, fell sick. Then she called her husband unto her, and said to him, "Of this sickness I shall die, and thou wilt take another wife. Now wives are the gift of the Lord, but it would be wrong for thee to harm thy son. Therefore I charge thee that thou take not a wife until thou see a briar with 2 blossoms upon my grave." And this he promised her. Then she besought him to dress her grave every year, that nothing might grow thereon. So the queen died. Now the king sent an attendant every morning to see if anything were growing upon the grave. And at the end of the 7th year, the master neglected that which he had promised to the queen. One day the king went to hunt, and he rode to the place of burial to see the grave, and to know if it were time that he should take a wife. And the king saw the briar. And when he saw it, the king took counsel where he should find a wife. Said one of his counselors, "I know a wife that will suit thee well, and she is the wife of King Dyfed." And they resolved to go to seek her. And they slew the king, and brought away his wife and 1 daughter that she had along with her. And they conquered the king's lands. On a certain day, as the lady walked abroad, she came to the house of an old crone that dwelt in the town, and that had no tooth in her head. And the queen said to her, "Old woman, tell me that which I shall ask thee, for the love of heaven. Where are the children of the man who has carried me away by violence?" Said the crone, "He has not children." Said the queen, "Woe is me, that I should have come to one who is childless." Then said the hag, "Thou needest not lament on account of that, for there is a prediction he shall have an heir by thee, and by none other. Moreover, be not sorrowful, for he has one son." The lady returned home with joy, and she asked her consort, "Wherefore hast thou concealed thy children from me?" The king said, "I will do so no longer." And he sent messengers for his son, and he was brought to the court. His stepmother said unto him, "It were well for thee to have a wife, and I have a daughter who is sought of every man of renown in the world." "I am not yet of an age to wed," answered the youth. Then said she unto him, "I declare to thee that it is thy destiny not to be suited with a wife until thou obtain Olwen, the daughter of Ysbaddaden Penkor." And the youth blushed, and the love of the maiden diffused itself through all his frame, although he had never seen her. And his father inquired of him, "What has come over thee, my son, and what aileth thee?" "My stepmother has declared to me that I shall never have a wife until I obtain Olwen, the daughter of Ysbaddaden Penkor." "That will be easy for thee," answered his father. "Arthur is thy cousin. Go therefore unto Arthur to cut thy hair, and ask this of him as a boon." And the youth pricked forth upon a steed with head dappled grey, of 4 winters old, firm of limb, with shell-formed hooves, having a bridle of linked gold on his head, and upon him a saddle of costly gold. And in the youth's hand were 2 spears of silver, sharp, well tempered, headed with steel, 3 ells in length, of an edge to wound the wind, and cause blood to flow, and swifter than the fall of the dewdrop from the blade of reed grass upon the earth, when the dew of June is at the heaviest. A gold-hilted sword was upon his thigh, the blade of which was of gold, bearing a cross of inlaid gold of the hue of the lightning of heaven. His war-horn was of ivory. Before him were 2 brindled white-breasted greyhounds, having strong collars of rubies about their necks, reaching from the shoulder to the ear. And the one that was on the left side bounded across to the right side, and the one on the right to the left, and like 2 sea swallows sported around him. And his courser cast up 4 sods with his 4 hooves, like 4 swallows in the air, about his head, now above, now below. About him was a 4-cornered cloth of purple, and an apple of gold was at each corner, and every one of the apples was of the value of 100 kine. And there was precious gold of the value of 300 kine upon his shoes, and upon his stirrups, from his knee to the tip of his toe. And the blade of grass bent not beneath him, so light was his courser's tread, as he journeyed towards the gate of Arthur's palace. Spoke the youth, "Is there a porter?" "There is, and if thou holdest not thy peace, small will be thy welcome. I am Arthur's porter every 1st day of January, and during every other part of the year but this. The office is filled by Huando, and Gogigwig, and Lescanim, and Penpingyun, who goes upon his head to save his feet, neither towards the sky, nor towards the earth, but like a rolling stone upon the floor of the court. Open the portal. I will not open it. Wherefore not? The knife is in the meat, and the drink is in the horn, and there is revelry in Arthur's hall, and none may enter therein but the son of a king of a privileged country, or a craftsman bringing his craft. But there will be refreshment for thy dogs, and for thy horses, and for thee there will be collops cooked and peppered, and luscious wine and mirthful songs, and food for 50 men shall be brought unto thee in the guest chamber, where the stranger and the sons of other countries eat, who come not unto the precincts of the palace of Arthur. Thou wilt fare no worse there than thou wouldest with Arthur in the court. A lady shall smooth thy couch, and shall lull thee with songs. And early tomorrow morning, when the gate is opened for the multitude that come hither today, for thee shall it be opened first, and thou mayest sit in the place that thou shalt choose in Arthur's hall, from the upper end to the lower. Said the youth, That will I not do. If thou openest the gate, it is well. If thou dost not open it, I will bring disgrace upon thy lord, and evil report upon thee. And I will set up 3 shouts at this very gate, than which none were ever more deadly, from the top of Pengwade in Cornwall to the bottom of Dinsel in the north, and to Esger Ervil in Ireland. And all the women in this palace that are pregnant shall lose their offspring, and such as are not pregnant, their hearts shall be turned by illness, so that they shall never bear children from this day forward. What clamour soever thou mayest make, said Glurrid Gavelvor, against the laws of Arthur's palace shalt thou not enter therein, until I first go and speak with Arthur. Then Glurrid went into the hall, and Arthur said to him, Hast thou news from the gate? Half of my life is past, and half of thine. I was heretofore in Kersey and Asa, in Sach and Salach, in Lotor and Fotor. And I have been heretofore in India the Great, and India the Lesser. And I was in the battle of Dowinia, when the 12 hostages were brought from Lichlin. And I have also been in Europe, and in Africa, and in the islands of Corsica, and in Cerbrithus, and Bretheg, and Vertach. And I was present when formerly thou didst slay the family of Clees, the son of Merin, and when thou didst slay Mildu the son of Ducum, and when thou didst conquer Greece in the east. And I have been in Caer Earth and Anoth, and in Caer Nevenhir. 9 supreme sovereigns, handsome men, saw we there, but never did I behold a man of equal dignity with him who is now at the door of the portal. Then said Arthur, If walking thou didst enter in here, return thou running. And every one that beholds the light, and every one that opens and shuts the eye, let them show him respect, and serve him, some with gold-mounted drinking horns, others with collops cooked and peppered, until food and drink can be prepared for him. It is unbecoming to keep such a man as thou sayest he is in the wind and the rain. Said Kai, By the hand of my friend, if thou wouldest follow my counsel, thou wouldest not break through the laws of the court because of him. Not so, blessed Kai. It is an honour to us to be resorted to, and the greater our courtesy, the greater will be our renown, and our fame, and our glory. And Glurrid came to the gate, and opened the gate before him. And although all dismounted upon the horse block at the gate, yet did he not dismount, but rode in upon his charger. Then said Culhwch, Greeting be unto thee, sovereign ruler of this island, and be this greeting no less unto the lowest than unto the highest, and be it equally unto thy guests, and thy warriors, and thy chieftains. Let all partake of it as completely as thyself, and complete be thy favour, and thy fame, and thy glory throughout all this island. Greeting unto thee also, said Arthur. Sit thou between 2 of my warriors, and thou shalt have minstrels before thee, and thou shalt enjoy the privileges of a king born to a throne, as long as thou remainest here. And when I dispense my presents to the visitors and strangers in this court, they shall be in thy hand at my commencing. Said the youth, I came not here to consume meat and drink, but if I obtain the boon that I seek, I will requite it thee, and extol thee, and if I have it not, I will bear forth thy dispraise to the 4 quarters of the world, as far as thy renown has extended." Then said Arthur, "Since thou wilt not remain here, chieftain, thou shalt receive the boon whatsoever thy tongue may name, as far as the wind dries, and the rain moistens, and the sun revolves, and the sea encircles, and the earth extends, save only my ship, and my mantle, and Caledvush, my sword, and Rongomion, my lance, and Winnebgwrthwca, my shield, and Carnwenhow, my dagger, and Gwenweaver, my wife. By the truth of heaven, thou shalt have it cheerfully, name what thou wilt. I would that thou bless my hair. That shall be granted thee." And Arthur took a golden comb and scissors, whereof the loops were of silver, and he combed his hair. And Arthur inquired of him who he was, "For my heart warms unto thee, and I know that thou art come of my blood. Tell me therefore who thou art." "I will tell thee," said the youth. "I am Culhwch, the son of Kilid, the son of Prince Calidin, by Goludid, my mother, the daughter of Prince Anlod." "That is true," said Arthur. "Thou art my cousin. Whatsoever boon thou mayest ask, thou shalt receive, be it what it may that thy tongue shall name. Pledge the truth of heaven and the faith of thy kingdom thereof. I pledge it thee gladly. I crave of thee then that thou obtain for me Olwen, the daughter of Ysbaddaden Penkor. And this boon I likewise seek at the hands of thy warriors. I seek it from Kai and Bedwyr and Greidol Galdonid, and Gwythyr the son of Greidol, and Greid the son of Eri, and Kindelik Kivarwid, and Tathel Twyll Golu, and Melwys the son of Bedan, and Crechwer the son of Nes, and Cubert the son of Dere, and Perkos the son of Pork, and Luba Boitach, and Corvil Burvach, and Gwyn the son of Nud, and Edern the son of Nud, and Gadwi the son of Gereint, and Prince Floder Flam, and Ruon Pebir the son of Dorath, and Bradwin the son of Morin Minok, and Morin Minok himself, and Daldav the son of Kiminkov, and the son of Alan Dyfed, and the son of Saidi, and the son of Grion, and Ochtrid Ardiwat Kad, and Kinwas Curvagil, and Gurir Gwathegvras, and Isperir Oengath, and Galcoit Govininat, and Duach, and Grathach, and Nerthach, the sons of Gwarda Curvach. These men came forth from the confines of hell, and Kilid Canhaster, and Canister Canlaw, and Kors Kant Iwin, and Esgir Gulush Govinkon, and Druster and Hyan, and Glulit Gavelvar, and Loch Lawinio, and Anwas Adeniok, and Sinok the son of Saithved, and Gwenwinwin the son of Nal, and Bedi the son of Saithved, and Gobrui the son of Echel Vodwitwal, and Echel Vodwitwal himself, and Mael the son of Roykul, and Dadwer Dalpen, and Garwili the son of Gwithogwyr, and Gwithogwyr himself, and Gormund the son of Rika, and Menu the son of Tergwed, and Daigon the son of Alar, and Selif the son of Smoit, and Gushk the son of Athud, and Nerth the son of Kedan, and Drudwas the son of Tryfin, and Turk the son of Perif, and Turk the son of Anwas, and Iona king of France, and Sel the son of Selgi, and Terigud the son of Eain, and Sulian the son of Eain, and Bradwin the son of Eain, and Morin the son of Eain, and Sion the son of Eain, and Craddock the son of Eain. They were men of Cerdathul, of Arthur's kindred on his father's side. Dermig the son of Cor, and Justice the son of Cor, and Etmic the son of Cor, and Anghor the son of Cor, and Oven the son of Cor, and Kelin the son of Cor, and Conin the son of Cor, and Mabsant the son of Cor, and Gwingad the son of Cor, and Luibir the son of Cor, and Koth the son of Cor, and Malik the son of Cor, and Kinwas the son of Cor, and Ardwiad the son of Cor, and Ergiriad the son of Cor, and Neb the son of Cor, and Gilda the son of Cor, and Calchas the son of Cor, and Hwyl the son of Cor. He never yet made a request at the hand of any lord. And Samson Vinseg, and Talisin the chief of the bards, and Manawydan the son of Lir, and Leri the son of Prince Casnar, and Isperni the son of Flagant king of Armorica, and Sarenhon the son of Glithwer, and Lor Ilo, and Ananiok the son of Menu the son of Tergwed, and Gwyn the son of Nuivra, and Flam the son of Nuivra, and Gereint the son of Erbin, and Ermid the son of Erbin, and Dyfed the son of Erbin, and Gwyn the son of Ermid, and Kindwyn the son of Ermid, and Hyvid Unlen, and Iden var Vridic, and Raedwyn Arwi, and Gormant the son of Ricca, Arthur's brother by his mother's side. The Penhynef of Cornwall was his father, and Lornrodid Varvog, and Nodal Varif Tuch, and Berth the son of Cado, and Rydwyn the son of Beli, and Iskavan Hale, and Iskawin the son of Panon, and Morvran the son of Tegid. No one struck him in the battle of Camlan by reason of his ugliness. All thought he was an auxiliary devil. Hair had he upon him like the hair of a stag. And Sandabrid Angel, no one touched him with a spear in the battle of Camlan because of his beauty. All thought he was a ministering angel. And Kinwyl Sant, the third man that escaped from the battle of Camlan, and he was the last who parted from Arthur on Hengron his horse, and Uchtrid the son of Erim, and Eus the son of Erim, and Henwas Adinog the son of Erim, and Henbedestir the son of Erim, and Skilti Iskandrod the son of Erim. Unto these three men belonged these three qualities. With Henbedestir there was not anyone who could keep pace, either on horseback or on foot. With Henwas Adinog, no four-footed beast could run the distance of an acre, much less could it go beyond it. And as to Skilti Iskandrod, when he intended to go upon a message for his lord, he never sought to find a path, but knowing whither he was to go, if his way lay through a wood, he went along the tops of the trees. During his whole life, a blade of reed grass bent not beneath his feet, much less did one ever break, so lightly did he tread. Tathi Hen, the son of Gwynhan, his dominions were swallowed up by the sea, and he himself hardly escaped, and he came to Arthur. And his knife had this peculiarity, that from the time that he came there no haft would ever remain upon it, and owing to this a sickness came over him, and he pined away during the remainder of his life, and of this he died. And Carnedir, the son of Gavinion Hen, and Gwenwynwyn, the son of Navgisavin, Arthur's champion, and Lisgadrud Emis, and Gwobothu Hen, uncles unto Arthur were they, his mother's brothers. Culvanawid, the son of Gorion, and Lenlog Widdle from the headland of Ganyon, and Divinwall Maul, and Dunard king of the north, Ternan Trife Bliant, and Tegvan Gloff, and Teger Talgalog, Gordinal the son of Ebre, and Morgant Hale, Gwistel the son of Run the son of Nwithun, and Luida the son of Nwithun, and Gwydra the son of Luida. Gwenabwy the daughter of Kor was his mother. Hwyl his uncle stabbed him, and hatred was between Hwyl and Arthur because of the wound. Drem the son of Dremedid, when the gnat arose in the morning with the sun, he could see it from Gellywick in Cornwall, as far off as Pemblathion in North Britain. And Ideol the son of Ner, and Glwydden's sire, who constructed Ehangwen, Arthur's hall. Kine Kinvarvark, when he was told he had a son born, he said to his wife, "Damsel, if thy son be mine, his heart will be always cold, and there will be no warmth in his hands. And he will have another peculiarity. If he is my son, he will always be stubborn. And he will have another peculiarity when he carries a burden, whether it be large or small, no one will be able to see it, either before him or at his back. And he will have another peculiarity. No one will be able to resist fire and water so well as he will. And he will have another peculiarity. There will never be a servant or an officer equal to him. Hen was, and Henwineb, an old companion to Arthur. Gwalgoig, another. When he came to a town, though there were 300 houses in it, if he wanted anything, he would not let sleep come to the eyes of anyone whilst he remained there. Berwin, the son of Gereint, and Paris, king of France, and Osla Gilelvo, who bore a short, broad dagger. When Arthur and his host came before a torrent, they would seek for a narrow place where they might pass the water, and would lay the sheathed dagger across the torrent, and it would form a bridge sufficient for the armies of the 3 islands of Britain, and of the 3 islands adjacent, with their spoil. Gwyddog the son of Menester, who slew Kai, and whom Arthur slew, together with his brothers, to revenge Kai. Garanwyn the son of Kai, and Amran the son of Bedwyr, and Eli Amir, and Ru Riddiris, and Run Rudwern, and Eli, and Trachmir, Arthur's chief huntsman, and Llewydr the son of Kelcode, and Hunabwy the son of Grian, and Gwyn Godivron, and Gwer Datha Wenidog, and Gwer the son of Cadel the son of Telariant, and Gwer Grid Enwyr, and Gwer Palader Hir, the uncles of Arthur, the brothers of his mother, the sons of Loch Lowyniog from beyond the raging sea, Lenlog Widdle, and Ardachog Prydain, Cas the son of Saidi, Gworvan Gwalt Avwyn, and Gwylenhin the king of France, and Gwitart the son of Erd king of Ireland, Garcelit Widdle, Panor Penbagad, and Floydor the son of Nav, Gwynhyver mayor of Cornwall, and Devon, the 9th man that rallied the battle of Camlan. Kelly and Quayle, and Gillacos hid. He would clear 300 acres at one bound. The chief leaper of Ireland was he. Saul, and Gwadinossol, and Gwadinodieth. Saul could stand all day upon one foot. Gwadinossol, if he stood upon the top of the highest mountain in the world, it would become a level plain under his feet. Gwadinodieth, the soles of his feet, emitted sparks of fire when they struck upon things hard, like the heated mass when drawn out of the forge. He cleared the way for Arthur when he came to any stoppage. Hiraum and Hiratrum. The day they went on a visit, 3 cantrevs provided for their entertainment, and they feasted until noon and drank until night, when they went to sleep. And then they devoured the heads of the vermin through hunger, as if they had never eaten anything. When they made a visit, they left neither the fat nor the lean, neither the hot nor the cold, the sour nor the sweet, the fresh nor the salt, the boiled nor the raw. Hwawa, the son of Aflorn, who asked Arthur such a boon as would satisfy him. It was the 3rd great plague of Cornwall when he received it. None could get a smile from him but when he was satisfied. Gweragwalt Urin, the 2 cubs of Gastrimi, Gwydrud, and Gwydnu Astrus, Sukin the son of Sugnadid, who would suck up the sea on which were 300 ships so as to leave nothing but a dry strand. He was broad-chested. Rakimri, the attendant of Arthur, whatever barn he was shown, were there the produce of 30 ploughs within it. He would strike it with an iron flail until the rafters, the beams, and the boards were no better than the small oats in the mow upon the floor of the barn. Digiflong, and Anoth Vedog, and Hir Adil, and Hir Amru, they were 2 attendants of Arthur, and Gwevil, the son of Gwestad. On the day that he was sad, he would let one of his lips drop below his waist, while he turned up the other like a cap upon his head. Uchtrid Variv Draws, who spread his red untrimmed beard over the 48 rafters which were in Arthur's hall. Elider Givarwid, Iskerdav and Iskudid, 2 attendants of Gwenwyver were they. Their feet were swift as their thoughts when bearing a message. Bryce the son of Brycetag, from the hill of the Black Fernbrake in North Britain, and Grudalwyn Gore, Borg, and Kaiforch, and Sephalg, the sons of Clediv Caethfalg, the grandsons of Clediv Defalg. Their 3 shields were 3 gleaming glitterers. Their 3 spears were 3 pointed piercers. Their 3 swords were 3 grinding gashers, Glass, Glessig, and Glaesad. Their 3 dogs, Call, Quall, and Caval. Their 3 horses, Huerdidud, and Drugdidud, and Luerdidug. Their 3 wives, Och, and Garim, and Diespad. Their 3 grandchildren, Lusht, and Nevid, and Isiwed. Their 3 daughters, Drug, and Gwaith of Ol. Their 3 handmaids, Ehubrid, the daughter of Kifilsh, Gorisgrin, the daughter of Nerth, Ewedan, the daughter of Kimvalin Kudaud, Pwyll the half-man, Dobwylen Diesig Unben, Eiladir the son of Pen Larkau, Kinadir Wilt the son of Hetun Talariant, Sauil ben Uchel, Gwalchmai the son of Gwir, Gwalharvad the son of Gwir, Gwrhir Gwastaud, Iethod, to whom all tongues were known, and Kethkrum the priest, Clus the son of Clustvainad. Though he were buried 7 cubits beneath the earth, he would hear the ant 50 miles off rise from her nest in the morning. Meder, the son of Methredid, from Geliwick, he could, in a twinkling, shoot the wren through the 2 legs upon Esger Ervel in Ireland. Gwion Ligad Cath, who could cut a haw from the eye of the gnat without hurting him. Ol, the son of Olvid, 7 years before he was born, his father's swine were carried off, and when he grew up a man, he tracked the swine and brought them back in 7 herds. Bedwini the bishop, who blessed Arthur's meat and drink, for the sake of the golden-chained daughters of this island, for the sake of Gwenwyva, its chief lady, and Gwenwyach, her sister, and Rathtu, the only daughter of Clemenhill, and Relamon, the daughter of Kai, and Tanwen, the daughter of Gwer Datharwenidog, Gwen Alosh, the daughter of Kinwyl Cambwch, Erned, the daughter of Clydno Edin, Enoag, the daughter of Bedwyr, Enridreg, the daughter of Tudvathar, Gwenwledir, the daughter of Gwalidir Kirvach, Erdudnid, the daughter of Tryfin, Urolwen, the daughter of Gwydolwyn Gore, Teleri, the daughter of Pwyll, Indeg, the daughter of Garwi Hir, Morvud, the daughter of Urien Reged, Gwenllian Deg, the majestic maiden, Craedilad, the daughter of Ludlaw Erint. She was the most splendid maiden in the 3 islands of the mighty, and in the 3 islands adjacent, and for her Gwither, the son of Grydol, and Gwyn, the son of Nud, fight every 1st of May until the day of doom. Elil, the daughter of Neil Kinkrog, she lived 3 ages. Esilt Vinwen and Esilt Vingul. And all these did Culhwch the son of Kilid adjure to obtain his boon. Then said Arthur, O chieftain, I have never heard of the maiden of whom thou speakest, nor of her kindred, but I will gladly send messengers in search of her. Give me time to seek her. And the youth said, I will willingly grant from this night to that at the end of the year to do so. Then Arthur sent messengers to every land within his dominions to seek for the maiden. And at the end of the year Arthur's messengers returned without having gained any knowledge or intelligence concerning Olwen more than on the 1st day. Then said Culhwch, Everyone has received his boon, and I yet lack mine. I will depart and bear away thy honour with me. Then said Kai, Rash chieftain, dost thou reproach Arthur? Go with us, and we will not part until thou dost either confess that the maiden exists not in the world, or until we obtain her. Thereupon Kai rose up. Kai had this peculiarity, that his breath lasted 9 nights and 9 days under water, and he could exist 9 nights and 9 days without sleep. A wound from Kai's sword no physician could heal. Very subtle was Kai. When it pleased him, he could render himself as tall as the highest tree in the forest. And he had another peculiarity. So great was the heat of his nature that, when it rained hardest, whatever he carried remained dry for a handbreadth above and a handbreadth below his hand. And when his companions were coldest, it was to them as fuel with which to light their fire. And Arthur called Bedwyr, who never shrank from any enterprise upon which Kai was bound. None was equal to him in swiftness throughout this island, except Arthur and Draich al Kibdar. And although he was one-handed, 3 warriors could not shed blood faster than he on the field of battle. Another property he had: his lance would produce a wound equal to those of 9 opposing lances. And Arthur called to Kindalig the guide, "Go thou upon this expedition with the chieftain." For as good a guide was he in a land which he had never seen as he was in his own. He called Gwrhyr Gwalstawt Eithod, because he knew all tongues. He called Gwalchmai the son of Gwir, because he never returned home without achieving the adventure of which he went in quest. He was the best of footmen and the best of knights. He was nephew to Arthur, the son of his sister, and his cousin. And Arthur called many the son of Tergwed, in order that if they went into a savage country, he might cast a charm and an illusion over them, so that none might see them, whilst they could see every one. They journeyed until they came to a vast open plain, wherein they saw a great castle, which was the fairest of the castles of the world. And they journeyed that day until the evening, and when they thought they were nigh to the castle, they were no nearer to it than they had been in the morning. And the 2nd and the 3rd day they journeyed, and even then scarcely could they reach so far. And when they came before the castle, they beheld a vast flock of sheep, which was boundless and without an end. And upon the top of a mound there was a herdsman keeping the sheep, and a rug made of skins was upon him. And by his side was a shaggy mastiff, larger than a steed 9 winters old. Never had he lost even a lamb from his flock, much less a large sheep. He let no occasion ever pass without doing some hurt and harm. All the dead trees and bushes in the plain he burnt with his breath down to the very ground. Then said Kai, "Gwrhyr Gwalstawt Eithod, go thou and salute yonder man." "Kai," said he, "I engaged not to go further than thou thyself." "Let us go then together," answered Kai. Said Meni the son of Tergwed, "Fear not to go thither, for I will cast a spell upon the dog, so that he shall injure no one." And they went up to the mound whereon the herdsman was, and they said to him, "How dost thou fare, O herdsman?" "No less fair be it to you than to me." "Truly, art thou the chief? There is no hurt to injure me but my own." 5. Whose are the sheep that thou dost keep, and to whom does yonder castle belong? Stupid are ye truly. Through the whole world is it known that this is the castle of Ysbaddaden Penkor. And who art thou? I am called Custennin, the son of Dyfnedig, and my brother Ysbaddaden Penkor oppressed me because of my possessions. And ye also, who are ye? We are an embassy from Arthur, come to seek Olwen, the daughter of Ysbaddaden Penkor. O men, the mercy of heaven be upon you. Do not that for all the world. None who ever came hither on this quest has returned alive. And the herdsman rose up, and as he arose, Culhwch gave unto him a ring of gold, and he sought to put on the ring, but it was too small for him, so he placed it in the finger of his glove. And he went home, and gave the glove to his spouse to keep. And she took the ring from the glove when it was given her, and she said, "Whence came this ring? For thou art not wont to have good fortune." "I went," said he, "to the sea to seek for fish, and lo, I saw a corpse borne by the waves, and a fairer corpse than it did I never behold, and from its finger did I take this ring. O man, does the sea permit its dead to wear jewels? Show me then this body. O wife, Him to whom this ring belonged thou shalt see here in the evening." "And who is he?" asked the woman. "Culhwch, the son of Kilid, the son of Prince Calidin, by Golodid, the daughter of Prince Anlod, his mother, who is come to seek Olwen as his wife." And when she heard that, her feelings were divided between the joy that she had that her nephew, the son of her sister, was coming to her, and sorrow because she had never known anyone depart alive who had come on that quest. And they went forward to the gate of Custennin, the herdsman's dwelling. And when she heard their footsteps approaching, she ran out with joy to meet them. And Kai snatched a billet out of the pile. And when she met them, she sought to throw her arms about their necks. And Kai placed the log between her two hands, and she squeezed it so that it became a twisted coil. "O woman," said Kai, "if thou hadst squeezed me thus, none could ever again have set their affections on me. Evil love were this." They entered into the house and were served, and soon after they all went forth to amuse themselves. Then the woman opened a stone chest that was before the chimney corner, and out of it arose a youth with yellow curling hair. Said Greer, "It is a pity to hide this youth. I know that it is not his own crime that is thus visited upon him." "This is but a remnant," said the woman. 23 of my sons has Ysbaddaden Penkor slain, and I have no more hope of this one than of the others." Then said Kai, "Let him come and be a companion with me, and he shall not be slain unless I also am slain with him." And they ate. And the woman asked them, "Upon what errand come you here?" "We come to seek Olwen for this youth." Then said the woman, "In the name of heaven, since no one from the castle hath yet seen you, return again whence you came. Heaven is our witness that we will not return until we have seen the maiden." Said Kai, "Does she ever come hither, so that she may be seen?" "She comes here every Saturday to wash her head, and in the vessel where she washes, she leaves all her rings, and she never either comes herself or sends any messengers to fetch them." "Will she come here if she is sent to?" "Heaven knows that I will not destroy my soul, nor will I betray those that trust me. Unless you will pledge me your faith that you will not harm her, I will not send to her." "We pledge it," said they. So a message was sent, and she came. The maiden was clothed in a robe of flame-coloured silk, and about her neck was a collar of ruddy gold, on which were precious emeralds and rubies. More yellow was her head than the flower of the broom, and her skin was whiter than the foam of the wave, and fairer were her hands and her fingers than the blossoms of the wood anemone amidst the spray of the meadow fountain. The eye of the trained hawk, the glance of the three-mewed falcon was not brighter than hers. Her bosom was more snowy than the breast of the white swan. Her cheek was redder than the reddest roses. Whoso beheld her was filled with her love. 4 white trefoils sprung up wherever she trod, and therefore was she called Olwen. She entered the house and sat beside Culhwch upon the foremost bench, and as soon as he saw her, he knew her. And Culhwch said unto her, "Ah, maiden, thou art she whom I have loved. Come away with me, lest they speak evil of thee and of me. Many a day have I loved thee. I cannot do this, for I have pledged my faith to my father not to go without his counsel, for his life will last only until the time of my espousals. Whatever is, must be. But I will give thee advice if thou wilt take it. Go, ask me of my father, and that which he shall require of thee, grant it, and thou wilt obtain me. But if thou deny him anything, thou wilt not obtain me, and it will be well for thee if thou escape with thy life." "I promise all this, if occasion offer," said he. She returned to her chamber, and they all rose up and followed her to the castle. And they slew the 9 porters that were at the 9 gates in silence. And they slew the 9 watchdogs without one of them barking. And they went forward to the hall. The greeting of heaven and of man be unto thee, Ysbaddaden Penkar, said they. And you, wherefore come you? We come to ask thy daughter Olwen, for Culhwch the son of Kilid, the son of Prince Calidin. Where are my pages and my servants? Raise up the forks beneath my 2 eyebrows, which have fallen over my eyes, that I may see the fashion of my son-in-law. And they did so. Come hither tomorrow, and you shall have an answer. They rose to go forth, and Ysbaddaden Penkor seized one of the 3 poisoned darts that lay beside him, and threw it after them. And Bedwyr caught it, and flung it, and pierced Ysbaddaden Penkor grievously with it through the knee. Then he said, Accursed ungentle son-in-law truly, I shall ever walk the worse for his rudeness, and shall ever be without a cure. This poisoned iron pains me like the bite of a gadfly. Cursed be the smith who forged it, and the anvil whereon it was wrought, so sharp is it. That night also they took up their abode in the house of Custennin the herdsman. The next day with the dawn they arrayed themselves in haste, and proceeded to the castle, and entered the hall, and they said, Ysbaddaden Penkor, give us thy daughter in consideration of her dower and her maiden fee, which we will pay to thee and to her 2 kinswomen likewise. And unless thou wilt do so, thou shalt meet with thy death on her account. Then he said, Her 4 great-grandmothers and her 4 great-grandsires are yet alive. It is needful that I take counsel of them. Be it so, answered they. We will go to meat. As they rose up, he took the 2nd dart that was beside him, and cast it after them. And Men the son of Gwaed caught it, and flung it back at him, and wounded him in the centre of the breast, so that it came out at the small of his back. Accursed ungentle son-in-law truly, said he, the hard iron pains me like the bite of a horse leech. Cursed be the hearth whereon it was heated, and the smith who formed it, so sharp is it. Henceforth, whenever I go up a hill, I shall have a scant in my breath, and a pain in my chest, and I shall often loathe my food. And they went to meat, and the 3rd day they returned to the palace. And Ysbaddaden Penkor said to them, Shoot not at me again unless you desire death. Where are my attendants? Lift up the forks of my eyebrows, which have fallen over my eyeballs, that I may see the fashion of my son-in-law. Then they arose, and as they did so, Ysbaddaden Penkor took the 3rd poisoned dart and cast it at them. And Culhwch caught it and threw it vigorously, and wounded him through the eyeball, so that the dart came out at the back of his head. Accursed ungentle son-in-law truly, as long as I remain alive, my eyesight will be the worse. Whenever I go against the wind, my eyes will water, and peradventure my head will burn, and I shall have a giddiness every new moon. Cursed be the fire in which it was forged. Like the bite of a mad dog is the stroke of this poisoned iron. And they went to meat, and the next day they came again to the palace, and they said, Shoot not at us any more, unless thou desirest such hurt, and harm, and torture as thou now hast, and even more. Give me thy daughter, and if thou wilt not give her, thou shalt receive thy death because of her. Where is he that seeks my daughter? Come hither where I may see thee. And they placed him a chair face to face with him. Said Ysbaddaden Penkor, Is it thou that seekest my daughter? It is I, answered Culhwch. I must have thy pledge that thou wilt not do towards me otherwise than is just. And when I have gotten that which I shall name, my daughter thou shalt have. I promise thee that willingly, said Culhwch. Name what thou wilt. I will do so, said he. Seest thou yonder vast hill? I see it. I require that it be rooted up, and that the grubbings be burned for manure on the face of the land, and that it be ploughed and sown in one day, and in one day that the grain ripen. And of that wheat I intend to make food and liquor fit for the wedding of thee and my daughter. And all this I require done in one day. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though this be easy for thee, there is yet that which will not be so. No husbandman can till or prepare this land, so wild is it, except Amathon the son of Don, and he will not come with thee by his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Gereint the son of Don to come to the headland to rid the iron. He will do no work of his own good will except for a lawful king, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The 2 dun oxen of Gulid, both yoked together, to plough the wild land yonder stoutly. He will not give them of his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The yellow and the brindled bull yoked together do I require. It will be easy for me to compass this. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The 2 horned oxen, one of which is beyond, and the other this side of the peaked mountain, yoked together in the same plough. And these are Ninio and Peredur, whom God turned into oxen on account of their sins. It will be easy for me to compass this. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Seest thou yonder red-tilled ground? I see it. When first I met the mother of this maiden, 9 bushels of flax were sown therein, and none has yet sprung up, neither white nor black, and I have the measure by me still. I require to have the flax to sow in the new land yonder, that when it grows up it may make a white wimple for my daughter's head on the day of thy wedding. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Honey that is 9 times sweeter than the honey of the virgin swarm, without scum and bees, do I require to make bragget for the feast. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. The vessel of Luir the son of Luirian, which is of the utmost value. There is no other vessel in the world that can hold this drink. Of his free will thou wilt not get it, and thou canst not compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The basket of Gwydnu Garanhir, if the whole world should come together, thrice 9 men at a time, the meat that each of them desired would be found within it. I require to eat therefrom on the night that my daughter becomes thy bride. He will give it to no one of his own free will, and thou canst not compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The horn of Gulgod Gododin, to serve us with liquor that night. He will not give it of his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get, the harp of Tertu to play to us that night. When a man desires that it should play, it does so of itself, and when he desires that it should cease, it ceases. And this he will not give of his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The cauldron of Dyfed, the steward of Odger the son of Ead, king of Ireland, to boil the meat for thy marriage feast. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. It is needful for me to wash my head and shave my beard, and I require the tusk of Iscithirwin Penbed to shave myself withal. Neither shall I profit by its use if it be not plucked alive out of his head. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. There is no one in the world that can pluck it out of his head except Odger the son of Ead, king of Ireland. It will be easy for me to compass this. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. I will not trust anyone to keep the tusk except Gaddo of North Britain. Now the 60 cantrevs of North Britain are under his sway, and of his own free will he will not come out of his kingdom, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. I must spread out my hair in order to shave it, and it will never be spread out unless I have the blood of the jet-black sorceress, the daughter of the pure white sorceress from Pen Nunt Govid, on the confines of hell. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. I will not have the blood unless I have it warm, and no vessels will keep warm the liquid that is put therein except the bottles of Gwyddelwyd gore, which preserve the heat of the liquor that is put into them in the east, until they arrive at the west, and he will not give them of his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Some will desire fresh milk, and it will not be possible to have fresh milk for all, unless we have the bottles of Rinnen Rin Barnord, wherein no liquor ever turns sour, and he will not give them of his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Throughout the world there is not a comb or scissors with which I can arrange my hair, on account of its rankness, except the comb and scissors that are between the 2 ears of Turgtraith, the son of Prince Tarid. He will not give them of his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. It will not be possible to hunt Turgtraith without Drudwyn the whelp of Greed, the son of Eri. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Throughout the world there is not a leash that can hold him, except the leash of Cruscant Ewan. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Throughout the world there is no collar that will hold the leash, except the collar of Canhaster Canlaw. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get, the chain of Kilid Canhaster to fasten the collar to the leash. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Throughout the world there is not a huntsman who can hunt with this dog, except Mabon, the son of Modron. He was taken from his mother when 3 nights old, and it is not known where he now is, nor whether he is living or dead. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Gwyn Migdun, the horse of Gwedu, that is as swift as the wave, to carry Mabon the son of Modron to hunt the boar Tryth. He will not give him of his own free will, and thou wilt not be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Thou wilt not get Mabon, for it is not known where he is, unless thou find Idle, his kinsman in blood, the son of Er, for it would be useless to seek for him. He is his cousin. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Garcelit the Gwydelian is the chief huntsman of Ireland. The Turk Tryth can never be hunted without him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. A leash made from the beard of Dillis Varvaug, for that is the only one that can hold those 2 cubs. And the leash will be of no avail, unless it be plucked from his beard while he is alive, and twitched out with wooden tweezers. While he lives, he will not suffer this to be done to him, and the leash will be of no use should he be dead, because it will be brittle. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Throughout the world there is no huntsman that can hold those 2 whelps, except Cinneder Wilt, the son of Hetun Glafiraug. He is 9 times more wild than the wildest beast upon the mountains. Him wilt thou never get, neither wilt thou ever get my daughter. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. It is not possible to hunt the boar Tryth without Gwyn the son of Nud, whom God has placed over the brood of devils in Anulvin, lest they should destroy the present race. He will never be spared thence. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. There is not a horse in the world that can carry Gwyn to hunt the Turk Tryth, except Du, the horse of Mor of Ervedog. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Until Gilenhin the king of France shall come, the Turk Tryth cannot be hunted. It will be unseemly for him to leave his kingdom for thy sake, and he will never come hither. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The Turk Tryth can never be hunted without the son of Alan Dyfed. He is well skilled in letting loose the dogs. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The Turk Tryth cannot be hunted, unless thou get Aned and Aethlam. They are as swift as the gale of wind, and they were never let loose upon a beast that they did not kill him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Arthur and his companions to hunt the Turk Tryth. He is a mighty man, and he will not come for thee, neither wilt thou be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. The Turgtraith cannot be hunted unless thou get Bulsh and Kiffush and Sephush, the grandsons of Cledif Diffush. Their 3 shields are 3 gleaming glitterers. Their 3 spears are 3 pointed piercers. Their 3 swords are 3 griding gashers, Glass, Glessic, and Clursag. Their 3 dogs, Call, Quall, and Cavol. Their 3 horses, Wurdidabluk, and Drugdiduk, and Luwdiduk. Their 3 wives, Og, and Garam, and Diaspad. Their 3 grandchildren, Lusht, and Vind, and Isiwed. Their 3 daughters, Drug, and Gweth of all. Their 3 handmaids, Eobrud, the daughter of Kifulch, Goraskun, the daughter of Nerth, and Gwedon, the daughter of Kinvalin. These 3 men shall sound the horn, and all the others shall shout, so that all will think that the sky is falling to the earth. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get, the sword of Gwernach the giant. He will never be slain except therewith. Of his own free will he will not give it, either for a price or as a gift, and thou wilt never be able to compel him. It will be easy for me to compass this, although thou mayest think that it will not be easy. Though thou get this, there is yet that which thou wilt not get. Difficulties shalt thou meet with, and nights without sleep, in seeking this, and if thou obtain it not, neither shalt thou obtain my daughter. Horses shall I have and chivalry, and my lord and kinsman Arthur will obtain for me all these things, and I shall gain thy daughter, and thou shalt lose thy life. Go forward, and thou shalt not be chargeable for food or raiment for my daughter, while thou art seeking these things, and when thou hast compassed all these marvels, thou shalt have my daughter for thy wife. All that day they journeyed until the evening, and then they beheld a vast castle, which was the largest in the world. And lo, a black man, huger than 3 of the men of this world, came out from the castle. And they spoke unto him, Whence comest thou, O man? From the castle which you see yonder. Whose castle is that? Asked they. Stupid are ye truly, O men. There is no one in the world that does not know to whom this castle belongs. It is the castle of Gwernach the giant. What treatment is there for guests and strangers that alight in that castle? O chieftain, heaven protect thee. No guest ever returned thence alive, and no one may enter therein unless he brings with him his craft. Then they proceeded towards the gate. Said Griegwalstad, Etherd, Is there a porter? There is. And thou, if thy tongue be not mute in thy head, wherefore dost thou call? Open the gate. I will not open it. Wherefore wilt thou not? The knife is in the meat, and the drink is in the horn, and there is revelry in the hall of Gwernach the giant, and except for a craftsman who brings his craft, the gate will not be opened tonight. Verily, porter, then said Kai, my craft bring I with me. What is thy craft? The best burnisher of swords am I in the world. I will go and tell this unto Gwernach the giant, and I will bring thee an answer. So the porter went in, and Gwernach said to him, Hast thou any news from the gate? I have. There is a party at the door of the gate who desire to come in. Didst thou inquire of them if they possessed any art? I did inquire, said he, and one told me that he was well skilled in the burnishing of swords. We have need of him then. For some time have I sought for someone to polish my sword, and could find no one. Let this man enter, since he brings with him his craft. The porter thereupon returned, and opened the gate, and Kai went in by himself, and he saluted Gwernach the giant, and a chair was placed for him, opposite to Gwernach. And Gwernach said to him, O man, is it true that is reported of thee, that thou knowest how to burnish swords?" "I know full well how to do so," answered Kai. Then was the sword of Countess brought to him, and Kai took a blue whetstone from under his arm and asked him whether he would have it burnished white or blue. "Do with it as it seems good to thee, and as thou wouldest if it were thine own." Then Kai polished one half of the blade and put it in his hand. "Will this please thee?" asked he. "I would rather than all that is in my dominions that the whole of it were like unto this. It is a marvel to me that such a man as thou should be without a companion." "Oh, noble sir, I have a companion, albeit he is not skilled in this art." "Who may he be?" "Let the porter go forth, and I will tell him whereby he may know him. The head of his lance will leave its shaft and draw blood from the wind, and will descend upon its shaft again." Then the gate was opened, and Peredur entered. And Kai said, "Peredur is very skillful, although he knows not this art." And there was much discourse among those who were without, because that Kai and Peredur had gone in. And a young man who was with them, the only son of Custennin the herdsman, got in also. And he caused all his companions to keep close to him as he passed the three wards, and until he came into the midst of the castle. And his companions said unto the son of Custennin, "Thou hast done this, thou art the best of all men." And thenceforth he was called Goru, the son of Custennin. Then they dispersed to their lodgings, that they might slay those who lodged therein, unknown to the giant. The sword was now polished, and Kai gave it unto the hand of Countess the giant, to see if he were pleased with his work. And the giant said, "The work is good, I am content therewith." Said Kai, "It is thy scabbard that hath rusted thy sword. Give it to me, that I may take out the wooden sides of it and put in new ones." And he took the scabbard from him, and the sword in the other hand. And he came and stood over against the giant, as if he would have put the sword into the scabbard. And with it he struck at the head of the giant, and cut off his head at one blow. Then they despoiled the castle, and took from it what goods and jewels they would. And again on the same day, at the beginning of the year, they came to Arthur's court, bearing with them the sword of Countess the giant. Now, when they told Arthur how they had sped, Arthur said, "Which of these marvels will it be best for us to seek first?" "It will be best," said they, "to seek Mabon the son of Modron, and he will not be found unless we first find Idle the son of Er, his kinsman." Then Arthur rose up, and the warriors of the islands of Britain with him, to seek for Idle. And they proceeded until they came before the castle of Glyve, where Idle was imprisoned. Glyve stood on the summit of his castle, and he said, "Arthur, what requirest thou of me, since nothing remains to me in this fortress, and I have neither joy nor pleasure in it, neither wheat nor oats?" "Seek not therefore to do me harm," said Arthur. "Not to injure thee came I hither, but to seek for the prisoner that is with thee. I will give thee my prisoner, though I had not thought to give him up to anyone, and therewith shalt thou have my support and my aid." His followers said unto Arthur, "Lord, go thou home. Thou canst not proceed with thy host in quest of such small adventures as these." Then said Arthur, "It were well for thee, Gwrig Gwalstad, Ithud, to go upon this quest, for thou knowest all languages, and art familiar with those of the birds and the beasts. Thou, Idol, oughtest likewise to go with my men in search of thy cousin. And as for you, Kai and Peredur, I have hope of whatever adventure ye are in quest of, that ye will achieve it. Achieve ye this adventure for me." They went forward until they came to the ousel of Kilgree, and Greer adjured her for the sake of heaven, saying, "Tell me if thou knowest aught of Mabon the son of Modron, who was taken when 3 nights old from between his mother and the wall." And the Ucel answered, "When I first came here, there was a smith's anvil in this place, and I was then a young bird, and from that time no work has been done upon it, save the pecking of my beak every evening, and now there is not so much as the size of a nut remaining thereof. Yet the vengeance of heaven be upon me, if during all that time I have ever heard of the man for whom you inquire. Nevertheless, I will do that which is right, and that which it is fitting that I should do for an embassy from Arthur. There is a race of animals who were formed before me, and I will be your guide to them." So they proceeded to the place where was the stag of Redamvre. "Stag of Redamvre, behold, we are come to thee, an embassy from Arthur, for we have not heard of any animal older than thou. Say, knowest thou aught of Mabon the son of Modron, who was taken from his mother when 3 nights old?" The stag said, "When first I came hither, there was a plain all around me, without any trees save one oak sapling, which grew up to be an oak with 100 branches, and that oak has since perished, so that now nothing remains of it but the withered stump. And from that day to this I have been here, yet have I never heard of the man for whom you inquire. Nevertheless, being an embassy from Arthur, I will be your guide to the place where there is an animal which was formed before I was." So they proceeded to the place where was the owl of Culhwch. "Owl of Culhwch, here is an embassy from Arthur. Knowest thou aught of Mabon the son of Modron, who was taken after 3 nights from his mother? If I knew, I would tell you. When first I came hither, the wide valley you see was a wooded glen, and a race of men came and rooted it up, and there grew there a second wood, and this wood is the third. My wings, are they not withered stumps? Yet all this time, even until today, I have never heard of the man for whom you inquire. Nevertheless, I will be the guide of Arthur's embassy until you come to the place where is the oldest animal in this world, and the one that has travelled most, the eagle of Gereint and Enid." Gereint said, "Eagle of Gereint and Enid, we have come to thee an embassy from Arthur, to ask thee if thou knowest aught of Mabon the son of Modron, who was taken from his mother when he was 3 nights old." The eagle said, "I have been here for a great space of time, and when I first came hither, there was a rock here, from the top of which I pecked at the stars every evening, and now it is not so much as a span high. From that day to this I have been here, and I have never heard of the man for whom you inquire, except once when I went in search of food as far as Lin Lu. And when I came there, I struck my talons into a salmon, thinking he would serve me as food for a long time. But he drew me into the deep, and I was scarcely able to escape from him. After that, I went with my whole kindred to attack him, and to try to destroy him. But he sent messengers, and made peace with me, and came and besought me to take 50 fish spears out of his back. Unless he knows something of him whom you seek, I cannot tell who may. However, I will guide you to the place where he is." So they went thither, and the eagle said, "Salmon of Lin Lu, I have come to thee with an embassy from Arthur, to ask thee if thou knowest aught concerning Mabon the son of Modron, who was taken away at 3 nights old from his mother. As much as I know I will tell thee. With every tide I go along the river upwards, until I come near to the walls of Gloucester, and there have I found such wrong as I never found elsewhere. And to the end that ye may give credence thereto, let one of you go thither upon each of my 2 shoulders." So Kai and Greer Gwalstart, Etherd, went upon the 2 shoulders of the salmon, and they proceeded until they came unto the wall of the prison, and they heard a great wailing and lamenting from the dungeon. Said Greer, "Who is it that laments in this house of stone? Alas, there is reason enough for whoever is here to lament. It is Mabon the son of Modron who is here imprisoned, and no imprisonment was ever so grievous as mine, neither that of Ludlaw Errant, nor that of Gereint the son of Eri. Hast thou hope of being released for gold, or for silver, or for any gifts of wealth, or through battle and fighting? By fighting will whatever I may gain be obtained. Then they went thence, and returned to Arthur, and they told him where Mabon the son of Modron was imprisoned. And Arthur summoned the warriors of the island, and they journeyed as far as Gloucester, to the place where Mabon was in prison. Kai and Bedwyr went upon the shoulders of the fish, whilst the warriors of Arthur attacked the castle. And Kai broke through the wall into the dungeon, and brought away the prisoner upon his back, whilst the fight was going on between the warriors. And Arthur returned home, and Mabon with him at liberty. Said Arthur, "Which of the marvels will it be best for us now to seek first?" "It will be best to seek for the 2 cubs of Gast Rimhi." "Is it known," asked Arthur, "where she is?" "She is in Aber du Cledif," said one. Then Arthur went to the house of Tringad in Aber Cledif, and he inquired of him whether he had heard of her there. "In what form may she be?" "She is in the form of a she-wolf," said he, "and with her there are 2 cubs. She has often slain my herds, and she is there below in a cave in Aber Cledif." So Arthur went in his ship Prydwen by sea, and the others went by land, to hunt her. And they surrounded her and her 2 cubs, and God did change them again for Arthur into their own form. And the host of Arthur dispersed themselves into parties of 1 and 2. On a certain day, as Gwythyr the son of Greidor was walking over a mountain, he heard a wailing and a grievous cry. And when he heard it, he sprang forward, and went towards it. And when he came there, he drew his sword, and smote off an anthill close to the earth, whereby it escaped being burned in the fire. And the ants said to him, "Receive from us the blessing of heaven, and that which no man can give we will give thee." Then they fetched the 9 bushels of flaxseed, which Ysbadad and Pencor had required of Culhwch, and they brought the full measure without lacking any, except 1 flaxseed, and that the lame Pismir brought in before night. As Kai and Bedwyr sat on a beacon, Carn on the summit of Plinlimmon, in the highest wind that ever was in the world, they looked around them, and saw a great smoke towards the south, afar off, which did not bend with the wind. Then said Kai, "By the hand of my friend, behold, yonder is the fire of a robber." Then they hastened towards the smoke, and they came so near to it that they could see Dillis Varvarg scorching a wild boar. "Behold, yonder is the greatest robber that ever fled from Arthur," said Bedwyr unto Kai. "Dost thou know him?" "I do know him," answered Kai. "He is Dillis Varvarg, and no leash in the world will be able to hold Drudwyn, the cub of Gereint the son of Eri, save a leash made from the beard of him thou seest yonder, and even that will be useless, unless his beard be plucked alive with wooden tweezers, for if dead, it will be brittle." "What thinkest thou that we should do concerning this?" said Bedwyr. "Let us suffer him," said Kai, "to eat as much as he will of the meat, and after that he will fall asleep." And during that time they employed themselves in making the wooden tweezers. And when Kai knew certainly that he was asleep, he made a pit under his feet, the largest in the world, and he struck him a violent blow, and squeezed him into the pit. And there they twitched out his beard completely with the wooden tweezers, and after that they slew him altogether. And from thence they both went to Gellywick in Cornwall, and took the leash made of Dillis Varvarg's beard with them, and they gave it into Arthur's hand. Then Arthur composed this englyn: Kai made a leash of Dillis, son of Urai's beard. Were he alive, thy death he'd be. And thereupon Kai was wroth, so that the warriors of the island could scarcely make peace between Kai and Arthur. And thenceforth, neither in Arthur's troubles, nor for the slaying of his men, would Kai come forward to his aid for ever after. Said Arthur, "Which of the marvels is it best for us now to seek? It is best for us to seek Drudwyn, the cub of Graid the son of Eri." A little while before this, Credilad, the daughter of Ludlaw Erint, and Gwythyr, the son of Gredor, were betrothed. And before she had become his bride, Gwyn ap Nudd came and carried her away by force. And Gwythyr, the son of Gridol, gathered his host together and went to fight with Gwyn ap Nudd. But Gwyn overcame him and captured Graid the son of Eri, and Glynnu the son of Taran, and Gurgwst Ledlum, and Dinvarth his son. And he captured Pen the son of Nethog, and Nuithen, and Killider Wilt his son. And they slew Nuithen, and took out his heart, and constrained Calder to eat the heart of his father. And therefrom Calder became mad. When Arthur heard of this, he went to the north, and summoned Gwyn ap Nudd before him, and set free the nobles whom he had put in prison, and made peace between Gwyn ap Nudd and Gwythyr, the son of Gredor. And this was the peace that was made, that the maiden should remain in her father's house, without advantage to either of them, and that Gwyn ap Nudd and Gwythyr, the son of Gredor, should fight for her every 1st of May, from thenceforth until the day of doom, and that whichever of them should then be conqueror should have the maiden. And when Arthur had thus reconciled these chieftains, he obtained Migdun, Gwedu's horse, and the leash of Cwscant Ewin. And after that Arthur went into Armorica, and with him Mabon the son of Melt, and Gwerig Wald Urin, to seek the 2 dogs of Glithmir Ledowick. And when he had got them, he went to the west of Ireland, in search of Gorgi 7, and Odger the son of Ied king of Ireland went with him. And thence went Arthur into the north, and captured Killider Wilt, and he went after Isketirwin Penbed. And Marbon the son of Melt came with the 2 dogs of Glithmir Ledowich in his hand, and Drudwyn, the cub of Graid the son of Eri. And Arthur went himself to the chase, leading his own dog Caval. And Cor of North Britain mounted Arthur's mare Lamray, and was first in the attack. Then Cor of North Britain wielded a mighty axe, and absolutely daring he came valiantly up to the boar, and clave his head in twain, and Cor took away the tusk. Now the boar was not slain by the dogs that Ysbaddaden had mentioned, but by Caval, Arthur's own dog. And after Isketirwin Penbed was killed, Arthur and his host departed to Geliwick in Cornwall, and thence he sent Many the son of Tergwed to see if the precious things were between the 2 ears of Turk Trith, since it were useless to encounter him if they were not there. Albeit it was certain where he was, for he had laid waste the 3rd part of Ireland, and many went to seek for him, and he met with him in Ireland, in Esgir Erval. And many took the form of a bird, and he descended upon the top of his lair, and strove to snatch away one of the precious things from him, but he carried away nothing but one of his bristles. And the boar rose up angrily and shook himself so that some of his venom fell upon Menu, and he was never well from that day forward. After this Arthur sent an embassy to Odger, the son of Aed, king of Ireland, to ask for the cauldron of Diornach Widel, his purveyor, and Odger commanded him to give it. But Diornach said, "Heaven is my witness, if it would avail him anything even to look at it, he should not do so." And the embassy of Arthur returned from Ireland with this denial, and Arthur set forward with a small retinue, and entered into Prydwen, his ship, and went over to Ireland. And they proceeded into the house of Diornach Widel, and the hosts of Odga saw their strength. When they had eaten and drunk as much as they desired, Arthur demanded to have the cauldron. And he answered, "If I would have given it to anyone, I would have given it at the word of Odga, king of Ireland." When he had given them this denial, Bedwyr arose and seized hold of the cauldron and placed it upon the back of Hygwyd, Arthur's servant, who was brother, by the mother's side, to Arthur's servant Cachamri. His office was always to carry Arthur's cauldron and to place fire under it. And Lenlog Whittle seized Caladvolk and brandished it, and they slew Duanach Whittle and his company. Then came the Irish and fought with them. And when he had put them to flight, Arthur with his men went forward to the ship, carrying away the cauldron full of Irish money. And he disembarked at the house of Llewydden, the son of Celcod, at Porthcurdin in Dyfed. And there is the measure of the cauldron. Then Arthur summoned unto him all the warriors that were in the 3 islands of Britain, and in the 3 islands adjacent, and all that were in France and in Armorica, in Normandy, and in the summer country, and all that were chosen footmen and valiant horsemen. And with all these he went into Ireland. And in Ireland there was great fear and terror concerning him. And when Arthur had landed in the country, there came unto him the saints of Ireland, and besought his protection. And he granted his protection unto them, and they gave him their blessing. Then the men of Ireland came unto Arthur, and brought him provisions. And Arthur went as far as Gereint in Ireland, to the place where the boar Tryth was with his 7 young pigs. And the dogs were let loose upon him from all sides. That day until evening the Irish fought with him. Nevertheless, he laid waste the 5th part of Ireland. And on the day following the household of Arthur fought with him, and they were worsted by him, and got no advantage. And the 3rd day Arthur himself encountered him, and he fought with him 9 nights and 9 days, without so much as killing even one little pig. The warriors inquired of Arthur what was the origin of that swine, and he told them that he was once a king, and that God had transformed him into a swine for his sins. Then Arthur sent Greer Gwalstat Eithud to endeavour to speak with him. And Greer assumed the form of a bird, and alighted upon the top of the lair, where he was with the 7 young pigs. And Greer Gwalstat Eithud asked him, "By him who turned you into this form, if you can speak, let someone of you, I beseech you, come and talk with Arthur." Grugin Grich Errant made answer to him. Now his bristles were like silver wire, and whether he went through the wood or through the plain, he was to be traced by the glittering of his bristles. And this was the answer that Grugin made: "By him who turned us into this form, we will not do so, and we will not speak with Arthur. That we have been transformed thus is enough for us to suffer, without your coming here to fight with us. I will tell you, Arthur comes but to fight for the comb, and the razor, and the scissors, which are between the 2 ears of Turk Tryth." Said Grugin, "Except he first take his life, he will never have those precious things. And tomorrow morning we will rise up hence, and we will go into Arthur's country, and there will we do all the mischief that we can." So they set forth through the sea towards Wales, and Arthur and his hosts, and his horses and his dogs, entered Prydwen, that they might encounter them without delay. Turk Tryth landed in Porthclees in Dyfed, and Arthur came to Mineu. The next day it was told to Arthur that they had gone by, and he overtook them as they were killing the cattle of Kinwas Cor Ivagil, having slain all that were at Abergledif of man and beast, before the coming of Arthur. Now when Arthur approached, Turk Tryth went on as far as Preselu, and Arthur and his hosts followed him thither, and Arthur sent men to hunt him. Eli and Trachmir, leading Drudwyn the whelp of Grade the son of Eri, and Gwartegid the son of Cor, in another quarter, with the 2 dogs of Glithmir Ledewig, and Bedwyr leading Caval, Arthur's own dog. And all the warriors ranged themselves around the Niver. And there came there the 3 sons of Cleddyf Divulsh, men who had gained much fame at the slaying of Iscithirwyn Penbaid. And they went on from Glyn Niver and came to Cwm Cerwyn. And there Turktraith made a stand, and slew 4 of Arthur's champions, Gwartegid the son of Cor, and Tarok of Aldclwyd, and Rhydwen the son of Eli Adver, and Iscavan Hale. And after he had slain these men, he made a second stand in the same place. And there he slew Gwydred the son of Arthur, and Garcelid Whittle, and Glu the son of Isgod, and Iscawin the son of Panon. And there he himself was wounded. And the next morning, before it was day, some of the men came up with him, and he slew Huandol, and Gogigwr, and Penpingon, 3 attendants upon Glurrid Gavelvar, so that heaven knows he had not an attendant remaining, excepting only Lesgevin, a man from whom no one ever derived any good. And together with these he slew many of the men of that country, and Glidin Saer, Arthur's chief architect. Then Arthur overtook him at Pelumyog, and there he slew Madoc the son of Tathion, and Gwyn the son of Tringad, the son of Neved, and Erion Penlorau. Thence he went to Abertavi, where he made another stand, and where he slew Kiflas the son of Kenan, and Gwylenhin king of France. Then he went as far as Glyn Istu, and there the men and the dogs lost him. Then Arthur summoned unto him Gwyn Abnad, and he asked him if he knew aught of Turktraith, and he said that he did not. And all the huntsmen went to hunt the swine as far as Dyffryn Litre. And Grugin Gwalt Erint and Luidog Gavinyad closed with them and killed all the huntsmen, so that there escaped but 1 man only. And Arthur and his host came to the place where Grugin and Luidog were, and there he let loose the whole of the dogs upon them. And with the shout and barking that was set up, Turktraith came to their assistance. And from the time that they came across the Irish Sea, Arthur had never got sight of him until then. So he set men and dogs upon him, and thereupon he started off and went to Minid Aman. And there one of his young pigs was killed. Then they set upon him life for life, and Turklowin was slain. And then there was slain another of the swine, Gwys was his name. After that he went on to Dyffryn Aman, and there Bum and Benwig were killed. Of all his pigs there went with him alive from that place none save Grugin Gwalt Erint and Luidog Govinyad. Thence he went on to Loch Uwin, and Arthur overtook him there, and he made a stand. And there he slew Ekel for Dweitwil, and Garwili the son of Gwydog Gwir, and many men and dogs likewise. And thence they went to Luch Tawi. Grugin Grish Erint parted from them there, and went to Din Tiwi. And thence he proceeded to Ceredigion, and Eli and Trachmir with him, and a multitude likewise. Then he came to Garth Gregin, and there Luidog Gavinyad fought in the midst of them, and slew Rudvi Rhys and many others with him. Then Luidog went thence to Ystrad Yu, and there the men of Armorica met him, and there he slew Hirpaisor the king of Armorica, and Ligatrud Imiz, and Gwerbothu, Arthur's uncles, his mother's brothers, and there was he himself slain. Turktraith went from there to between Toy and Uyas, and Arthur summoned all Cornwall and Devon unto him, to the estuary of the Severn, and he said to the warriors of this island, Turktraith has slain many of my men, but by the valour of warriors, while I live, he shall not go into Cornwall, and I will not follow him any longer, but I will oppose him life to life. Do ye as ye will. And he resolved that he would send a body of knights with the dogs of the island, as far as Uyas, who should return thence to the Seven, and that tried warriors should traverse the island and force him into the Seven. And Mabon the son of Modron came up with him at the Seven, upon Gwyn Migdun, the horse of Gwedu, and Goru the son of Custennin, and Menu the son of Tergwed. This was betwixt Lyn Liwen and Abergwy. And Arthur fell upon him together with the champions of Britain. And Osla Kilelvar drew near, and Manawyddan the son of Lear, and Cacmri the servant of Arthur, and Gwyngelly, and they seized hold of him, catching him first by his feet, and plunged him in the Seven, so that it overwhelmed him. On the one side, Marbon the son of Modron spurred his steed and snatched his razor from him, and Carlida Wilt came up with him on the other side, upon another steed in the Seven, and took from him the scissors. But before they could obtain the comb, he had regained the ground with his feet, and from the moment that he reached the shore, neither dog, nor man, nor horse could overtake him until he came to Cornwall. If they had had trouble in getting the jewels from him, much more had they in seeking to save the two men from being drowned. Cacmri, as they drew him forth, was dragged by 2 millstones into the deep, and as Osla Kilelvor was running after the boar, his knife had dropped out of the sheath, and he had lost it, and after that the sheath became full of water, and its weight drew him down into the deep as they were drawing him forth. Then Arthur and his host proceeded until they overtook the boar in Cornwall, and the trouble which they had met with before was mere play to what they encountered in seeking the comb. But from one difficulty to another, the comb was at length obtained, and then he was hunted from Cornwall and driven straight forward into the deep sea, and thenceforth it was never known whither he went, and Enid and Ethlem with him. Then went Arthur to Geliwig in Cornwall to anoint himself and to rest from his fatigues. Said Arthur, "Is there any one of the marvels yet unobtained?" Said one of his men, "There is the blood of the witch Ordu, the daughter of the witch Orwen, of Pennunt Govid, on the confines of hell." Arthur set forth towards the north, and came to the place where was the witch's cave, and Gwyn ap Nudd and Gwythyr the son of Grydor counselled him to send Cacmri and Hygwyd his brother to fight with the witch. And as they entered the cave, the witch seized upon them, and she caught Hygwyd by the hair of his head and threw him on the floor beneath her. And Cacmri caught her by the hair of her head and dragged her to the earth from off Hygwyd, but she turned again upon them both and drove them both out with kicks and with cuffs. And Arthur was wroth at seeing his 2 attendants almost slain, and he sought to enter the cave. But Gwyn and Gwythyr said unto him, "It would not be fitting or seemly for us to see thee squabbling with a hag. Let Hiram Roe and Hiridil go to the cave." So they went. But if great was the trouble of the first 2 that went, much greater was that of these 2. And heaven knows that not one of the 4 could move from the spot, until they placed them all upon Lamray, Arthur's mare. And then Arthur rushed to the door of the cave, and at the door he struck at the witch with Carnwenan his dagger, and clove her in twain, so that she fell in 2 parts. And Cor of North Britain took the blood of the witch and kept it. Then Culhwch set forward, and Goru the son of Custennin with him, and as many as wished ill to Ysbadad and Pencor. And they took the marvels with them to his court. And Cor of North Britain came and shaved his beard, skin and flesh clean off to the very bone from ear to ear. "Art thou shaved, man?" said Culhwch. "I am shaved," answered he. "Is thy daughter mine now?" "She is thine," said he, "but therefore needest thou not thank me, but Arthur, who hath accomplished this for thee. By my free will, thou shouldest never have had her, for with her I lose my life." Then Goro the son of Custennin seized him by the hair of his head, and dragged him after him to the keep, and cut off his head and placed it on a stake on the citadel. Then they took possession of his castle and of his treasures. And that night, Olwen became Culhwch's bride, and she continued to be his wife as long as she lived. And the hosts of Arthur dispersed themselves, each man to his own country. And thus did Culhwch obtain Olwen, the daughter of Ysbaddaden Penkar. The Dream of Rhonabwy. Madoc the son of Meredith possessed powers within its boundaries, from Porford to Gwaun in the uplands of Arwisli, and at that time he had a brother, Iorwerth the son of Meredith, in rank not equal to himself. And Iorwerth had great sorrow and heaviness because of the honour and power that his brother enjoyed, which he shared not. And he sought his fellows and his foster brothers, and took counsel with them what he should do in this matter. And they resolved to dispatch some of their number to go and seek a maintenance for him. Then Madoc offered him to become master of the household, and to have horses and arms and honour, and to fare like as himself. But Iorwerth refused this, and Iorwerth made an inroad into Logria, slaying the inhabitants and burning houses and carrying away prisoners. And Madoc took counsel with the men of Powys, and they determined to place 100 men in each of the 3 comets of Powys to seek for him. And thus did they in the plains of Powys from Abercerog, and in Alictwn Ver, and in Rhyd Willer, on the Vernwy, the 3 best comets of Powys. So he was none the better, he nor his household, in Powys, nor in the plains thereof. And they spread these men over the plains as far as Nilistwyn Treven. Now one of the men who was upon this quest was called Rhonabwy, and Rhonabwy and Cynric Vrishgoch, a man of Mordwy, and Cadogan Vras, a man of Mulvra in Kinleith, came together to the house of Hylin Goch, the son of Cadogan, the son of Idon. And when they came near to the house, they saw an old hall, very black, and having an upright gable, whence issued a great smoke. And on entering, they found the floor full of puddles and mounds, and it was difficult to stand thereon, so slippery was it with the mire of cattle. And where the puddles were, a man might go up to his ankles in water and dirt. And there were boughs of holly spread over the floor, whereof the cattle had browsed the sprigs. When they came to the hall of the house, they beheld cells full of dust and very gloomy, and on one side an old hag making a fire. And whenever she felt cold, she cast a lapful of chaff upon the fire, and raised such a smoke that it was scarcely to be borne, as it rose up the nostrils. And on the other side was a yellow calfskin on the floor. A main privilege was it to anyone who should get upon that hide. And when they had sat down, they asked the hag where were the people of the house. And the hag spoke not, but muttered. Thereupon behold, the people of the house entered, a ruddy, clownish, curly-headed man, with a burthen of faggots on his back, and a pale, slender woman, also carrying a bundle under her arm. And they barely welcomed the men, and kindled a fire with the boughs. And the woman cooked something, and gave them to eat, barley bread, and cheese, and milk, and water. And there arose a storm of wind and rain, so that it was hardly possible to go forth with safety. And being weary with their journey, they laid themselves down and sought to sleep. And when they looked at the couch, it seemed to be made but of a little coarse straw full of dust and vermin, with the stems of boughs sticking up therethrough, for the cattle had eaten all the straw that was placed at the head and the foot. And upon it was stretched an old russet-coloured rug, threadbare and ragged, and a coarse sheet, full of slits, was upon the rug, and an ill-stuffed pillow, and a worn-out cover upon the sheet. And after much suffering from the vermin, and from the discomfort of their couch, a heavy sleep fell on Rhonabwy's companions. But Rhonabwy, not being able either to sleep or to rest, thought he should suffer less if he went to lie upon the yellow calfskin that was stretched out on the floor. And there he slept. As soon as sleep had come upon his eyes, it seemed to him that he was journeying with his companions across the plain of Argengroeg, and he thought that he went towards Rhyd Groes on the Severn. As he journeyed, he heard a mighty noise, the like whereof heard he never before, and looking behind him, he beheld a youth with yellow curling hair, and with his beard newly trimmed, mounted on a chestnut horse, whereof the legs were grey from the top of the forelegs, and from the bend of the hind legs downwards. And the rider wore a coat of yellow satin sewn with green silk, and on his thigh was a gold-hilted sword, with a scabbard of new leather of Cordova, belted with the skin of the deer, and clasped with gold. And over this was a scarf of yellow satin wrought with green silk, the borders whereof were likewise green, and the green of the caparison of the horse and of his rider was as green as the leaves of the fir tree, and the yellow was as yellow as the blossom of the broom. So fierce was the aspect of the knight that fear seized upon them, and they began to flee, and the knight pursued them. And when the horse breathed forth, the men became distant from him, and when he drew in his breath, they were drawn near to him, even to the horse's chest. And when he had overtaken them, they besought his mercy. "You have it gladly," said he, "fear naught. Ha, chieftain, since thou hast mercy upon me, tell me also who thou art," said Rhonabwy. "I will not conceal my lineage from thee. I am Idauk the son of Minyo, yet not by my name, but by my nickname am I best known. And wilt thou tell us what thy nickname is? I will tell you. It is Idauk called Prydain." "Ha, chieftain," said Rhonabwy, "why art thou called thus?" "I will tell thee. I was one of the messengers between Arthur and Medrawd, his nephew, at the Battle of Camlan, and I was then a reckless youth, and through my desire for battle, I kindled strife between them, and stirred up wrath, when I was sent by Arthur the Emperor to reason with Medrawd, and to show him that he was his foster father and his uncle, and to seek for peace, lest the sons of the kings of the island of Britain and of the nobles should be slain. And whereas Arthur charged me with the fairest sayings he could think of, I uttered unto Medrawd the harshest I could devise, and therefore am I called Idauk called Prydain, for from this did the battle of Camlan ensue. And 3 nights before the end of the battle of Camlan, I left them, and went to the Lechlas in North Britain to do penance. And there I remained doing penance 7 years, and after that I gained pardon. Then lo, they heard a mighty sound, which was much louder than that which they had heard before. And when they looked round towards the sound, they beheld a ruddy youth, without beard or whiskers, noble of mien, and mounted on a stately courser. And from the shoulders and the front of the knees downwards, the horse was bay, and upon the man was a dress of red satin wrought with yellow silk, and yellow were the borders of his scarf. And such parts of his apparel and of the trappings of his horse as were yellow, as yellow were they as the blossom of the broom, and such as were red were as ruddy as the ruddiest blood in the world. Then, behold, the horseman overtook them, and he asked of Idauk a share of the little men that were with him. "That which is fitting for me to grant I will grant, and thou shalt be a companion to them as I have been." And the horseman went away. "Idauk," inquired Rhonabwy, "who was that horseman?" "Ruvon Peber, the son of Prince Deorthach." And they journeyed over the plain of Argengroeg as far as the ford of Ridi Gros on the Severn. And for a mile around the ford on both sides of the road, they saw tents and encampments, and there was the clamour of a mighty host. And they came to the edge of the ford, and there they beheld Arthur sitting on a flat island below the ford, having Bedwini the bishop on one side of him, and Gwartegid the son of Cor on the other. And a tall, auburn-haired youth stood before him, with his sheathed sword in his hand, and clad in a coat and cap of jet-black satin. And his face was white as ivory, and his eyebrows black as jet, and such part of his wrist as could be seen between his glove and his sleeve was whiter than the lily, and thicker than a warrior's ankle. Then came Iddok and they that were with him, and stood before Arthur and saluted him. "Heaven grant thee good," said Arthur. "And where, Iddok, didst thou find these little men?" "I found them, Lord, up yonder on the road." Then the emperor smiled. "Lord," said Iddok, "wherefore dost thou laugh?" "Iddok," replied Arthur, "I laugh not, but it pitieth me that men of such stature as these should have this island in their keeping, after the men that guarded it of yore." Then said Iddok, "Rhonabwy, dost thou see the ring with a stone set in it, that is upon the emperor's hand?" "I see it," he answered. "It is one of the properties of that stone to enable thee to remember that thou seest here tonight, and hadst thou not seen the stone, thou wouldest never have been able to remember aught thereof." After this, they saw a troop coming towards the ford. "Iddauch," inquired Rhonabwy, "to whom does yonder troop belong?" "They are the fellows of Ruvon Peredur, the son of Prince Deorthach, and these men are honourably served with mead and bragget, and are freely beloved by the daughters of the kings of the island of Britain. And this they merit, for they were ever in the front and the rear in every peril." And he saw but one hue upon the men and the horses of this troop, for they were all as red as blood. And when one of the knights rode forth from the troop, he looked like a pillar of fire glancing athwart the sky. And this troop encamped above the ford. Then they beheld another troop coming towards the ford, and these from their horses' chests upwards were whiter than the lily, and below blacker than jet. And they saw one of these knights go before the rest, and spur his horse into the ford in such a manner that the water dashed over Arthur and the bishop, and those holding counsel with them, so that they were as wet as if they had been drenched in the river. And as he turned the head of his horse, the youth who stood before Arthur struck the horse over the nostrils with his sheathed sword, so that, had it been with the bare blade, it would have been a marvel if the bone had not been wounded as well as the flesh. And the knight drew his sword half out of the scabbard, and asked of him, "Wherefore didst thou strike my horse? Whether was it in insult or in counsel unto me? Thou dost indeed lack counsel. What madness caused thee to ride so furiously as to dash the water of the ford over Arthur and the consecrated bishop and their counsellors, so that they were as wet as if they had been dragged out of the river? As counsel, then will I take it." So he turned his horse's head round towards his army. "Iddauch," said Rhonabwy, "who was yonder knight?" "The most eloquent and the wisest youth that is in this island, Adon, the son of Taliesin." "Who was the man that struck his horse?" "A youth of froward nature, Elphin, the son of Gwydno." Then spake a tall and stately man, of noble and flowing speech, saying that it was a marvel that so vast a host should be assembled in so narrow a space, and that it was a still greater marvel that those should be there at that time, who had promised to be by midday in the battle of Baden, fighting with Osla Gilelvar. "Whether thou mayest choose to proceed or not, I will proceed." "Thou sayest well," said Arthur, and we will go all together." "Idauch," said Rhonabwy, "who was the man who spoke so marvellously unto Arthur erewhile?" "A man who may speak as boldly as he listeth, Caradoc Fricfras, the son of Lir Marini, his chief counsellor and his cousin." Then Idauch took Rhonabwy behind him on his horse, and that mighty host moved forward, each troop in its order, towards Cevndigol. And when they came to the middle of the ford of the Severn, Idauch turned his horse's head, and Rhonabwy looked along the valley of the Severn, and he beheld two fair troops coming towards the ford. One troop there came of brilliant white, whereof every one of the men had a scarf of white satin with jet-black borders, and the knees and the tops of the shoulders of their horses were jet-black, though they were of a pure white in every other part, and their banners were pure white, with black points to them all. "Idauch," said Rhonabwy, "who are yonder pure white troop?" "They are the men of Norway, and March the son of Mercian is their prince, and he is cousin unto Arthur." And further on he saw a troop, whereof each man wore garments of jet black, with borders of pure white to every scarf, and the tops of the shoulders and the knees of their horses were pure white, and their banners were jet black with pure white at the point of each. "Idauch," said Rhonabwy, "who are the jet black troop yonder?" "They are the men of Denmark, and Edirn the son of Nud is their prince." And when they had overtaken the host, Arthur and his army of mighty ones dismounted below Peredur, and he perceived that he and Idauch journeyed the same road as Arthur. And after they had dismounted, he heard a great tumult and confusion amongst the host, and such as were then at the flanks turned to the centre, and such as had been in the centre moved to the flanks. And then, behold, he saw a knight coming, clad, both he and his horse, in mail, of which the rings were whiter than the whitest lily, and the rivets redder than the ruddiest blood, and he rode amongst the host. "Idauch," said Rhonabwy, "will yonder host flee?" "King Arthur never fled, and if this discourse of thine were heard, thou wert a lost man. But as to the knight whom thou seest yonder, it is Kai. The fairest horseman is Kai in all Arthur's court, and the men who are at the front of the army hasten to the rear to see Kai ride, and the men who are in the centre flee to the side from the shock of his horse, and this is the cause of the confusion of the host." Thereupon they heard a call made for Cadwar, Earl of Cornwall, and behold, he arose with the sword of Arthur in his hand, and the similitude of two serpents was upon the sword in gold. And when the sword was drawn from its scabbard, it seemed as if two flames of fire burst forth from the jaws of the serpents, and then, so wonderful was the sword, that it was hard for anyone to look upon it. And the host became still, and the tumult ceased, and the earl returned to the tent. "Idauch," said Rhonabwy, "who is the man who bore the sword of Arthur?" "Cadwar, the Earl of Cornwall, whose duty it is to arm the king on the days of battle and warfare." And they heard a call made for Erinwich Amhybin, Arthur's servant, a red, rough, ill-favoured man, having red whiskers with bristly hairs. And behold, he came upon a tall red horse with the mane parted on each side, and he brought with him a large and beautiful sumpter pack. And the huge red youth dismounted before Arthur, and he drew a golden chair out of the pack, and a carpet of diapered satin. And he spread the carpet before Arthur, and there was an apple of ruddy gold at each corner thereof, and he placed the chair upon the carpet. And so large was the chair that 3 armed warriors might have sat therein. Gwen was the name of the carpet, and it was one of its properties that whoever was upon it, no one could see him, and he could see every one, and it would retain no colour but its own. And Arthur sat within the carpet, and Oain the son of Urien was standing before him. "Oain," said Arthur, "wilt thou play chess?" "I will, lord," said Oain. And the red youth brought the chess for Arthur and Oain, golden pieces and a board of silver, and they began to play. And while they were thus, and when they were best amused with their game, behold, they saw a white tent with a red canopy, and the figure of a jet-black serpent on the top of the tent, and red glaring venomous eyes in the head of the serpent, and a red flaming tongue. And there came a young page with yellow curling hair and blue eyes, and a newly springing beard, wearing a coat and a surcoat of yellow satin, and hose of thin greenish yellow cloth upon his feet, and over his hose shoes of party-coloured leather, fastened at the insteps with golden clasps. And he bore a heavy three-edged sword with a golden hilt, in a scabbard of black leather tipped with fine gold. And he came to the place where the Emperor and Owain were playing at chess. And the youth saluted Owain. And Owain marvelled that the youth should salute him, and should not have saluted the Emperor Arthur. And Arthur knew what was in Owain's thought. And he said to Owain, "Marvel not that the youth salutes thee now, for he saluted me erewhile, and it is unto thee that his errand is." Then said the youth unto Owain, "Lord, is it with thy leave that the young pages and attendants of the Emperor harass and torment and worry thy ravens? And if it be not with thy leave, cause the Emperor to forbid them." "Lord," said Owain, "thou hearest what the youth says. If it seem good to thee, forbid them from my ravens." "Play thy game," said he. Then the youth returned to the tent. That game did they finish, and another they began. And when they were in the midst of the game, behold, a ruddy young man with auburn curling hair and large eyes, well grown, and having his beard new shorn, came forth from a bright yellow tent, upon the summit of which was the figure of a bright red lion. And he was clad in a coat of yellow satin, falling as low as the small of his leg, and embroidered with threads of red silk. And on his feet were hose of fine white buckram, and buskins of black leather were over his hose, whereon were golden clasps, and in his hand a huge, heavy, three-edged sword, with a scabbard of red deer hide, tipped with gold. And he came to the place where Arthur and Owain were playing at chess, and he saluted him. And Owain was troubled at his salutation, but Arthur minded it no more than before. And the youth said unto Owain, "Is it not against thy will that the attendants of the Emperor harass thy ravens, killing some and worrying others? If against thy will it be, beseech him to forbid them." "Lord," said Owain, "forbid thy men, if it seem good to thee." "Play thy game," said the Emperor. And the youth returned to the tent. And that game was ended, and another begun. And as they were beginning the first move of the game, they beheld at a small distance from them a tent speckled yellow, the largest ever seen, and the figure of an eagle of gold upon it, and a precious stone on the eagle's head. And coming out of the tent, they saw a youth with thick yellow hair upon his head, fair and comely, and a scarf of blue satin upon him, and a brooch of gold in the scarf upon his right shoulder, as large as a warrior's middle finger. And upon his feet were hose of fine tautness, and shoes of party-coloured leather, clasped with gold. And the youth was of noble bearing, fair of face, with ruddy cheeks and large hawk's eyes. In the hand of the youth was a mighty lance, speckled yellow, with a newly sharpened head, and upon the lance a banner displayed. Fiercely angry, and with rapid pace, came the youth to the place where Arthur was playing at chess with Owain. And they perceived that he was wroth. And thereupon he saluted Owain, and told him that his ravens had been killed, the chief part of them, and that such of them as were not slain were so wounded and bruised that not one of them could raise its wings a single fathom above the earth. "Lord," said Oain, "forbid thy men." "Play," said he, "if it please thee." Then said Oain to the youth, "Go back, and wherever thou findest the strife at the thickest, there lift up the banner, and let come what pleases heaven." So the youth returned back to the place where the strife bore hardest upon the ravens, and he lifted up the banner. And as he did so, they all rose up in the air, wrathful and fierce and high of spirit, clapping their wings in the wind and shaking off the weariness that was upon them. And recovering their energy and courage, furiously and with exultation did they, with one sweep, descend upon the heads of the men, who had erewhile caused them anger and pain and damage. And they seized some by the heads and others by the eyes, and some by the ears, and others by the arms, and carried them up into the air. And in the air there was a mighty tumult, with the flapping of the wings of the triumphant ravens, and with their croaking. And there was another mighty tumult with the groaning of the men that were being torn and wounded, and some of whom were slain. And Arthur and Owain marvelled at the tumult as they played at chess. And looking, they perceived a knight upon a dun-coloured horse coming towards them. And marvellous was the hue of the dun horse. Bright red was his right shoulder, and from the top of his legs to the centre of his hoof was bright yellow. Both the knight and his horse were fully equipped with heavy foreign armour. The clothing of the horse from the front opening upwards was of bright red sendal, and from thence opening downwards was of bright yellow sendal. A large gold-hilted one-edged sword had the youth upon his thigh, in a scabbard of light blue, and tipped with Spanish laton. The belt of the sword was of dark green leather with golden slides and a clasp of ivory upon it, and a buckle of jet black upon the clasp. A helmet of gold was on the head of the knight, set with precious stones of great virtue, and at the top of the helmet was the image of a flame-coloured leopard with 2 ruby-red stones in its head, so that it was astounding for a warrior, however stout his heart, to look at the face of the leopard, much more at the face of the knight. He had in his hand a blue-shafted lance, but from the haft to the point it was stained crimson red with the blood of the ravens and their plumage. The knight came to the place where Arthur and Owain were seated at chess, and they perceived that he was harassed and vexed and weary as he came towards them. And the youth saluted Arthur, and told him that the ravens of Owain were slaying his young men and attendants. And Arthur looked at Owain and said, "Forbid thy ravens." "Lord," answered Owain, "play thy game." And they played. And the night returned back towards the strife, and the ravens were not forbidden any more than before. And when they had played a while, they heard a mighty tumult, and a wailing of men, and a croaking of ravens, as they carried the men in their strength into the air, and tearing them betwixt them, let them fall piecemeal to the earth. And during the tumult they saw a knight coming towards them, on a light grey horse, and the left foreleg of the horse was jet black to the centre of his hoof. And the knight and the horse were fully accoutred with huge, heavy blue armour, and a robe of honour of yellow diapered satin was upon the knight, and the borders of the robe were blue, and the housings of the horse were jet black, with borders of bright yellow. And on the thigh of the youth was a sword, long and 3-edged and heavy, and the scabbard was of red-cut leather, and the belt of new red deer skin, having upon it many golden slides, and a buckle of the bone of the seahorse, the tongue of which was jet black. A golden helmet was upon the head of the knight, wherein were set sapphire stones of great virtue, and at the top of the helmet was the figure of a flame-coloured lion, with a fiery red tongue issuing above a foot from his mouth, and with venomous eyes, crimson red, in his head. And the knight came, bearing in his hand a thick ashen lance, the head whereof, which had been newly steeped in blood, was overlaid with silver. And the youth saluted the emperor. "Lord," said he, "carest thou not for the slaying of thy pages, and thy young men, and the sons of the nobles of the island of Britain, whereby it will be difficult to defend this island from henceforward for ever?" "Oain," said Arthur, "forbid thy ravens." "Play this game, Lord," said Oain. So they finished the game and began another. And as they were finishing that game, lo, they heard a great tumult, and a clamour of armed men, and a croaking of ravens, and a flapping of wings in the air, as they flung down the armour entire to the ground, and the men and the horses piecemeal. Then they saw coming a knight on a lofty-headed piebald horse, and the left shoulder of the horse was of bright red, and its right leg from the chest to the hollow of the hoof was pure white. And the knight and horse were equipped with arms of speckled yellow, variegated with Spanish laton. And there was a robe of honour upon him, and upon his horse, divided in two parts, white and black, and the borders of the robe of honour were of golden purple. And above the robe he wore a sword three-edged and bright, with a golden hilt, and the belt of the sword was of yellow goldwork, having a clasp upon it of the eyelid of a black seahorse, and a tongue of yellow gold to the clasp. Upon the head of the knight was a bright helmet of yellow laton, with sparkling stones of crystal in it, and at the crest of the helmet was the figure of a griffin, with a stone of many virtues in its head, and he had an ashen spear in his hand, with a round shaft, coloured with azure blue, and the head of the spear was newly stained with blood, and was overlaid with fine silver. Wrathfully came the knight to the place where Arthur was, and he told him that the ravens had slain his household and the sons of the chief men of this island, and he besought him to cause Owain to forbid his ravens. And Arthur besought Owain to forbid them. Then Arthur took the golden chessmen that were upon the board, and crushed them until they became as dust. Then Owain ordered Gres the son of Reged to lower his banner. So it was lowered, and all was peace. Then Rhonabwy inquired of Iddawc, who were the first three men that came to Owain, to tell him his ravens were being slain. Said Iddawc, they were men who grieved that Owain should suffer loss, his fellow chieftains and companions, Seliv the son of Keenan Garwin of Powys, and Gugon Gledivrud, and Gres the son of Reged, he who bears the banner in the day of battle and strife. Who, said Rhonabwy, were the last three men who came to Arthur and told him that the ravens were slaughtering his men. The best of men, said Iddawc, and the bravest, and who would grieve exceedingly that Arthur should have damage in aught. Blathan, the son of Mareth, and Ruvon Peber, the son of Prince Deorthach, and Dyfed Unlen. And with that, behold, 24 knights came from Osla Gilelvor, to crave a truce of Arthur for a fortnight and a month. And Arthur rose and went to take counsel. And he came to where a tall, auburn, curly-headed man was a little way off, and there he assembled his counsellors, Bedwini the bishop, and Guatagid, the son of Cor, and March the son of Meirchorn, and Caradoc Frykfras, and Gwalchmai the son of Gwea, and Edun the son of Nud, and Ruvon Peber the son of Prince Deorthach, and Ryogan the son of the king of Ireland, and Gwenwynwyn the son of Nav, Howell the son of Emir Lido, Gwelim the son of Ruwe Frank, and Dan the son of Ath, and Goru Custenin, and Marbon the son of Modron, and Peredur Paladir Hir, and Dyfed Unlen, and Twerk the son of Perif, and Nerth the son of Cadan, and Gobrui the son of Eshelvord Witwel. Gwer the son of Gwestil, and Gadwi the son of Gereint, Tristan the son of Culhwch, Morian Manog, Granwen the son of Lear, and Lacu the son of Arthur, and Lovroded Varvog, and Cadwa Earl of Cornwall, Morvaran the son of Tegid, and Ryaud the son of Morgant, and Diver the son of Alandyved, Gorhir Gwalstaud Ethud, Adaun the son of Talisin, Lari the son of Casnav Ledig, and Flodor Flam, and Grydal Galdovid, Gilbert the son of Cadgifro, Menu the son of Tergwed, Gurthmul Vledig, Cawdav the son of Caradaug Freichfras, Gildas the son of Cao, Cadiriaith the son of Saidi, and many of the men of Norway and Denmark, and many of the men of Greece, and a crowd of the men of the host came to that council. Idauch, said Rhonabwy, who was the auburn-haired man to whom they came just now? Run the son of Melgwyn Gwynedd, a man whose prerogative it is that he may join in council with all. And wherefore did they admit into council with men of such dignity as are yonder a stripling so young as Cadiriaith the son of Saidi? Because there is not throughout Britain a man better skilled in counsel than he. Thereupon, behold, bards came and recited verses before Arthur, and no man understood those verses but Cadiriaith only, save that they were in Arthur's praise. And lo, there came 24 asses with their burdens of gold and of silver, and a tired, way-worn man with each of them, bringing tribute to Arthur from the islands of Greece. Then Cadiriaith the son of Saidi besought that a truce might be granted to Osla Gilelvar for the space of a fortnight and a month, and that the asses and the burdens they carried might be given to the bards, to be to them as the reward for their stay, and that their verse might be recompensed during the time of the truce. And thus it was settled. Rhonabwy, said Idauch, would it not be wrong to forbid a youth who can give counsel so liberal as this from coming to the councils of his lord? Then Kai arose and he said, Whosoever will follow Arthur, let him be with him tonight in Cornwall, and whosoever will not, let him be opposed to Arthur even during the truce. And through the greatness of the tumult that ensued, Rhonabwy awoke, and when he awoke he was upon the yellow calfskin, having slept 3 nights and 3 days. And this tale is called the Dream of Rhonabwy. And this is the reason that no one knows the dream without a book, neither bard nor gifted seer, because of the various colours that were upon the horses, and the many wondrous colours of the arms and of the panoply, and of the precious scarfs, and of the virtue-bearing stones. Pwyll Prince of Dyfed. Pwyll Prince of Dyfed was lord of the 7 cantrevs of Dyfed, and once upon a time he was at Narberth, his chief palace, and he was minded to go and hunt, and the part of his dominions in which it pleased him to hunt was Countess. So he set forth from Narberth that night, and went as far as Lewindearwyd, and that night he tarried there, and early on the morrow he rose and came to Countess, when he let loose the dogs in the wood, and sounded the horn, and began the chase. And as he followed the dogs, he lost his companions. And whilst he listened to the hounds, he heard the cry of other hounds, a cry different from his own, and coming in the opposite direction. And he beheld a glade in the wood forming a level plain, and as his dogs came to the edge of the glade, he saw a stag before the other dogs. And lo, as it reached the middle of the glade, the dogs that followed the stag overtook it and brought it down. Then looked he at the colour of the dogs, staying not to look at the stag, and of all the hounds that he had seen in the world, he had never seen any that were like unto these, for their hair was of a brilliant shining white, and their ears were red, and as the whiteness of their bodies shone, so did the redness of their ears glisten. And he came towards the dogs, and drove away those that had brought down the stag, and set his own dogs upon it. And as he was setting on his dogs, he saw a horseman coming towards him upon a large light grey steed, with a hunting horn round his neck, and clad in garments of grey woolen in the fashion of a hunting garb. And the horseman drew near and spoke unto him thus, "Chieftain," said he, "I know who thou art, and I greet thee not." "Peradventure," said Pwyll, "thou art of such dignity that thou shouldest not do so." "Verily," answered he, "it is not my dignity that prevents me." "What is it then, O chieftain?" asked he. "By heaven, it is by reason of thine own ignorance and want of courtesy." "What discourtesy, chieftain, hast thou seen in me?" "Greater discourtesy saw I never in man," said he, "than to drive away the dogs that were killing the stag, and to set upon it thine own." This was discourteous, and though I may not be revenged upon thee, yet I declare to heaven that I will do thee more dishonour than the value of 100 stags. "O chieftain," he replied, "if I have done ill, I will redeem thy friendship." "How wilt thou redeem it?" "According as thy dignity may be, but I know not who thou art." "A crowned king am I in the land whence I come." "Lord," said he, "may the day prosper with thee, and from what land comest thou?" "From Anolwen," answered he. "Oain, a king of Anolwen am I." "Lord," said he, "how may I gain thy friendship?" "After this manner mayest thou," he said. "There is a man whose dominions are opposite to mine, who is ever warring against me, and he is Havgan, a king of Anolwen, and by ridding me of this oppression, which thou canst easily do, shalt thou gain my friendship." "Gladly will I do this," said he. "Show me how I may." "I will show thee. Behold, thus it is thou mayest. I will make firm friendship with thee, and this will I do. I will send thee to Anolwen in my stead, and I will give thee the fairest lady thou didst ever behold to be thy companion, and I will put my form and semblance upon thee, so that not a page of the chamber, nor an officer, nor any other man that has always followed me shall know that it is not I. And this shall be for the space of a year from tomorrow, and then we will meet in this place." "Yes," said he, "but when I shall have been there for the space of a year, by what means shall I discover him of whom thou speakest?" "1 year from this night," he answered, "is the time fixed between him and me, that we should meet at the ford. Be thou there in my likeness, and with one stroke that thou givest him, he shall no longer live. And if he ask thee to give him another, give it not, how much soever he may entreat thee. For when I did so, he fought with me next day as well as ever before." "Verily," said Pwyll, "what shall I do concerning my kingdom?" Said Oain, "I will cause that no one in all thy dominions, neither man nor woman, shall know that I am not thou, and I will go there in thy stead." "Gladly then," said Pwyll, "will I set forward. Clear shall be thy path, and nothing shall detain thee, until thou come into my dominions, and I myself will be thy guide." So he conducted him until he came in sight of the palace and its dwellings. "Behold," said he, "the court and the kingdom in thy power. Enter the court, there is no one there who will know thee, and when thou seest what service is done there, thou wilt know the customs of the court." So he went forward to the court, and when he came there, he beheld sleeping rooms and halls and chambers and the most beautiful buildings ever seen. And he went into the hall to disarray, and there came youths and pages and disarrayed him, and all as they entered saluted him. And 2 knights came and drew his hunting dress from about him, and clothed him in a vesture of silk and gold. And the hall was prepared, and behold, he saw the household and the host enter in, and the host was the most comely and the best equipped that he had ever seen. And with them came in likewise the queen, who was the fairest woman that he had ever yet beheld. And she had on a yellow robe of shining satin, and they washed and went to the table, and sat, the queen upon one side of him, and one who seemed to be an earl on the other side. And he began to speak with the queen, and he thought, from her speech, that she was the seemliest and most noble lady of converse and of cheer that ever was. And they partook of meat and drink, with songs and with feasting. And of all the courts upon the earth, behold, this was the best supplied with food and drink, and vessels of gold and royal jewels. And the year he spent in hunting, and minstrelsy, and feasting, and diversions, and discourse with his companions until the night that was fixed for the conflict. And when that night came, it was remembered even by those who lived in the furthest part of his dominions, and he went to the meeting, and the nobles of the kingdom with him. And when he came to the ford, a knight arose and spake thus: "Lords," said he, "listen well. It is between two kings that this meeting is, and between them only. Each claimeth of the other his land and territory, and do all of you stand aside and leave the fight to be between them." Thereupon the two kings approached each other in the middle of the ford, and encountered, and at the first thrust, the man who was in the stead of Oain struck Havgun on the centre of the boss of his shield, so that it was cloven in twain, and his armour was broken, and Havgun himself was borne to the ground an arm's and a spear's length over the crupper of his horse, and he received a deadly blow. "O chieftain," said Havgun, "what right hast thou to cause my death? I was not injuring thee in anything, and I know not wherefore thou wouldest slay me. But for the love of heaven, since thou hast begun to slay me, complete thy work." "Ah, chieftain," he replied, "I may yet repent doing that unto thee. Slay thee who may, I will not do so." "My trusty lords," said Havgun, "bear me hence. My death has come. I shall be no more able to uphold you." "My nobles," also said he, who was in the semblance of Oain, "take counsel and know who ought to be my subjects." "Lord," said the nobles, "all should be, for there is no king over the whole of Anvin but thee." "Yes," he replied, "it is right that he who comes humbly should be received graciously, but he that doth not come with obedience shall be compelled by the force of swords." And thereupon he received the homage of the men, and he began to conquer the country. And the next day by noon the two kingdoms were in his power. And thereupon he went to keep his tryst, and came to Culhwch. And when he came there, the king of Anvin was there to meet him, and each of them was rejoiced to see the other. "Verily," said Oain, "may heaven reward thee for thy friendship towards me. I have heard of it. When thou comest thyself to thy dominions," said he, "thou wilt see that which I have done for thee. Whatever thou hast done for me, may heaven repay it thee." Then Oain gave to Pwyll, prince of Dyfed, his proper form and semblance, and he himself took his own. And Oain set forth towards the court of Anvin. And he was rejoiced when he beheld his hosts and his household, whom he had not seen so long. But they had not known of his absence, and wondered no more at his coming than usual. And that day was spent in joy and merriment, and he sat and conversed with his wife and his nobles. And when it was time for them rather to sleep than to carouse, they went to rest. Pwyll, prince of Dyfed, came likewise to his country and dominions, and began to inquire of the nobles of the land how his rule had been during the past year, compared with what it had been before. "Lord," said they, "thy wisdom was never so great, and thou wast never so kind or so free in bestowing thy gifts, and thy justice was never more worthily seen than in this year. By heaven," said he, "for all the good you have enjoyed, you should thank him who hath been with you. For behold, Thus hath this matter been. And thereupon Pwyll related the whole unto them. Verily, Lord, said they, render thanks unto heaven that thou hast such a fellowship, and withhold not from us the rule which we have enjoyed for this year past. I take heaven to witness that I will not withhold it, answered Pwyll. And thenceforth they made strong the friendship that was between them, and each sent unto the other horses, and greyhounds, and hawks, and all such jewels as they thought would be pleasing to each other. And by reason of his having dwelt that year in Anvin, and having ruled there so prosperously, and united the two kingdoms in one day by his valour and prowess, he lost the name of Pwyll Prince of Dyfed, component placement, and was called Pwyll Chief of Anvin from that time forward. Once upon a time, Pwyll was at Narberth, his chief palace, where a feast had been prepared for him, and with him was a great host of men. And after the first meal, Pwyll arose to walk, and he went to the top of a mound that was above the palace, and was called Gorsedd Arberth. Lord, said one of the court, it is peculiar to the mound that whosoever sits upon it cannot go thence, without either receiving wounds or blows, or else seeing a wonder. I fear not to receive wounds and blows in the midst of such a host as this, but as to the wonder, gladly would I see it. I will go therefore and sit upon the mound. And upon the mound he sat, and while he sat there, they saw a lady on a pure white horse of large size, with a garment of shining gold around her, coming along the highway that led from the mound. And the horse seemed to move at a slow and even pace, and to be coming up towards the mound. My men, said Pwyll, is there any among you who knows yonder lady? There is not, Lord, said they. Go one of you and meet her, that we may know who she is. And one of them arose, and as he came upon the road to meet her, she passed by, and he followed as fast as he could, being on foot. And the greater was his speed, the further was she from him. And when he saw that it profited him nothing to follow her, he returned to Pwyll, and said unto him, Lord, it is idle for anyone in the world to follow her on foot. Verily, said Pwyll, go unto the palace, and take the fleetest horse that thou seest, and go after her. And he took a horse and went forward. And he came to an open level plain, and put spurs to his horse. And the more he urged his horse, the further was she from him. Yet she held the same pace as at first. And his horse began to fail. And when his horse's feet failed him, he returned to the place where Pwyll was. Lord, said he, it will avail nothing for anyone to follow yonder lady. I know of no horse in these realms swifter than this, and it availed me not to pursue her. Of a truth, said Pwyll, there must be some illusion here. Let us go towards the palace. So to the palace they went, and they spent that day. And the next day they arose, and that also they spent until it was time to go to meat. And after the first meal, verily, said Pwyll, we will go the same party as yesterday to the top of the mound. And do thou, said he to one of his young men, take the swiftest horse that thou knowest in the field. And thus did the young man. And they went towards the mound, taking the horse with them. And as they were sitting down, they beheld the lady on the same horse, and in the same apparel, coming along the same road. Behold, said Pwyll, here is the lady of yesterday. Make ready, youth, to learn who she is. My lord, said he, that will I gladly do. And thereupon the lady came opposite to them. So the youth mounted his horse, and before he had settled himself in his saddle, she passed by, and there was a clear space between them. But her speed was no greater than it had been the day before. Then he put his horse into an amble, and thought that notwithstanding the gentle pace at which his horse went, he should soon overtake her. But this availed him not, So he gave his horse the reins, and still he came no nearer to her than when he went at a foot's pace. And the more he urged his horse, the further was she from him. Yet she rode not faster than before. When he saw that it availed not to follow her, he returned to the place where Pwyll was. "Lord," said he, "the horse can no more than thou hast seen. I see indeed that it avails not that any one should follow her. And by heaven," said he, "she must needs have an errand to someone in this plain, if her haste would allow her to declare it. Let us go back to the palace." And to the palace they went, and they spent that night in songs and feasting, as it pleased them. And the next day they amused themselves until it was time to go to meat. And when meat was ended, Pwyll said, "Where are the hosts that went yesterday and the day before to the top of the mound?" "Behold, Lord, we are here," said they. "Let us go," said he, "to the mound to sit there. And do thou," said he to the page who tended his horse, "saddle my horse well, and hasten with him to the road, and bring also my spurs with thee." And the youth did thus, and they went and sat upon the mound. And ere they had been there but a short time, they beheld the lady coming by the same road, and in the same manner, and at the same pace. "Young man," said Pwyll, "I see the lady coming. Give me my horse." And no sooner had he mounted his horse than she passed him, and he turned after her and followed her. And he let his horse go bounding playfully, and thought that at the second step or the third he should come up with her. But he came no nearer to her than at first. Then he urged his horse to his utmost speed, yet he found that it availed nothing to follow her. Then said Pwyll, "O maiden, for the sake of him whom thou best lovest, stay for me." "I will stay gladly," said she, "and it were better for thy horse hadst thou asked it long since." So the maiden stopped, and she threw back that part of her headdress which covered her face, and she fixed her eyes upon him and began to talk with him. "Lady," asked he, "whence comest thou, and whereunto dost thou journey?" "I journey on mine own errand," said she, "and right glad am I to see thee." "My greeting be unto thee," said he. Then he thought that the beauty of all the maidens and all the ladies that he had ever seen was as nothing compared to her beauty. "Lady," he said, "wilt thou tell me aught concerning thy purpose?" "I will tell thee," said she. "My chief quest was to seek thee." "Behold," said Pwyll, "this is to me the most pleasing quest on which thou couldst have come. And wilt thou tell me who thou art?" "I will tell thee, Lord," said she. "I am Rhiannon, the daughter of Dyfed hen, and they sought to give me to a husband against my will. But no husband would I have, and that because of my love for thee, neither will I yet have one unless thou reject me, and hither have I come to hear thy answer." "By heaven," said Pwyll, "behold, this is my answer. If I might choose among all the ladies and damsels in the world, thee would I choose." "Verily," said she, "if thou art thus minded, make a pledge to meet me ere I am given to another." "The sooner I may do so, the more pleasing will it be unto me," said Pwyll, "and wheresoever thou wilt, there will I meet with thee." "I will that thou meet me this day 12-month at the palace of Dyfed, and I will cause a feast to be prepared, so that it be ready against thou come." "Gladly," said he, "will I keep this tryst." "Lord," said she, "remain in health, and be mindful that thou keep thy promise. And now I will go hence." So they parted, and he went back to his hosts and to them of his household. And whatsoever questions they asked him respecting the damsel, he always turned the discourse upon other matters. And when a year from that time was gone, he caused 100 knights to equip themselves and to go with him to the palace of Dyfed hen. And he came to the palace, and there was great joy concerning him. with much concourse of people and great rejoicing and vast preparations for his coming. And the whole court was placed under his orders. And the hall was garnished, and they went to meat, and thus did they sit. Hefyd Hen was on one side of Pwyll, and Rhiannon on the other, and all the rest according to their rank. And they ate and feasted and talked one with another. And at the beginning of the carousal after the meat, there entered a tall auburn-haired youth of royal bearing, clothed in a garment of satin. And when he came into the hall, he saluted Pwyll and his companions. "The greeting of heaven be unto thee, my soul," said Pwyll. "Come thou and sit down." "Nay," said he, "a suitor am I, and I will do mine errand." "Do so willingly," said Pwyll. "Lord," said he, "my errand is unto thee, and it is to crave a boon of thee that I come. What boon soever thou mayest ask of me, as far as I am able, thou shalt have." "Ah," said Rhiannon, "wherefore didst thou give that answer? Has he not given it before the presence of these nobles?" asked the youth. "My soul," said Pwyll, "what is the boon thou askest? The lady whom best I love is to be thy bride this night. I come to ask her of thee, with the feast and the banquet that are in this place." And Pwyll was silent because of the answer which he had given. "Be silent as long as thou wilt," said Rhiannon. "Never did man make worse use of his wits than thou hast done." "Lady," said he, "I knew not who he was." "Behold, this is the man to whom they would have given me against my will," said she. "And he is Gwawl the son of Clud, a man of great power and wealth, and because of the word thou hast spoken, bestow me upon him, lest shame befall thee." "Lady," said he, "I understand not thine answer. Never can I do as thou sayest." "Bestow me upon him," said she, "and I will cause that I shall never be his." "By what means will that be?" asked Pwyll. "In thy hand will I give thee a small bag," said she. "See that thou keep it well, and he will ask of thee the banquet, and the feast, and the preparations which are not in thy power. Unto the host and the household will I give the feast, and such will be thy answer respecting this. And as concerns myself, I will engage to become his bride this night 12-month. And at the end of the year be thou here," said she, "and bring this bag with thee, and let thy 100 knights be in the orchard up yonder. And when he is in the midst of joy and feasting, come thou in by thyself, clad in ragged garments, and holding thy bag in thy hand, and ask nothing but a bagful of food. And I will cause that, if all the meat and liquor that are in these 7 cantrevs were put into it, it would be no fuller than before. And after a great deal has been put therein, he will ask thee whether thy bag will ever be full. Say thou then that it never will, until a man of noble birth and of great wealth arise and press the food in the bag with both his feet, saying, Enough has been put therein. And I will cause him to go and tread down the food in the bag. And when he does so, turn thou the bag, so that he shall be up over his head in it, and then slip a knot upon the thongs of the bag. Let there be also a good bugle horn about thy neck, and as soon as thou hast bound him in the bag, wind thy horn, and let it be a signal between thee and thy knights. And when they hear the sound of the horn, let them come down upon the palace. Lord, said Gwawl, it is meet that I have an answer to my request. As much of that thou hast asked as it is in my power to give, thou shalt have, replied Pwyll. My soul, said Rhiannon unto him, as for the feast and the banquet that are here, I have bestowed them upon the men of Dyfed, component placement and the household, and the warriors that are with us. These can I not suffer to be given to any. In a year from tonight a banquet shall be prepared for thee in this palace, that I may become thy bride. So Gwawl went forth to his possessions, and Pwyll went also back to Dyfed. And they both spent that year until it was the time for the feast at the palace of Dyfed Hen. Then Gwyll the son of Culhwch set out to the feast that was prepared for him, and he came to the palace, and was received there with rejoicing. Pwyll also, the chief of Olwen, came to the orchard with his 100 knights, as Rhiannon had commanded him, having the bag with him. And Pwyll was clad in coarse and ragged garments, and wore large, clumsy old shoes upon his feet. And when he knew that the carousal after the meat had begun, he went towards the hall, and when he came into the hall, he saluted Gwyll the son of Culhwch, and his company, both men and women. "Heaven prosper thee," said Gwyll, "and the greeting of heaven be unto thee." "Lord," said he, "may heaven reward thee. I have an errand unto thee." "Welcome be thine errand, and if thou ask of me that which is just, thou shalt have it gladly." "It is fitting," answered he. "I crave but from want, and the boon that I ask is to have this small bag that thou seest filled with meat." "A request within reason is this," said he, "and gladly shalt thou have it. Bring him food." A great number of attendants arose and began to fill the bag, but for all that they put into it, it was no fuller than at first. "My soul," said Gwyll, "will thy bag be ever full?" "It will not, I declare to heaven," said he, "for all that may be put into it, unless one possessed of lands and domains and treasure shall arise and tread down with both his feet the food that is within the bag, and shall say, 'Enough has been put therein.'" Then said Rhiannon unto Gwyll the son of Culhwch, "Rise up quickly." "I will willingly arise," said he. So he rose up and put his 2 feet into the bag, and Pwyll turned up the sides of the bag, so that Gwyll was over his head in it. And he shut it up quickly, and slipped a knot upon the thongs, and blew his horn. And thereupon, behold, his household came down upon the palace. And they seized all the host that had come with Gwyll, and cast them into his own prison. And Pwyll threw off his rags, and his old shoes, and his tattered array. And as they came in, every one of Pwyll's knights struck a blow upon the bag, and asked, "What is here?" "A badger," said they. And in this manner they played, each of them striking the bag, either with his foot or with a staff, and thus played they with the bag. Every one, as he came in, asked, "What game are you playing at thus?" "The game of badger in the bag," said they. And then was the game of badger in the bag first played. "Lord," said the man in the bag, "if thou wouldest but hear me, I merit not to be slain in a bag." Said Dyfed Hen, "Lord, he speaks truth. It were fitting that thou listen to him, for he deserves not this." "Verily," said Pwyll, "I will do thy counsel concerning him." "Behold, this is my counsel then," said Rhiannon. "Thou art now in a position in which it behoves thee to satisfy suitors and minstrels. Let him give unto them in thy stead, and take a pledge from him that he will never seek to revenge that which has been done to him, and this will be punishment enough." "I will do this gladly," said the man in the bag. "And gladly will I accept it," said Pwyll, "since it is the counsel of Dyfed and Rhiannon." "Such then is our counsel," answered they. "I accept it," said Pwyll. "Seek thyself sureties." "We will be for him," said Dyfed, "until his men be free to answer for him." And upon this he was let out of the bag, and his liegemen were liberated. "Demand now of Gwyll his sureties," said Dyfed. "We know which should be taken for him." And Dyfed numbered the sureties. Said Gwyll, "Do thou thyself draw up the covenant." "It will suffice me that it be as Rhiannon said," answered Pwyll. So unto that covenant were the sureties pledged. "Verily, Lord," said Gwyll, "I am greatly hurt, and I have many bruises. I have need to be anointed. With thy leave I will go forth. I will leave nobles in my stead, to answer for me in all that thou shalt require." Willingly, said Pwyll, mayest thou do thus. So Gwyll went towards his own possessions, and the hall was set in order for Pwyll and the men of his host, and for them also of the palace, and they went to the tables and sat down. And as they had sat that time 12 months, so sat they that night, and they ate and feasted, and spent the night in mirth and tranquillity. And the time came that they should sleep, and Pwyll and Rhiannon went to their chamber. And next morning, at the break of day, "My lord," said Rhiannon, "arise and begin to give thy gifts unto the minstrels. Refuse no one today that may claim thy bounty." "Thus shall it be gladly," said Pwyll, "both today and every day while the feast shall last." So Pwyll arose, and he caused silence to be proclaimed, and desired all the suitors and the minstrels to show and to point out what gifts were to their wish and desire. And this being done, the feast went on, and he denied no one while it lasted. And when the feast was ended, Pwyll said unto Dyfed, "My lord, with thy permission I will set out for Dyfed tomorrow." "Certainly," said Dyfed, "may heaven prosper thee. Fix also a time when Rhiannon may follow thee." "By heaven," said Pwyll, "we will go hence together." "Willest thou this, lord?" said Dyfed. "Yes, by heaven," answered Pwyll. And the next day they set forward towards the Dyfed, and journeyed to the palace of Narberth, where a feast was made ready for them. And there came to them great numbers of the chief men, and the most noble ladies of the land, and of these there was none to whom Rhiannon did not give some rich gift, either a bracelet, or a ring, or a precious stone. And they ruled the land prosperously both that year and the next. And in the 3rd year the nobles of the land began to be sorrowful at seeing a man, whom they loved so much, and who was moreover their lord and their foster brother, without an heir. And they came to him, and the place where they met was Pwyll, in Dyfed. "Lord," said they, "we know that thou art not so young as some of the men of this country, and we fear that thou mayest not have an heir of the wife whom thou hast taken. Take therefore another wife of whom thou mayest have heirs. Thou canst not always continue with us, and though thou desire to remain as thou art, we will not suffer thee." "Truly," said Pwyll, "we have not long been joined together, and many things may yet befall. Grant me a year from this time, and for the space of a year we will abide together, and after that I will do according to your wishes." So they granted it, and before the end of a year a son was born unto him. And in Narberth was he born, and on the night that he was born, women were brought to watch the mother and the boy, and the women slept, as did also Rhiannon, the mother of the boy. And the number of the women that were brought into the chamber was 6, and they watched for a good portion of the night, and before midnight every one of them fell asleep, and towards break of day they awoke. And when they awoke, they looked where they had put the boy, and behold, he was not there. "Oh," said one of the women, "the boy is lost?" "Yes," said another, "and it will be small vengeance if we are burnt or put to death because of the child." Said one of the women, "Is there any counsel for us in the world in this matter?" "There is," answered another. "I offer you good counsel." "What is that?" asked they. "There is here a stag-hound bitch, and she has a litter of whelps. Let us kill some of the cubs, and rub the blood on the face and hands of Rhiannon, and lay the bones before her, and assert that she herself hath devoured her son, and she alone will not be able to gainsay us 6. And according to this counsel it was settled. And towards morning Rhiannon awoke, and she said, "Women, where is my son?" "Lady," said they, "ask us not concerning thy son. We have naught but the blows and the bruises we got by struggling with thee. and of a truth we never saw any woman so violent as thou, for it was of no avail to contend with thee. Hast thou not thyself devoured thy son? Claim him not therefore of us." "For pity's sake," said Rhiannon, "the Lord God knows all things. Charge me not falsely. If you tell me this from fear, I assert before heaven that I will defend you." "Truly," said they, "we would not bring evil on ourselves for anyone in the world." "For pity's sake," said Rhiannon, "you will receive no evil by telling the truth." But for all her words, whether fair or harsh, she received but the same answer from the women. And Pwyll, the chief of Anuvin, arose, and his household, and his hosts. And this occurrence could not be concealed, but the story went forth throughout the land, and all the nobles heard it. Then the nobles came to Pwyll, and besought him to put away his wife, because of the great crime which she had done. But Pwyll answered them, that they had no cause wherefore they might ask him to put away his wife, save for her having no children. But children has she now had, therefore will I not put her away. If she has done wrong, let her do penance for it. So Rhiannon sent for the teachers and the wise men, and as she preferred doing penance to contending with the women, she took upon her a penance. And the penance that was imposed upon her was, that she should remain in that palace of Narberth until the end of 7 years, and that she should sit every day near unto a horse block that was without the gate, and that she should relate the story to all who should come there, whom she might suppose not to know it already, and that she should offer the guests and strangers, if they would permit her, to carry them upon her back into the palace. But it rarely happened that any would permit, and thus did she spend part of the year. Now at that time Ternion Tryvliant was lord of Gwent is Coed, and he was the best man in the world. And unto his house there belonged a mare, than which neither mare nor horse in the kingdom was more beautiful. And on the night of every 1st of May she foaled, and no one ever knew what became of the colt. And one night Ternion talked with his wife. "Wife," said he, "it is very simple of us that our mare should foal every year, and that we should have none of her colts." "What can be done in the matter?" said she. "This is the night of the 1st of May," said he. "The vengeance of heaven be upon me, if I learn not what it is that takes away the colts." So he caused the mare to be brought into a house, and he armed himself, and began to watch that night. And in the beginning of the night, the mare foaled a large and beautiful colt, and it was standing up in the place. And Ternion rose up and looked at the size of the colt, and as he did so, he heard a great tumult, and after the tumult, behold, a claw came through the window into the house, and it seized the colt by the mane. Then Ternion drew his sword, and struck off the arm at the elbow, so that portion of the arm together with the colt was in the house with him. And then did he hear a tumult and wailing, both at once. And he opened the door, and rushed out in the direction of the noise, and he could not see the cause of the tumult because of the darkness of the night, but he rushed after it and followed it. Then he remembered that he had left the door open, and he returned. And at the door, behold, there was an infant boy in swaddling clothes, wrapped around in a mantle of satin. And he took up the boy, and behold, he was very strong for the age that he was of. Then he shut the door, and went into the chamber where his wife was. "Lady," said he, "art thou sleeping?" "No, lord," said she, "I was asleep, but as thou camest in, I did awake." "Behold, here is a boy for thee if thou wilt," said he, "since thou hast never had one." "My lord," said she, "what adventure is this?" "It was thus," said Ternion, and he told her how it all befell. "Verily, lord," said she, "what sort of garments are there upon the boy?" "A mantle of satin," said he. "He is then a boy of gentle lineage," she replied. "My lord," she said, "if thou wilt, I shall have great diversion and mirth. I will call my women unto me, and tell them that I have been pregnant." "I will readily grant thee to do this," he answered. And thus did they, and they caused the boy to be baptized, and the ceremony was performed there. And the name which they gave unto him was Gereint and Enid, because what hair was upon his head was as yellow as gold. And they had the boy nursed in the court until he was a year old. And before the year was over, he could walk stoutly. And he was larger than a boy of 3 years old, even one of great growth and size. And the boy was nursed the 2nd year, and then he was as large as a child 6 years old. And before the end of the 4th year, he would bribe the grooms to allow him to take the horses to water. "My lord," said his wife unto Tiernan, "where is the colt which thou didst save on the night that thou didst find the boy?" "I have commanded the grooms of the horses," said he, "that they take care of him." "Would it not be well, lord," said she, "if thou wert to cause him to be broken in and given to the boy, seeing that on the same night that thou didst find the boy, the colt was foaled, and thou didst save him?" "I will not oppose thee in this matter," said Tiernan. "I will allow thee to give him the colt." "Lord," said she, "may heaven reward thee. I will give it him." So the horse was given to the boy. Then she went to the grooms and those who tended the horses, and commanded them to be careful of the horse, so that he might be broken in by the time that the boy could ride him. And while these things were going forward, they heard tidings of Rhiannon and her punishment. And Tiernan Trevelyan, by reason of the pity that he felt on hearing this story of Rhiannon and her punishment, inquired closely concerning it, until he had heard from many of those who came to his court. Then did Tiernan, often lamenting the sad history, ponder within himself, and he looked steadfastly on the boy. And as he looked upon him, it seemed to him that he had never beheld so great a likeness between father and son, as between the boy and Pwyll, the chief of Anuvin. Now the semblance of Pwyll was well known to him, for he had of yore been one of his followers, and thereupon he became grieved for the wrong that he did, in keeping with him a boy whom he knew to be the son of another man. And the first time that he was alone with his wife, he told her that it was not right that they should keep the boy with them, and suffer so excellent a lady as Rhiannon to be punished so greatly on his account, whereas the boy was the son of Pwyll the chief of Anuvin. And Tiernan's wife agreed with him that they should send the boy to Pwyll. "And 3 things, lord," said she, "shall we gain thereby: thanks and gifts for releasing Rhiannon from her punishment, and thanks from Pwyll for nursing his son and restoring him unto him. And thirdly, if the boy is of gentle nature, he will be our foster son, and he will do for us all the good in his power." So it was settled according to this counsel. And no later than the next day was Tiernan equipped, and 2 other knights with him, and the boy, as a 4th in their company, went with them upon the horse which Tiernan had given him. And they journeyed towards Narberth, and it was not long before they reached that place. And as they drew near to the palace, they beheld Rhiannon sitting beside the horse block. And when they were opposite to her, "Chieftain," said she, "go not further thus. I will bear every one of you into the palace, and this is my penance for slaying my own son and devouring him." "O fair lady," said Tiernan, "think not that I will be one to be carried upon thy back." "Neither will I," said the boy. "Truly, my soul," said Tiernan, "we will not go." So they went forward to the palace, and there was great joy at their coming. And at the palace a feast was prepared, because Pwyll was come back from the confines of Dyfed. And they went into the hall and washed, and Pwyll rejoiced to see Teirnion, and in this order they sat, Teirnion between Pwyll and Rhiannon, and Teirnion's two companions on the other side of Pwyll, with the boy between them. And after meat they began to carouse and to discourse, and Teirnion's discourse was concerning the adventure of the mare and the boy, and how he and his wife had nursed and reared the child as their own. And behold, here is thy son, lady, said Teirnion, and whosoever told that lie concerning thee has done wrong. And when I heard of thy sorrow, I was troubled and grieved, and I believe that there is none of this host who will not perceive that the boy is the son of Pwyll, said Teirnion. There is none, said they all, who is not certain thereof. I declare to heaven, said Rhiannon, that if this be true, there is indeed an end to my trouble. Lady, said Dyfed, influential hast thou named thy son Peredur, and well becomes him the name of Peredur, son of Pwyll. Chief of Anavin, look you, said Rhiannon, will not his own name become him better? What name has he? Asked Dyfed. Walt Urin is the name that we gave him. Peredur, said Pendaran, shall his name be. It were more proper, said Pwyll, that the boy should take his name from the word his mother spoke when she received the joyful tidings of him. And thus was it arranged. Teirnion, said Pwyll, heaven reward thee that thou hast reared the boy up to this time, and being of gentle lineage, it were fitting that he repay thee for it. My lord, said Teirnion, it was my wife who nursed him, and there is no one in the world so afflicted as she at parting with him. It were well that he should bear in mind what I and my wife have done for him. I call heaven to witness, said Pwyll, that while I live I will support thee and thy possessions, as long as I am able to preserve my own, and when he shall have power, he will more fitly maintain them than I. And if this counsel be pleasing unto thee, and to my nobles, it shall be that, as thou hast reared him up to the present time, I will give him to be brought up by Dyfed from henceforth, and you shall be companions, and shall both be foster fathers unto him. This is good counsel, said they all. So the boy was given to Dyfed, component placement, and the nobles of the land were sent with him. And Teirnion Tryvliant and his companions set out for his country and his possessions with love and gladness. And he went not without being offered the fairest jewels and the fairest horses and the choicest dogs, but he would take none of them. Thereupon they all remained in their own dominions, and Peredur, the son of Pwyll the chief of Anavin, was brought up carefully as was fit, so that he became the fairest youth, and the most comely, and the best skilled in all good games, of any in the kingdom. And thus passed years and years, until the end of Pwyll the chief of Anavin's life came, and he died. And Peredur ruled the 7 cantrevs of Dyfed prosperously, and he was beloved by his people, and by all around him. And at length he added unto them the 3 cantrevs of Istrad Tiwi, and the 4 cantrevs of Cardigan, and these were called the 7 cantrevs of Culhwch. And when he made this addition, Peredur the son of Pwyll, the chief of Anavin, desired to take a wife, and the wife he chose was Culhwch, the daughter of Gwyn Gohow, the son of Glywalt Leiden, the son of Prince Casnar, one of the nobles of this island. And thus ends this portion of the Mabinogion.